I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. But can I light the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. But can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I light the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
동심 화이팅! 플러스야 화이팅! 또 화이팅!
조메이커 루시를 플러스야 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We're here on a wonderful Sunday afternoon. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf, and we're getting into the first match of the day, which is Nongshim Red Force up against T plus Kia. How are you doing today, Wolf?
I'm doing pretty well. We have two teams today to try to get upset wins against some of our top teams in the LCK. D Plus already qualified for playoffs. T1 trying to guarantee that they can make it there. Not locked down just yet, and after a bit of a rough patch, that loss to Genji, another loss to Nongshim.
Yeah.
There is definitely some questions about their current form, but that'll be our second series of the night. I feel like the first one should be a little bit more straightforward.
It definitely should. On paper, I think, especially with D plus Kia taking that big win over BNK, they sit at 10-5, and they're currently very comfortably in third place. You see that they're ahead of T1, which we just mentioned, are having a bit of trouble. And yes, KT and BNK, they're kind of on the rise, but I think, you know, DK, they're very comfortable with their spot. As Zephyr said many times, they just want to maintain third and kind of try some things, which is why we're seeing Moham as well. Whereas Nongshim, they're knocked out of playoffs, but they're still trying to show their stuff.
Yeah, so Nongshim are trying to make sure they can get top 8, right? Basically, D Plus also, as you mentioned, already in playoffs, but also can't get round 2. So can try to maintain their third place spot, but it doesn't necessarily really affect them all too much. As you can see, Nongshim is looking to try to play spoiler against that third place finish for D+. What I've really enjoyed about D+'s second round here, in the second half of the second round, is that they've been willing to actually put Moham in and actually try something different in this roster, try to fix their issues. They're still a top 3 team, at their best a top 2 team here in the LCK, but in the past when they had issues, they couldn't figure out shot calling, when there was an underperforming member, they weren't willing to actually try something different and actually stick with it. You know, we saw Bible come in the past.
Yeah.
We never saw Lucid called up, though. We never saw Thanatos called up. This time they're actually going with it, and I have to say, Mihail has looked massively improved over his last few matches. His Gnar, in particular, a big standout pick for him. Definitely something I'll be looking towards in the draft for him. But it is going to be a tough one up against Kingen.
So why is Kingen looking to become a robot? Has he decided he wants to, you know, ride the trend of AI? I don't really get...
I didn't even see that.
Like, you know, the big game hunter thing, I understand. You know, we've used that nickname for him many times, but why is he looking to become a robot?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Looking to get some, like, you know, some implants with the mechanics in the brain. I don't
Maybe
know.
he wants to be like immortal, like when Reed tried to like figure out immortality in Full Metal Alchemist.
Skynet?
He doesn't want pain anymore. He doesn't want to feel emotions. I don't know.
Yeah. Very interesting. We also do have the matchup of the newly joined supports because we talked a little bit about Moham being called up. They're utilizing him, but Vital also, after moving to support and playing in CL, he has been called up here for Nongshim.
Yeah, neither of these players trying to become robots, as it turns out. Just trying to become
probably for the best.
Trying to become renowned support players here in the LCK. I think Vital has a pretty good reputation for his challengers' performances. Moham, of course, played in the LCK before under Kwangdong Freaks, but has a stronger roster with him today. We'll walk Nongshim out first. Playing Spoiler today. Very much played Spoiler to T1 earlier this week. I think a very surprising victory. They were able to take it not only the win, but a 2-0 win over T1. First game, some weird drafting from T1, but the second game, they just outclassed them. This team looks way better when the pressure is off, and it is off now. Just trying to look for that top 8 spot over DRX and Bro. Solidify that there, as playoffs are no longer an option. As it looks like this is going to be, at least for the last few matches here, they've got 3 left, what Nongshim's roster is going to look like. No more swaps in the mid lane, no more messing around with the bottom lane, and Mihail is the main top laner for this squad.
I feel like this is probably Sil Mom and Sil Dad. Sylvie the jungler for Nongshim coming down to support probably their son. I don't have 100% confirmation on that. But anyway, we do have D plus Kia on the right side coming in. Moham once again starting here, as we have mentioned many a time. And, I mean, these guys look good. The match they played against BNK is looking like a fierce opponent and did really challenge DK, but they were still able to come out on top. And I think that shows that DK are in a pretty consistent spot right now.
Yeah, DK have been able to clutch when it matters most, and that's not something we've been able to say about them really for the last 2 splits. So being able to have Moham in here, who's a big voice on the team, as we saw in the comms, is really huge and something that D+ have been lacking. I feel like this series for them is more about proving that this roster could be their playoffs roster and that the fans should trust more than actually taking a 2-0 and making sure they get third. As you can see, Fisher, in that T1 series, he had a really good performance. He has really stepped it up. In the beginning of the season, we were like, okay, he's playing Corki only. He's losing to basically every mid laner in lane. He's making low impacts. But in round 2, and especially the latter half of round 2, now the playoffs are out of contention, you can see those numbers going up really big for him. DPM 3rd in the league in round 2. And mid lane, of course, damage percentage also pulling up at 30. That's a quite high number. It also means that his bottom lane isn't making the same impact, but it I think is really not about what we're seeing from Jiwoo. It's more about how well he stepped up.
Yeah, and I don't think Showmaker's too bothered by the stats. It doesn't seem like he's had too good of stats in round 2. I think part of that is because very oftentimes they will just play around aiming and get him a lot of farm and get him a lot of kills, and that's all good and fine, but Showmaker definitely does feel like a wild card in that roster, as he always does. You never know what he's going to play. He can clutch it in big moments, and I'm sure that once it comes down to the wire, 10th place in kill participation, not going to bother him too much.
We've seen players like Fisher and BDD on the Corki end up taking big skirmish fights in the early game around Grubs or around first, second Dragon, and ending up getting 3 kills in the first 10 minutes of the game or 4 kills in the first 10 minutes of the game, and then it becomes so difficult to play out. I feel like some of those stats that Fisher had were because he had those fights against T1. And so maybe like to see a little bit less of flipping the game around that here for D+. Very measured team, I feel like, at times, even though Lucid is known for his aggression in his early game. I think the drafts will be very much centered around, for Nongshim, denying Lucid his normal champion pool, trying to play around Showmaker's champion pool and tendencies. But I think for Nongshim, they should also be focusing on Mihail in the draft and trying to get him that Gnar pick, because he has looked, I feel like, so much better on that pick than his others. The Renekton hasn't looked great. We haven't seen him pick up the cannon, really. And Gnar is just a safe pick where not only is he going to be tough to kill, but he also can put on some pressure and then pull the pressure away from the bottom lane, and that allows Jiwoo to shine a little bit better as well.
Yeah, it's definitely very important. I think the drafting has been very interesting. You mentioned people picking up 3, 4, 5 kills. A lot of dive comps we're seeing nowadays, and the carries just picking up a lot of kills, triple kills, quadra kills at times, and just getting Omega fed. We're also seeing kind of the rise of, Gnar Maokai, and very much we're just going to sit back and farm and wait. And that actually worked for KT playing against Gen G, right? When they had to deal with the heavy dive, when they had to deal with Keen's Cannon, which you know, they made look pretty bad, actually, in that series. I don't think that had a lot to do with Keen. I think it just had to do with KT's preparation on the pick and the draft that they went for. So,
and
see what style they play.
As we jump into this draft, I do feel like we can say that D+'s drafting has been really good this season, and it has been unique for their playstyle. I don't think we could say the same for Nongshim. It's been more about player tendency and player strengths and comfort picks. And I think that that's okay to lean into sometimes, especially when the coordination is looking as good as it has in their last few series compared to round 1 in particular. We'll see what the bans look like here for D+. Might just be a little bit of a tier list takeaway. Picks like the Rumble, the Aurora here on red side.
I'm just looking at Kane, like, stretching his neck. He seems like he has some neck pain. I hope some of those robotic implants he got recently aren't bothering him too much, as he is still looking to become a robot. We're still looking to get confirmation on what that means exactly. But yeah, maybe he just had a good workout or something.
Yeah.
As we know, Kingen does like to do that as well.
He
LeBlanc
does.
taken away from Showmaker.
Lilia taken away from Sylvie. This has been a really strong pick recently. The Yone pick with the buffs to the Q. Sure, the ult was nerfed, but I feel like Yone has been so much stronger recently on this patch. So common to see. Will be banned away in return for the LeBlanc ban. Ezreal taken away from aiming. That is not what we like to see on blue side usually, but I think with Jiwoo versus aiming, I think it's a fair blue side ban for the series. Aurora, Rumble, Ashe, all up right now, so you're going to have to figure out which ones you want to trade. Red side will get 2. So Nongshim can, or rather, D+ can leave a lot open here, and they'll ban the Ivern. I like that.
Yeah, it's a really good call. I mean, Maokai also available. They're going to lock that one in, but it does give D+ Kia a lot of choices, as you mentioned. The Rumble Ashe still available, the Aurora available, and they could just pick whatever they want.
The cool thing about getting Maokai here is that you get counterpick for either the Rumble or the Aurora, or potentially even a Corki if Showmaker was going to grab that. That's not really his style. Aurora is still a flex pick. They will have to lock 2. Rumble coming in first, so if they want to run something like a Kennen, even though they've already locked the Maokai in, that's fine. The Gnar is probably the pick I'm feeling Mihail is going to go towards, though, as the Corki does come through. So Fisher wants to play Lucian here, or if he's crazy, the Draven. That's an opportunity that you do have on blue side when you grab that Maokai when all of this stuff is open. I don't want to say that Gnar is the counter to Rumble. He's definitely not, but he can weather the storm better than a Cassante, which is what I really hope we don't see locked in right here.
Yeah, I mean, I said it before, Gnar Maokai has just been a terror to deal with. Just the two of them providing frontline and peeling for a couple of AD carries. Now, instead of that, we are going to have Senna locked in here, which is pretty interesting. I mean, it could actually be Senna Maokai. I doubt it will be, especially because Maokai is just so strong in the jungle, but really does leave some questions. Maybe they just lock in the bot lane here, though.
It could just go, like, hyper scaling if they're... You know, I don't think this is good, but we've talked about it a lot recently with the Smolder mid making an appearance. Maybe you go Senna, Ornn here, and then... Okay, nope, going to be the Aurora. I was going to say, you can go Senna, Ornn, and then lock in the Smolder later, then you have this insane scaling comp, but how do you survive the early game against a team like D+? Wouldn't have liked it, but I thought perhaps they were considering it, as the Aurora will be locked in, still flexible. Showmaker loves to hover the Syndra that he dominated on in 2021 all year long, but will not be playing it, I don't think, with the Corki already logged in.
Yeah, I think you want some kind of CC to allow your Rumble to just kind of lock in, and Maokai Sejuani, you know, kind of leaves me with a sigh because it's not very interesting or fun, but it is a matchup we've seen about 1 billion times.
Yeah, and Ashe is still available, something I think should be considered here by Nongshim Red Force in the second part of the banning phase, because Ashe Sejuani is such a strong combo, especially when you have a Rumble. So taking that one away would be pretty huge. Can be quite strong into the Senna lane, as the Lucian will be banned away, so no opportunity for Fisher to play that into the Corki. There's the Ashe gone. Fisher may end up just playing the Aurora mid, but D+ still aren't going to take a chance on that Lucian pick coming through. See what the last ban is going to be here. Maybe ban a Gnar if you're feeling like that's a comfort pick that Mihail might lean on here. It's kind of tricky with the Aurora flexibility.
Yeah. That's always the case when anything gets flexible, and they're just going to take away Yasuo instead. And we have seen Senna Yasuo in the bot lane from T1. It was cool. It didn't work, but
I thought
they give credit to it.
I still thought that draft was okay. I just don't think it was played out very well. And it's good to consider that with Senna being a little bit more support pushed with these upcoming patches. We'll be seeing a little bit more of that style, I think, in the bottom lane. Poppy is taken away from Lucid. I think that's a smart ban because you're playing a Senna lane. You do not want to get dove by that Poppy repeatedly if they have a pressure lane down there. There's so many different things Aiming can play here. Can play Kalista, could play Caitlyn. Is looking to grab the Leona here. They want to know for sure whether this is going to be Maokai in the bottom lane or Senna support for his Zeri. Just want to confirm that before they lock anything in, you know?
Yeah. I guess... Wait.
It's...
It's...
Okay, so I think this might be Senna Neela bottom with the Zeri mid and top Aurora. And then D plus are like, okay, we'll play Smolder.
I mean, it does a lot of damage as the game goes along.
This draft is silly.
You don't necessarily have to do that with this comp, and they are going to go for Kai'Sa, which I think is better comp-wise for DK.
It is very good into the Zeri and can, get on top of the Aurora. The Aurora has been shown, like, she has a really poor win rate, actually, in the LCK. She's 2-4 at the moment, but I think she's very strong if you can draft around her. They have good setup with the Neela and the Maokai for her, so ends up being a pretty strong angle for this pick. But if she's isolated, we've seen this a few times where if she doesn't have her cooldowns because she's trying to clear a wave and a Kai'Sa flies out of the jungle and gets on top of her, the Kai'Sa can 1v1 that. Even with the Aurora passive doing that health damage, she needs her abilities to actually kill you. And even if she still has her Q, but she uses her weirding, she's probably going to die. So I think the Kai'Sa is pretty good here. You have the Leona for some really nice dive on the side of D+. The Smolder pick, I feel like, would have just really neutralized a lot of your early power in this draft and doesn't work well with the Leona. So as good as it is in terms of scaling, I think it was just too risky. The Kai'Sa makes a lot more sense. It is Aiming, after all, one of our best Kai'Sas here in the LCK.
Yeah, no reason to play around. You still want to get the wins. You still want to secure third place. You want to make sure that you're going into playoffs with a lot of confidence, with wins under your belt. Now, we've seen a lot of signs, but this one...
Yeah, go on.
Simple, straight to the point. 1 D+ logo there. That's all you need.
That's all you need. Simple, straight and to the point. D+ just looking for third place here in what should be a simple 2-0 if you are a D+ fan. See if they can get it done.
We'll see what happens here as we're hopping onto the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game 1 between Nongshim Red Force and D+ Kia. Match 79. After today, we'll only have one more week, and then we get straight into playoffs.
I really do feel like spinning in the mid lane is not good. You might get...
What about the Corgi butt shake? I mean... Clearly better than the spinning.
Yeah, I'm going to have to lean on Showmaker for this one.
Yeah.
Or lean towards, I should say. Fisher trying to get some damage done here to Lucid. Proc that fleet footwork.
Did. I mean, they saw Lucid, right? I thought they did. Maybe they didn't. As Sylvie's going to have to flash here at level 1. Just a very awkward trade that we don't often see in pro play.
Yeah, it was really fun when they were doing the quirky butt shake and the spinning, and then it got real really fast there as Sylvie is forced to flash, and now Aiming and Moham spotted on this ward. They at least know that they are seen. We're going to see a lane swap here into the top lane for D+, pushing the Aurora out of lane, which will really hurt Mihail's ability to farm off early. It's his first Aurora of the season, still a very new pick here this week. Nongshim did not play that in that series against T1. And we will see the Neela Senna lane try to get some push down here in the bottom side. Senna Neela, not the greatest pushing lane, but with the lane swap protection on the top turrets, should be able to manage some plate trades.
Yeah.
Aurora at level 1, roaming around, lower impact than most top laners. Like the Harpoon for Kingen, way more relevant here than just a little bit of Q damage that she's going to offer. Unfortunately for Mihail, he's not going to be too useful here.
Yeah, he's just hanging out, stealing XP. It's a sad time for top laners when the lane swaps come in. We'll see how many times they have to die to pick up XP, which has been kind of the meta. It's like, okay, I'm teleporting in, I'm going to get some of this wave. Hopefully I don't get dove. And then usually they get dove and they die. So, well, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's
where these top laners go as well.
really tough to be a top laner in this meta, even with the nerfs to lane swapping. As you can see, the plate, first one is going to go over. It's not a horrible pushing lane there, as
so
you have Sylvie.
Where's he going?
Yeah, he's
going to take the red.
He's going to get away with it, too, because they're really indexing into making sure this top push goes off.
Yeah.
Kingen is up there as well, but this is going to be a lot of plate gold going over to Anila. And on the top side, the Kai'Sa is going to get some of that gold, as it looks like they're going to swap back now. This is feeling pretty good for Nongshim, as Sylvie's not only going to get the red buff, but will also get the Krugs without a hitch here, completely unscouted, uncontested. And D+, I don't want to say dropping the ball here, but certainly not doing their due diligence to check where Sylvie was, really just indexing heavily into trying to get Kingen up there faster into the top side. Because Mihail has teleport, though, he will show up here and will find himself not too far behind, in fact, ahead in XP.
Yeah. And Lucid's like, wait, where's my jungle? There's just nothing here. That's weird. And Sylvie, very nice pathing early on in this game. At the end of the day, I mean, you take a look at the bottom laners at least, and the Kai'Sa doesn't have to deal with getting pushed out of lane from the first 3 levels, which is really the point of this. They will fall behind a little bit, will DK in terms of gold, but at the end of the day, now you return to lane, you've got a Kai'Sa who's level 3 alongside of Leona, who is soon to be level 3, and now you can actually fight the Nila and Senna, which would have harassed you early on instead. Moham goes in for a trade. Probably not the best idea, but at the end of the day, aiming at least is able to trade back.
And not the greatest. Jiwoo with his passive also will get these levels in very quickly, so we'll often have a XP advantage there. And if you end up going in and getting rooted by Vital in these situations, by the way, he's playing the support Senna here, but he is an X80 carry player, so
yeah,
keep that in mind in terms of his spacing later on and the damage he's going to be doing. Very scary to go in as Leona because there's also heals in this lane from the Senna, albeit that, fairly small. You really just don't want to be trading too aggressively. They do get the push in, though, and no punish really onto Moham. He is going to be fine. Top side, I'm really curious to see how Mihail plays out this matchup because I feel like the Aurora into Rumble is a trade we'll be seeing a little bit more often over the next week and potentially in playoffs, just because she's also ranged and her weirding can push you away from the Rumble queue, so you can avoid a lot of that damage. Really curious to see how this matchup goes. We're not really taking a close look at it at the moment. Obviously, they're lower econ than they would normally be in this matchup, so it wouldn't be the greatest test. As Lucid's up here.
Where is Mihail? He is behind it, but now with Sylvie coming up, let's see. As he's just going to go invisible, and now he's doing a lot of damage to Kingen here as a couple more autos, and maybe Kingen goes down, but he doesn't have to flash. He is just fine, and especially with Sylvie coming up, DK abandoned the play very early.
Yeah, and this ends up being really good for Mihail. Now he's kind of got some pressure onto this Rumble. And Rumble does have teleport, so Kingen can get back here pretty quickly, but still, might even be some damage to that first plate, if not the plate itself, going down here. Kingen has to back down a level at the moment. As Jiwoo's going in.
Yeah, he is going in, and he doesn't really take damage once he does proc. I think it's his E that allows him to avoid a lot of the damage. So he goes in, takes a good trade, and there is a massive wave here. No jungler to go for a dive or anything like that, but you can see that even after the lane swap, aiming still struggling a bit into this duo.
See if once he hits 6, they can maybe find an all-in angle. Very strong with the Senna once she has her ult as well. Grubs are going to go over to Nongshim after that teleport back to the lane from Kingen. And with bot side Prio going Nongshim's way as well. I mean, they're up 1,000 gold here nearly in this game, and they might actually be able to contest this dragon. This is such a great start for Nongshim, and again, it's just once no playoffs, who cares? No pressure.
Yeah.
They're playing their best games. Jiwoo does have level 6 here. I don't know if he'll really be able to utilize it just yet, but they don't get the dragon. D+ are unable to secure that.
Yeah. Saw the extra XP being highlighted by the Korean broadcast, just wanting to say, hey, it's Nila, and Vital's level 6, and Moham's level 4. That's a bit of a struggle point for DK. I'm sure as the game comes along, they will be fine, but for now, as you mentioned, DK behind the 8 ball here. King going to take a turret shot, and nearly takes that third auto, but he should be fine. Trying to take aggressive trades, though, against the Aurora. You got to be sure that you can win those, otherwise you might be trapped and dead.
I like the idea behind it there, but there's that all-in angle for sure for Mihail if he does end up getting a few more of those autos in. Let's see what Kingan's going to look for here as he does charge up. Just going to clear the wave. This is the matchup I really to look at because we haven't seen this one really all too much.
Yeah, generally both Aurora and Rumble are not available.
Yeah,
Giraffes, you know?
It's not allowed.
Yeah.
But I do think that with the Rumble nerfs and Aurora's win rate dropping, I think this will be a matchup we see a little bit more often. Kingan's just going to clear this. He's got his heat in a really good spot if Mihail wants to go face checking, but he's got the ward in there, but Kingan doesn't necessarily know that. I don't know if he saw the ward. Lucid's up here.
I think he knows now. He just got hit by the minions.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lucid looking for a play. If he lands this ult onto Mihail, yep, he's going to land it. There it is, the flash on in from Kingan, and he is just so dead. Nothing that Mihail can do, even flashes, and he still dies.
If Sylvie was headed up there, I think he was starting to figure out something was going on based on Kingan's positioning there, but they didn't realize fast enough. Maokai's not able to get there quickly enough. And if Lucid misses the ultimate, you know, you've got a shot there, but he still flashes Mihail and dies regardless. So a huge win for D+. A lot of that gold deficit now completely shored up. Bottom lane, still a bit of a problem. Still going to be a turret potentially going down here.
Well, I'm going in, just trying to peel for aiming so he can farm the minions. But yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, this turret should be going down very, very quickly. Just one more push and they should get it, especially with DK's bottom lane backing. Yeah, so big win for Nongshim.
There's no really way they could save this. Lucid doesn't have ult, isn't here, is backing right now. There's just nothing they can do. That's a ton of gold into the pockets of the Nilah and the Senna. The Nilah in particular is very accelerated, and that's exactly what you want to have happen. Sometimes it's a level 6 all-in, sometimes it's a gank that gets the Nilah ahead, but with the lane swap, she got a ton of plate gold there. Was able to get the entirety of the turret because Lucid's focus was topside. They got 3 grubs, and now they're also going to get this dragon. And the XP diff is really a problem here as Moam doesn't have Solar Flare, isn't going to be able to make an all-in happen. Both Jiwoo and Vital went cleanse as well, so it's really tough to actually find an angle to set something up here to defend the turret. It's a very oppressive bottom lane, and even though they get this kill here topside, I don't know if that's really enough to stem the bleeding here.
They saw him. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, I didn't realize that either.
He went straight over a ward, so Mihail knew he was there, but still not able to flash this. I think it's just a straight up mistake. You got to flash the Sejuani ult that comes in.
You flash back towards your turret there. Should be able to avoid that one. And Lucid doesn't even have to flash for the player or anything like that. It's just super easy. A bit of a mistake there. And that is the point where D+ have a big advantage. We are going to see also Lucid coming down here now. Mihail coming bottom, so some gold being picked up from the Gold King. And no answer just yet. Sylvie's coming over, but he alone I don't think is going to be enough.
Okay, they're going to engage on a Sylvie, but now Moham is here, and immediately Sylvie's like, oh crap, there's 3 of them. I didn't mean to get into this kind of fight, but Sylvie's just going to go down. His first blood given over, it said, actually, over there to the Kaisa, and it is going to be another kill given over to Moham, as that is just going to be 3 kills on the board now for D+ Kia.
Yeah, 2 more kills. They were able to get first blood, announcer be damned, in the top lane earlier, but
that was weird.
Yeah,
why did it say that was first blood? We clearly saw a kill on the top lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that.
That really threw me off. I was very not expecting that.
I'm not sure about that, but anyway, I feel like this was Sylvie coming over to try to repair the situation. Probably should have played it a lot slower. If he can actually just keep them at bay or try to help Mihail clear the wave, then they have a much better chance of surviving there, but he just didn't expect the third person to show up. And he tries to buy time with his ultimate there, but the aggro juggle is very good of the turret by D+. Mihail has his teleport back up, won't need it to return to lane, but he is significantly behind his AP counterpart in Kingan, who's also just weathering the storm up here. Poor top laners, man.
Yeah.
You know, you ever watch the old Robin Hood like animated film where Robin Hood's like wearing the glasses and he's shaking the can like asking for, he's like, I'm for the poor. That's like top laners are like, please give me XP, please give me any minions I can get. Can you hold this wave to try to keep the turret alive?
Please, just one wave, sir. And, well, he's going to get it with his equalizer.
Some real Oliver Twist energy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Showmaker's just chilling in bot lane, just getting free plates, free farm. Aiming got some earlier on, got a plate himself. This is the play on bot again.
Yeah, so Lucid is, he's hovering because he knows that Meow needs some assistance, but he's on Krugs and doesn't come over here fast enough, and then just kind of face checks the brush. If he walks down, if he's predicting a gank is going to happen and he walks on, great Zenith play there by Moham as well. If he walks down through the lane instead of actually coming from that brush there, it's much safer, and he might actually be able to surprise them. Instead, he just kind of walks face first into his death. They're not able to save Mihail. The great Zenith play coming through from Moham to finish the job. The aggro of the turret is juggled pretty well. Showmaker going to deny minions and get this turret. Will not be first brick, but it will be 425 gold into his coffers. And this game state is pretty weird because it looks like Nongshim are ahead because they have a gold lead. But when you look at where the gold is, the Kaisa that picks up a kill, the Corki that's massively ahead right now, and the Aurora being significantly behind. It's a Senna composition that scales. The Neela has money, but can't necessarily use it unless they can set up for a good team fight. I feel like the gold is somewhat deceiving here. I think D+, in fact, have a pretty significant advantage at this point in time.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that, at least on the side of Nongshim, I'm happy that it's Jiwoo who's playing the Neela now. I forget who played it last time, but we were like, this is a weird spot. Also, the build just looks very wrong. So I'm glad that Jiwoo's back on this pick at least.
Was it Aiming, actually, who did it last time?
It might have been Aiming.
Yeah, it might have been.
Which Aiming has had some item struggles in the past. This one, no different, I guess. But yeah, I'm just glad to watch Jiwoo on it. He's getting his Bloodthirster first. That's
what you want because you need that shield and the extra, it's going to give you a little bit more oomph when you go in for your engage. You have that extra shield to survive long enough to actually follow up on it, do some additional damage. They're just going to chip away at this turret. Moham is flanking but is on a ward. Sylvie's also shadowing this, so it's not risky. It looks scary when you see a Senna walk up an auto mid turret, but they had the setup for it.
Moham going in here, actually. Just trying to create space, I think, to clear the ward, but he's just going to push them away. Takes a bunch of damage himself, and now the rest of the team. Good teamwork there. Everybody on the side of DK moving in outside of King and who's in bot to help get that ward down.
Fisher's getting some free farm in the top lane. Went Blade of the Rune King first, which is going to be pretty helpful in kind of helping the snowball of these team fights with the Neela engages. D+, I think, just really don't want to take a straight-up team fight unless it's on their terms. If it's going to be a Sejuani that starts it off with an equalizer, if you can actually be the ones to engage the fight, you definitely will opt in for it. But otherwise, if you don't have vision, if you don't have prio, it's very tricky. This situation, Sylvie's on this first, but definitely prio goes to D+. They have this TP as well, and I think Nongshim should be wary of actually looking for an engage. Jiwoo can't close the gap.
Yeah, Nongshim very split up here. They're trying to group up, and they're going to get that cleanse out of Jiwoo, but Moham in a bit of a trouble here as the Aurora almost does come down. Moham might bite the dust. Yes, he will, but Sylvie goes down as well as Aiming takes him out. As now Lucid trying to disengage here. DK don't want any more, but that will be a second kill going over to Mihail on this Aurora.
Yeah, so he picks up 2. That's going to really be huge for him since he was so significantly far behind him. He still is in CS right now, 46 behind Kingin. Had 2 deaths, but picks up a ton of gold off of that play. Looked kind of doomed for Nongshim at the outset, but they were able to actually fight that back really well because Aiming goes in kind of by himself a little bit deep. He's not able to then offer damage in the main part of the fight. Just look at how patient Jiwoo plays this as well. Sylvie ults first, and then you see the engage here from Moham. Look at the follow-up from Aiming on the left side on the Sylvie. So that means he's not actually able to offer any damage during this Aurora ult. So Mihail picks up that kill, and then Lucid is isolated. Aiming took so much damage on his engage as well that he basically was a one and done on killing Sylvie, but they didn't have an 80 carry otherwise, whereas Fisher, the mid laner, offering a ton of damage there with that Aurora.
I'm going to see the top lane turret go down, actually. Tier 1 here given over to DK. That Rift Herald getting some value as they do get at least a turret out of it, but it's not going to be dropped in mid. The mid tier 1 standing strong for the side of Nongshim. And once again, Jiwoo and Vital are back here just trying to push the mid turret, and they're doing a really good job. I mean, they have 6 scrubs.
That's the thing, and I think that's why they're so heavily committing to trying to push this turret down. It gives them so much additional safety there to push deep later on and to put the Sylvie deep into the enemy jungle as he is now. They're just playing through this top side. Here comes Fisher.
Yeah, I'm trying to go for an all-in here onto Showmaker, who will respect it. Does go for a flash, especially with Sylvie making his way up here. as the Dangerous Grasp, he is under turret, but he's still killable as in goes Sylvie, and Showmaker will be taken down. It's 500 gold given over to Fisher on Zeri. As we got another fight in mid here, though, as it looks like Mila has pushed up a little bit too far. Jiwoo's going to go down.
Well, Sylvie was shadowing for their push in mid until he wasn't. And then when he went topside, he was vulnerable. He didn't have cleanse, so not much he could have done after being hit by Lucid's ultimate there, but definitely maybe a bit of a miscommunication there as they had that opportunity topside with Fisher committing. Rap should have backed off and been more respectful. So D+ strike very quickly on the punish there after they see the jungler topside. Good play from Lucid. Lucid 5 assists in this game. Insanely valuable on the Sejuani. Play the Ruin King feeling really nice here. Not going for the Shiv first is going to be able to force Showmaker to flash, but he's still caught by the edge of Sylvie's ultimate here at long range. And it's at this moment, you can see the pings going down in mid, that they're like, okay, we got to go for the punish here. And that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, Vital's way too far up.
Yeah, he actually, unfortunately, kind of costs Jiwoo there.
Yeah.
Jiwoo's the one who doesn't have cleanse, so awkwardly a bit too far forward and then did his 80 carry dirty.
Yeah, it might just be a little bit of a communication issue. Like, maybe Vital's fine with cleanse and flash. He shouldn't have been there anyway, but like, he himself is probably fine, all things considered. But as you mentioned, kind of baits you in, as now Vital is in a lot of trouble burning down, but he is just gonna walk away and actually is totally fine. No CC layer for that equalizer this time.
And he's picked up a ton of gold, you know, as a support who is a pseudo 80 carry in this case with Fisher.
Oh, he's got aiming with him, and there goes aiming right into the back line, takes out Fisher. There wasn't much of a back line because he was alone, so down he goes.
Yeah, they didn't know where aiming was, and he didn't have flash, so couldn't have flashed the Void Seeker. Once he's hit by that, he is definitely just dead. There's no turret to go to as Moham's going in.
Trying to go in here on a Jew. They're going to get the cleanse out. And yes, the cleanse has a lot of value, but if you can consistently force him to use it in not important fights, it still feels good for DK.
Absolutely, still worth, especially when you have this pressure on the bottom side. Mihail is going to come over here and try to answer this right now, but that is going to be the inner going down as D+ have just played such a great macro game here. And Nongshim have tunneled so hard on trying to get this mid turret, but it's been stopped now twice. Looks like this time, the third time of asking, they will finally get this down. But the inner turret's gold is definitely more valuable. Aiming is already sitting on 2 items before he backs, picks up a Blasting Wand and an Amp Tome. He's almost at that third item where he's going to have more Void Seeker's poke moving into objectives. As this is on Fisher, looking for a bit of a chase down opportunity a second time. Worked well for him last time, but this time, again, doesn't know where aiming is. They have no vision in their own jungle. And once that Void Seeker connects, that is the end of him. Didn't have flash, so not much he could have done there. He also already used his wall ride to try to go in on Showmaker. So Zeri, you often have that inherent safety, but not if you use it aggressively.
Yeah. Maybe just feeling like he could put on the pressure after getting the kill at the top and feel strong himself, but overestimated it as aiming the Gold King is on top.
And that's after the lane swap and a full turret worth of plates went over to Jiwoo in this game. With 3 kills and the skirmishing he's been doing and all the CSing he's been doing in this mid game, he actually passes him, you know? So the lead you had on this Neil, like I mentioned, it's great for team fights, but it doesn't necessarily last. And in skirmishes that D+ have been absolutely destroying Nongshim in here in this mid game, just not very valuable, unfortunately. And aiming is, you know, one of our best Kaisas, and he's making use of the gold.
So they're just standing on the ward, and they have no idea. They're still just going to go in for the fight. The Aurora ult catches everybody, but DK don't seem to care, as a lot of damage do go into Lucid and Moham, though, so they have to back away. Fisher also trying to go in with this ult, but now he's going to have to flash away himself, kind of trying to do it all by himself, and he will be punished for that.
Yeah, we'll have to use his flash. On the other side of D+, you know, Lucid flashing as well. Definitely ended up looking like it was going to be a D+ surprise attack, but the quick reaction from Nongshim, like you said, they were on a ward. It looked like maybe the surprise attack was still going to work, but it did not, and pretty good weathering of the storm there by Nongshim. Fisher a bit overzealous there. Did have his runings now, or does have it now completed. Didn't have it, I don't think, in that last fight, but I don't think it would have really mattered all too much. Going a bit too deep, having to flash means that's less safety he has, because he also doesn't have cleanse in this game. If he gets caught by Lucid's ultimate, that is the end of him. So they need to play very carefully around their 80 carries and their engages here. And we are not seeing the Malignants come through here for Mihail, so that's a lot of damage on the ground lost. I feel like in these team fights with the Neela combo, I'm okay with Leandri's first, but I do feel like the Malignance is super high value when you look at what they've put together here in this composition. A little bit surprised not to see it come out quick.
Yeah, well,
Cosmic
we'll
Drive is still good, but
yeah, you would assume that he does eventually build that. I mean, it is so good on this champ, as you mentioned. Love the Abyssal Mask, actually, from Sylvie as well. Feels very good with that Aurora. Just able to really chop away at all the MR on the side of DK, especially with Mountain Soul on the cards here. Zhu is going to get caught by that in mid-dash. Doesn't even have to cleanse, though, so he just walks it off. But bit of chunk damage done to Zhu, who does have his BT, so not really going to care, to be honest, as trying to set up here for this Mountain Drake is DK.
Yeah, Moam's a little bit split off. Looked like he was just going to walk straight into 4 people, but he does realize he can't take that path and takes the longer path around now. And what looked like a great Drake start for D+, they're now outnumbered. Showmaker is about to walk into a TP, he sees it.
Mihail's just in the backline. He's just going to be blown up immediately. Gets taken out, and now the equalizer does a good job zoning them away. A bit of damage is now on this front line. Noship's still trying to fight it for some reason. They have already lost the fight. It's double kill for Aiming, as now some big ones are coming out of the poke from Aiming as well, as he dashes into the backline. And this could even be a penta, but it is just one guy to get away. Jiwoo, a quadra kill goes to our Gold King.
Oh man, Mia was trying to set up a flank angle there, but just gets collapsed on. Showmaker's denied entry, but it just doesn't matter. Now D+ have their eyes on the Baron. Moham's already been on it for a second or two, and now the rest of the team shows up. So a big team fight win. Dragon goes over. 4 kills for Aiming. All this Baron gold. This may be the straw that breaks the camel's back here for Noship, because they were still in it. Their comp was still strong. When Mihal was chasing a Leona, I actually thought he was trying to get a flank angle there onto Aiming and lose it, but he was unfortunately just trying to get some passive procs onto a very tanky Leona and just finds himself way too split on his team, who doesn't have an engage angle for Jiwoo because the split is so good for D+. They're also trying to hold Dragon aggro. They were doing way too many things, juggling way too many ideas in this one, and Aiming's just like, all right, well, I'm going to clean up house. Aiming having a fantastic Kaisa game, 7 kills on this pick, has his Gnasher's Tooth, and even with that extra money is now able to grab an arm guard for extra safety. I feel like this game is has already reached its tipping point, unfortunately, for Nongshim fans.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, their team fighting has just not been on DK's level, and we've seen multiple times, you know, Mihail get caught out, Sylvie had some rough moments, and D+ Kia, this is the comfort zone for them, with Aiming especially. Like, from ahead on a champ like Kaisa, he knows exactly what to do. He's got 3.5 items, went for the arm guard as well, so he has that safety, and now he basically just gets to do whatever he wants. I mean, there's not really a good angle for Nongshim unless D+ Kia really mess something up from here.
I feel like Miha's had some really great series, some uncharacteristic mistakes in this game. Obviously, the laning phase was a little bit rough. He was low econ, and he got ganked. Not the most ideal scenario. Part of that on Sylvie's timings, but almost looked like he was trying to charge a Narbar in that last fight off Leona. Just maybe not a ton of experience on the Aurora just yet, but it's a very strong pick. No one has that much experience on it just yet, and he's a very new player. Has his Cosmic Drive now, just lock that one in. We'll see if he can be a difference maker here, because the gold diff is just so high now. Yeah. And it's not just Aiming who's big. The Corki is also an item ahead of this area as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on this one, Wolf, with the Malignance. I feel like especially we want to get that ult up as soon as possible. It's just so strong. The Cosmic Drive, obviously a very strong item on her, and the Leandri's makes sense into 2 tanks, and Rumble's who's going to have a decent amount of health, but yeah. I feel like it doesn't really matter in this game, to be honest, just with Mihail's position in this one, but...
Yeah, I feel like the Cosmic Drive 3rd item spike feels so nice, because now you're actually level 16, you're in a position where you need that extra AP. It's going to give you a little bit of extra oomph in the fight. But the Malignance is like, okay, now I can ult every important mid-game objective fight, and I'm putting all that burn damage on the ground. And even if I die, my ultimate is so high value, whereas a Cosmic Drive isn't going to get you value if you get picked, that's for sure, but just doesn't feel like it's going to give you the same amount of utility at 25 minutes in that the Malignance would have. I'm totally fine with Leandri's first. I think that's totally standard now, I'd say. Like, some people are still going Malignance first, but I think the Leandri's first feels really good for a top laner. But yeah, it's again not about that, but just as a kind of scholastic discussion.
Aiming got his full Zhonya's now, so He skipped the arm guard phase. He didn't try to build another item. He just finished a full Zonius. So
Like, more AP is good, I guess. Let's outrange them.
Zonius has a lot of AP nowadays.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he is doing the boom boom AP damage alongside of the boom boom everything damage, I guess.
Boom boom AD damage.
The boom boom on hit damage.
Boom boom on
magic. Yeah, I mean, he's just super strong. Speaking of being level 16 and just kind of in your zone, unbothered, moisturized, that is aiming right now.
It is, and I feel like after, okay, hold up, maybe an angle here on the Showmaker.
He's just trying to turn on the Mahal, and yes, he has a lot of damage, but that is 2 guys. Make it 3 now as Fisher flashes the wall. Equalizer comes down, just kind of half-heartedly to try to peel, but that is going to be Showmaker taken down.
Yeah, and that's a big pick here. You know, he had the Immortal Shield Bow, as I don't know if you want to go in on this aiming. He's not going to. You know, he looked at his inner demons. He said, not this time.
I mean, it is just you and Vital, but I think with Dragon coming up, no reason to take that crazy risk.
Just save your ultimate for that and group up. You already have Prio. Be on the Dragon because your damage is going to be quite effective at rushing that one rather than being far away from it while your team is doing it. I think is definitely the right call. A nice pick there onto Showmaker, but unfortunately they had to use so much to do it that D+ are like, well, cool story. Showmaker's up in 12 seconds here. There's no contest of the Drake. Mountain Soul point here for D+. Already have 10% extra armor. This composition feels really nice. And the magic resistance will be good as well. Nongshim would have loved to have it, especially into the Corki and the Rumble. We had the Abyssal Mask on Sylvie. TP committed to here. Lucid isn't aware of it until he steps into this brush, of course, so not much warning they could have given Showmaker. A lot of damage here. Showmaker is massively ahead of Mihail, like 3 levels up, but he just uses the ultimate and goes to the other side and avoids that damage, so gets it right. Still a small drop in the bucket, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, this feels like a really sad Nongshim game because after you watch them beat 2-1, you're like, man, this team could be good. The early game was good. They kind of botched some of these team fights, and it feels like there was such a good angle here for maybe a potential upset win in game 1, but now it's just kind of circling the drain, as Atlas would put it.
Yeah. I do have an inkling that D+ Kia are going to win this first game. It's kind of the way I'm feeling at this point in time, but
yes.
Unless Nongshim, you know, maybe they get a couple of picks. We haven't even seen Anila ultimate, I think, in this entire game.
No, I haven't seen one myself.
I just don't think Gio ever got a chance. Like, there hasn't really been a true team fight where Nongshim are like, okay, Nila's going, we got Maokai, we've got all these guys.
Maybe you'll get it now.
Send ultimate over the top. Let's see it. Come on, let's do it. One time for the boys says the root's going to come down. Equalizer, a lot of damage into Nongshim, and that is just Baron given over to D+ Kia as in goes the Aurora, and Moham is in a really rough spot, and now Mihail is able to jump over to the side, but they only get one, as Lucid still has his flash, and he doesn't even have to use it.
Yeah, they're just too far away from the pit to actually contest. D+ had so much control there that even though Mihail's ultimate is pretty decent in the pit there, it's just not quite enough. They get the pick onto Moham, who's left behind. He's a Leona, but they get an inner turret. Maybe they can get more here. There's a Nila ult.
Yeah, he's going to use it onto Lucid and then nearly die. Not quite the angle. I think that's just frustration. Gio's like, come on, I want to use this.
Yeah, after-shocked Pikachu face.
Yeah.
Goes into Lucid there. Yeah, I don't...
Is this an engage?
Yeah, unfortunately, if he gets multiple people there, I think that might have been an angle. I mean, they got the inner. That's still something that puts DK on -37 Red Bull power play.
Got it.
Too little, too late, sadly, and now the push is in.
King probably calling down the seconds of his equalizer, but unfortunately the timing not quite there. They could wait for the next wave, but it won't be a cannon wave with this Baron buff. Now -300 on this Red Bull Baron penalty kill. Power play, negative. Yeah, they're just waiting for the next wave, and I'm sure they will get into the positive.
They went up. I saw a +6 for a second there. You know?
Yeah. Okay. Well, Sylvie's going to throw out an ult here, knowing that this is the push that the wave that they want to go on. But now here comes the Wombo combo. Not really going to layer it well onto Sylvie, who does get away with the Maokai Twisted retreat this time. And finally, D+ Kia get into the positive here with plus 200 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, it's really just the inner that went down that affects these numbers. But they grouped, heavily for that turret. It took them a really long time to get value out of this Baron. It's still low value in terms of the gold gained. The map control, though, can't really be overstated. You see all the wards that are put up here across the map. Vital's going to get some stacks here. I don't know what he's at right now, 132. So he's starting to become a big threat later on, as we get later on into this game, 32 minutes, I should say. A lot of vision here. Dragon's up in 60, and that is when Mountain Soul comes through and the game essentially ends. See, he's got 120 extra range. He's got that 60% extra crit strike. They just need an engage, right? They need Sylvie to set up Nila, or Danila to set up the big damage to come through from Mihail, and then he can actually make an impact. I mean, it's not over till it's over, as I often say, but...
Yeah, I mean, if they kill aiming, that's a lot of the gold taken away. Unfortunately, Mihail looks like he might actually get caught here again. He is going to be chunked out and pushed away, and this is for the Mountain Soul for D plus Kia. So Nongshim trying to create some kind of resistance, but already a little bit behind the 8 ball.
Hanging on the flank here for an equalizer setup.
All right, they're trying to engage on a Lucid as the cleanse will come out, and everybody on the side of Nongshim just abandons ship. Just gets away, just tries to kite it out. Lucid is pretty low, and now the Aurora ultimate comes down. They catch Lucid! They catch the jungler of DK! And that is going to stop this push from coming in. Jiu also going to be able to lock down a kill, but that just gives aiming another one, and now potentially the snowball to come in as everything is on fire, but Kingen maybe disrespecting the enemies now as they push forward. Nongshim looking for more, and they're looking for the big shutdown onto aiming as he has the Zhonya's, but only the Zhonya's 1Q does a lot of damage, but it's only a trade 1-for-1, and Nongshim are on the push.
They're on the push. They're going to look for this inhibitor at least. I mean, there's 4 members down. Kingen doesn't have ult. They might just be able to end this game. I think they can. They have a ton of damage from these champs that they have up and available. Mountain's Dragon denied. Get the inhibitor. Look at the respawn timer.
No,
I think
Mountain Dragon.
They definitely could have at least gotten that. I mean, ending was probably out of the question when the respawns come through. Maybe they even get like a little bit of damage on the turret and guarantee they have that prior. There's a little bit of cleanup that needs to be done before they get the dragon. But anyways, let's talk about the fight. They are taking the dragon, which is being contested by TP in live. So the equalizer gets low value here in this fight because they just retreat super well. They get the shielding, and the ultimate comes through from the Senna as they are pushed off of the dragon in live by single rumble. Okay, I don't want to talk about the replay anymore, but you guys saw it. The equalizer didn't get that much value. The re-engage is good. There's too many 80 carries here for Nongshim. Like, they killed the Nila, but she's not really, she's the least 80 carry of the 3, because now the Senna has a ton of extra range. She adds a ton of damage into this fight. The ultimate from Mihail catching the Sejuani was the biggest part of this, and then they just front to back. And aiming has a ton of money, has a ton of stats. He has that armor from the Zhonya's and the activatable, but alone he cannot kill 4 people.
Yeah.
They got the dragon.
They got the dragon, and then they
okay.
just backed away.
Okay.
Nothing really occurred, so you can see that Nongshim, they take a big fight, and they got 1,300 gold in objective bounties from the mid turret, inhibitor turret, and the dragon. So really making a big comeback here is Nongshim. I think D plus Kia, if you're going to fight, it needs to be a full committal, not whatever that was. Because like you said, Wolf, you're going up against 3 80 carries and Maokai. So either you're fully committed, you're all in, or you're just getting kited out and disengaged from, and then Aurora can push in, and you've got a Maokai ultimate to deal with.
I mean, the Aurora ult is so big. I mean, he went Zhonya's 3rd, so he just doesn't care about Malignant. So he's still going to have his ult fairly often. It's not on a very long cooldown anyways, but I mean, if you get caught on the edge of that, I mean, Lusa walked into the wall there, perhaps thought he was just out of the range of it. Maybe he was like, okay, I'm just out of this, but he was not. He just gets picked and killed. That's a huge problem. They have so much zone control. More than CC, it's zone control, really. They just keep this comp at arm's length and then pick it apart. I mean, if Vital hits a root, for example, that's a go button. You know, you're just like, all right, cool. Yeah. That's a dead Corki. You really have to be respectful here as D+. Now, they do have this scuttle, but otherwise not a lot of vision here. Decisive call here from Nongshim, but there's a wraparound.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take a ton of poke damage as well from aiming. They got to be careful about that. So starting a Baron is very risky. You can see already some of the health bars being chipped away. It's not just aiming, it's also Showmaker as in goes Moham, the equalizer. Again, this is not a full committal, but now aiming going to pull the trigger. Big solar flare onto that backline, but the damage was not put in. Lucid super low, and so is Moham, and so is aiming. Aiming the first one to go down. Showmaker just throws his life away in the river. and Noxim are just outplaying them.
That was a disastrous fight from D+. Very puzzling calls there. The Aurora ultimate locks down aiming, and now Lucid, the last to fall. I think maybe they'll get an inhibitor this time. Valdez off of 4 kills. Kingen once again the only one alive, the only one on D+ with 0 deaths. He is just going to back off here. Now, they don't have a wave to push through in mid, so instead they're just going to go to top lane. Remember, they still have those 6 grubs from earlier, and they're making quick work of these turrets. They should be able to turn this into an inhibitor, maybe even more.
I think without Baron, it's going to be difficult.
They could just kite down towards the mid inhibitor, worst case scenario. But I mean, look at this. With 6 grubs, they can definitely push the issue. I mean, Sherbrooke's not up for 13, aiming for 10. I think they just end.
Yeah, they just have to push potential, enough minions, and not enough D+ Kia. Nongshim Red Force win game number 1 against DK in a huge upset and comeback victory. As the camera's on Mihaly, he had a very weak early game, but he was able to turn it around with some big ults, and DK just could not find a good engage.
You know, I don't know what the opposite of a bell curve is, where it starts going down. It has a pretty good start, then it goes down, dips down like a V, and then goes up. But that was Nongshim in this game. Mid game was pretty rough. Couldn't take the fights against D+. Mihaly getting caught multiple times. There were a lot of issues with how they were setting up around dragons. But then they got decisive. They grouped as 5 and started taking those team fights. You were wondering, you know, have we seen an elo this game? Why aren't they fighting? They're not finding these angles. And then finally in the late game, they group as 5, and D+ got super sloppy with their setups, and they got punished.
They absolutely got punished, and I feel like it's very well deserved. I think Nongshim played it out very well, and they baited DK into these weird fights that were always on Nongshim's terms. And that was fantastic. Like, look at the damage. Everybody did their part as well on the side of Nongshim.
You can see the gold graph is that V I was talking about. You know, there was definitely a bit of a dip there in the mid game, but they got it done in the late game.
Whatever it takes, all that matters is that number on the scoreboard, the 1-0 for Nongshim, as they get there. And, you know, this is a sign we can beat DK, we beat T1, this is Nongshim, and maybe they can do it. They start off with a big win. We're going to take a break and have the space to break down this first game. We'll be right back.
내 말 들어봐 이거. 맞아. 뭔데. 야 정태야. 이거 럼돌이 이퀄 깔면은 이거 대포에 텔 찍어줘. 이거 그냥 하면 무조건 끝나. 사라지는 웨이브에 텔 찍어줘. 그냥 하면 될 듯. 끝냈어. 야 나 럼돌 볼게. 타워 쳐. 형 타워 봐. 이걸 이겨.
everyone, and welcome to the space as Week 8's upsets continue yet again, as it's Nongshim that take game number 1 with a spicy draft, lukewarm early game and mid-game maybe like execution, and then a spicy finish here around 32 minutes. Digon alongside Oxen Chronicler.
They were waiting for the water to boil, Digon, and then when the water was boiled, as it turns out, they were able to pour it all over. And I gotta say, I am a bit flabbergasted by the fact that Nongshim were able to both lean into what made them so fun to watch last year. I think we've seen less of that this year. And obviously, the Nila is what we're going to go towards, but it's not really about the Nila.
Yeah, the Senna was kind of the star of the show, and I think there were some really cool things here. First off, we so often see the Senna, when it's fasting, not really be fasting, be completely starved of experience. We see so often we get to like the mid to late game, and Senna's like 5 levels down, the enemy AD carry, super behind on souls. This was the most accelerated Senna we've ever seen. They were sharing XP, and sure, the Nila was a big reason she had so much XP, but they were actually keeping her in lane, allowing her to get that XP, allowing her to get souls, and so she was so further ahead than any other Senna we've actually seen, where normally they're like 80 souls at like 25 minutes, and they have, again, multiple levels down, they're behind in items, and it meant that even though they did fall behind with some mistakes in the mid game, we got that late game far sooner, and I think if they hadn't accelerated the Senna, the game would have just ended before then.
Yeah, we'll continue to explain this draft as we take a look at the highlights, because we have 3 of them in this one. Early on, Nongshim start to get set behind in the lane swap, and you're thinking, oh no, you'll never get to the point in the game where you get the team fight.
Yeah, this is where the water was boiling. I think Lucid, again, continues to have a much better early game on the Sejuani. The problems really arise after this. So this is what we expected, right? Particularly when it comes to where they invest their resources side lane and these consistent picks. DK are miles ahead of Nongshim. And I think in the few fights that we saw here early on, the fights were also just not great. Fisher going in here just to get blown up. But what's key is that throughout all of this, Vital and Geo keep pushing turrets, keep getting gold, so they're not really too far behind.
Yep, they kept farming up a storm, and I think, you know, D+ had a very standard comp for the meta, but also aiming on the Kai'Sa, doing a great job of finding opportunities to lean into the side lane and execute isolated targets.
Yep, so then later on, we get one big team fight at the Drake. You're worried because they lose the team fight. Aurora goes down with that ulting, but then in highlight number 2, there's a mid-lane fight after Baron is given over, and this is where you see the comp start to boil.
And I'm the biggest Geo fan. I think this was a pretty abysmal Nila game from him, to be completely honest. But one of the big things, again, is I want you to look at how much damage is being done here by Vital in that backline. So decently leveled at this point in time. And the team finding from Nongshim looks really good. And we haven't talked about it yet, but I think a large part of this is I think that it's going to be Moham and Lucid who will get a lot of the flack of this. This was a really hard game to play initiation because you're playing into an anti-dive comp with Aurora, Maokai, as well as a Nila who loves it when teams engage into her, but they had double cleanse as well.
Yeah, and all the engaged CC from the side of D+ was cleansable, which made it have really high value. You know, we see aiming trying to make a hero play at the end, but the amount of sustain that comes through between the Senna and also the Maokai hard to punch through. So it just felt like the comp looks wacky, but it makes sense, especially as it's such a traditional dive comp from D+, but they just didn't have the tools. You know, maybe if they had a Rel instead of a Leona, they might have found more headway, but the Nila is so good at also stopping the auto attack from both the Leona for the Q stun and the Sejuani to stack up the passive.
And then that led us to our final highlight here at Baron. The water's good. You add in all the goodness. Now nothing to do except eat up as Nongshim. They start off the Baron. You're like, oh no, maybe it's a little bit too much damage that they've taken. The poke coming on in from aiming, but then maybe a little bit too excited by aiming to go in here.
They see an angle onto Aurora here, but Aurora has a Zhonya's and is perfectly fine with being the focus target. She gets dove in on, dodges away from the Sejuani ult, still gets so much value, and then G will go straight for aiming. Zhonya's, yes, but he's already overcommitted, and meanwhile, you're still getting the Senna and the Zeri off to the side, pumping damage into the Corki.
That's the big thing here, is that you have so many carries. So Sylvie locks everyone up. Then, as you see, Showmaker's trying to do something, but he's playing in the double AD carry. Like, this is a monstrously fed Senna, as well as Azeri. We haven't talked about Fisher yet. He wasn't really the focal point of this game, but it just gives you so many different outs. And
This range.
yeah, it's honestly kind of disgusting. I think that Nongshim kind of got away with some stuff they probably shouldn't have. I think a better team than DK could have turned those mid and early game dominant picks into an actual win. But at the same time, I do think that Nongshim eventually has reached the point where their draft and the double cleanse just ends up working amazingly.
Yeah, it looked great. Finally there at the end, we get to see Nila ult that hits multiple people at once finally. And Nongshim close it on out. The death timer's too long. They steal this game way after losing the opportunity multiple times. Let's see who the POG is, because you have multiple candidates here for this great draft by Nongshim, and it is vital. It's a victory for all of the Senas who fasted for this one moment.
And I love it, man. The Vital redemption arc goes to challengers, role swaps, comes back, and gets his first POG, playing an AD carry.
And it's a cool strategy, but it's also so uniquely excellent for Nongshim because you have a Nila specialist, which not many teams do. You know, I think there's only one or two other teams who could play Nila well, but also you have a support with AD carry experience. You know, we talk a lot about Carrier being capable of playing those AD carries in the bot lane. Vital is someone who's definitely capable of doing it and did such a fantastic job throughout this game. I think the strategy was really good for Nongshim. That's what really gave them a lot of power, but also he just did a fantastic job on the pick.
Yeah, I really do feel like the Vital votes are on one of Vital's individual performance. The Sylvie votes, I think Sylvie did really bounce. It's a Maokai vote, and I think that's valid. Maokai was one of the big reasons why they won this game, and this pick is just going to remain like 100% pick and ban as long as it has its ultimate. That's just the reality of the situation. We've seen it countless times, and it's been like 2.5 years, and we're still getting plays like this consistently.
It's so good because you can pick it with an engage comp. We've seen that multiple times, but also you can pick it to anti-dive, and we've seen a lot of these dive comps be really popular recently. You know, BNK Fearx, a big team who kind of push that forwards, but the Maokai, yeah, it works on either sides. So you can pick it really early in the draft and be happy no matter where your comp wants to lean.
It feels so unique because, again, for everyone at home, the stakes here for Nongshim, very small. They're already out. But now we just saw a very cool wrinkle against a very exciting composition that we've seen a lot here so far. So we'll see what is left here in game number 2. D+ got to turn it around here if they want to come back. Let's send it on over to Casters.
Thank you, Spacers. This is Casters, and we're ready for game number 2. Vital picks it up, and I think we're going to have to see the Senna get banned in game number 2, as I would assume that D+ Kia move over to the blue side and do that, just because this guy and this team, as our analysts were pointing out many a time, they're just too good with this kind of composition.
So another thing that I think that was pointed out on the KR desk is that Nongshim was on a 20-game, 2-year-long loss streak to D+. They lost 10 series in a row, 2-0, and they won. So they broke the loss streak of 2 years in this first game. Pretty incredible stuff here. You know, it's been a very long time since Nongshim has been a playoff candidate. They are not in this case either. But man, what a big statement win. I think a lot of mistakes from D+. I do feel like this win was to a certain extent kind of stolen from D+ by D+, weirdly enough.
I hate when I do that.
But at the end of the day, ultimately, the Fed Senna, too many threats, was very difficult for D+ to deal with, and it's not a composition you see very often. It's not very common, so you know we could give D+ a little bit of credit because it's just so unusual.
Yeah, also being pointed out by our lovely production that if Nongshim win in a 2-0 or in a 2-1, this will be the first time since 2022 spring that they will have defeated 2 west side of the standings teams in a row. So, you know, essentially 2.5 years since the last time they've had a winning streak against good teams in the LCK, if they win here against TK.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It is still early into this draft for Game 2. It did not look like they were going to win Game 1, so you never know. But Lilia's going to be banned a second time. No Lucid Vi. These are expected bans, but with Nongshim on the red side this time, we'll see what they are going to do next. As, you know, I know it's been a sticking point of whether we like watching Lucid play Maokai or not. I still think it's definitely something you could ban here, depending on what is banned in return. As once again we see Yone gone, LeBlanc is taken away. So maybe we switch sides and just do the same thing. Maybe it's just an aiming Ezreal ban in that third slot here for Nongshim. for D+. We will see what they decide to do here. They could ban Aurora if they think that's an issue, or maybe perhaps even ban the Senna. I don't think that's necessarily what you want to do in this case.
I like a Senna ban. Just a target ban against this team. I think just take it away. It gave you a lot of troubles. I think Maokai is really strong right now. I thought maybe they would try to get Lucid on it, as you were mentioning, but instead they just ban it away. They say nobody's playing this overpowered tree.
If you leave the Ezreal up, Aiming will very happily play it, but perhaps D+ then play the Aurora, and that's another issue you may have to face, because Mihal had a really nice last team fight there, was able to catch Lucid in that mid fight, but the laning phase was really rough. You know, did not look very good, didn't look very practiced on the pick. See if now that this Rumble has been taken away, the stocks go way up. If he wants to go for that, or if he wants to go for the Ezreal. If you think that Jiwoo banning Ezreal on blue side is a reason to believe he's not going to play it, maybe you get Aurora and Ezreal, you know? You go Aurora first and go, we're not going to play Ezreal. They banned it on blue side, and we could still get it. And we'll see the response here. Ah, yes, Nefiri.
Yes, absolutely. Very common. I think Sejuani is probably a good shout. It's just another one of those strong tank junglers that is in the meta, and especially with Maokai out of the pool. Feels like it only goes up in priority. So looks like Sylvie's going to try his hand at this pick.
Sejuani Ashe here, and basically lower the stocks of that Ezreal pick of the Kai'Sa.
And then you could go Kalista Ashe.
You could also do that.
You don't have to play Senna.
That's true.
I'm sure Vital can pilot either one of those champs as well.
Fisher looking like he wants to pick up this Corki, though. But the problem with this Corki lock-in here is now you're playing against Showmaker's Lucian. And if you guys watched during the previous Lucian mid-meta, where it was not a counter to Corki, but actually just the S-tier mid-pick that Showmaker played every time it was left available, which was rare, he was one of the best Lucian mids. So not as big of a fan of this blind pick. Will be the Ezreal to come through first. We kind of expected this, because now you can't get a duo of picks to counter the Ezreal in this third spot on red side, so it feels pretty safe. I mean, they could go for like a Kalista here, but we'll see what their answer is going to be. I don't know, if you really want to lock the Lucian now necessarily. They want to get the Leona here instead.
Yeah, I think that Moham's mechanics on Leona were very strong. I think his solar flares were in particular very good. I just feel like the issue is that, the decisions on when to go in as a team, or like Moham sometimes is getting caught out by himself going in. That can be a little bit of an issue, but they're going to put him back on it after some talking after game one, as it looks like maybe a Jace into the Aurora. Nope, just Cassante.
Cassante pick is fine here, and it is going to be a pick that Mihal has a lot of experience on. Hasn't done a ton of winning on it here in the LCK, but it's definitely a pick that he's very comfortable with. We've discussed this multiple times. It's a Lucian ban here. You have to imagine coming through. I mean, the Aurora could still be played mid, but you don't want to play against that Lucian. You don't want to play against Lee Sin either, so I think that's a wise ban. I do wonder, though, I feel like the Lucian ban seems pretty mandatory here, and Neela's gone. I don't think they have to ban Senna necessarily here, but when they lock the Leona, you get to say no to Lucian, and I think they should.
Yeah. I like an Ashe ban from DK.
Yeah.
I think that's still something you have to look towards. I think Ashe can definitely hold her own into Ezreal lanes, especially nowadays. Can offer you some extra engage alongside the Sejuani, something we talk about all the time. The Poppy is going to be banned away from Lucid as well.
Yeah, really wanting to have a strong punish lane on the bottom side and taking away some of the picks that can really shut that down. The Poppy, the Lee Sin, they already banned the Vi. Just saying basically, like, we are going to have a winning lane into this Ezreal in the bottom side, and I want to make sure that Lucid can't punish us while we're hard pushing it. So we'll see what that pick is going to be. The Rakan is taken away. So Ashe feels like a kind of no-brainer here for the side of Nongshim Red Forest. They don't have to lock it in right now if they want to keep it a secret, but I don't think there's any secrets here. Like, it seems pretty obvious that you can...
Well...
That's a scaling pick.
Yeah.
It is good with the composition, but
it's a bit more survivable against a Leona and an Aurora, right? You've got that dash. As Ashe, sometimes you're just kind of a sitting duck against those two picks, so maybe he just wants a bit of safety?
well, he goes for a little bit less safe, but more good into the Ezreal pick here in the Kai'Sa. Not going to be a lane-dominant pick necessarily, but will be quite strong if you can find the Aurora or the Ezreal isolated, just like we talked about in the previous game where Aiming was playing it. As Ivern looks to be the pick here for Lucid, not one that we really associate with him. And he is going to lock it in. I mean, so much is banned away from him. And because they didn't opt into a Kalista lane or an Ashe lane, I feel like this Ivern pick is relatively safe, all things considered. And in fact, going to be Tristana for Showmaker. No Lucian in answer. A great side lane pick, though, here in this draft to buy time for this Ezreal to get online later on.
Yeah, double AD carry. You've got Ivern, and you've got that extra range. Wanted something that scales a bit better than the Lucian, I suppose. And it's just going to be a hard engage bot for the side of Vital. No more AD carry fun for our former AD carry. Yeah, the guy who's now support just has to play a real support. That is Rel.
Vital did win his last Rel game. It looked pretty good on it. I think might have even gotten POG. I know he definitely got some votes. I think he's proven that he's a very good Rel player. This comp in isolation just here for Nongshim makes a lot of sense. I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that Aiming is playing his other best champion in the Ezreal. I'm a little bit concerned about the top prio that Kingen should be able to get into a Cassante to then get grub control to then give Tristana a lot of split pushing power. Because macro-wise, I feel like Nongshim have really not impressed when they're at an even game state. When they're ahead, they've done pretty well. But when they're behind, which often does happen at this level of play, the disparity between these two teams, the Tristana just gets so high value when you're trying to decide, oh, can we dive? Can we catch somebody on the map? And then you end up losing so much control.
That is a true shot barrage coming off the page right there. So you can choose three things: win, win, or Nongshim win.
Yeah, winning, victory, or Nongshim winning.
Which one do you choose, Wolf?
I'm gonna go with victory. I know there will be a victory screen in this game. I think that's a safe bet.
This looks like a very strong comp for D plus Kia.
It's really strong, great scaling, oppressive on objectives. Nongshim here have some elements of dive, some elements of pick, and it's going to be a tough comp though into what D plus have.
We'll see how it goes as we hop into the rift for game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 2 on the cards. D plus Kia move over to the blue side in hopes of having a bit more luck on this side. And we already like their draft. We'll see if they can bring us to game 3.
Jiwoo stopped heading down. Is heading towards the mid lane right now. Vital is surfing mid as well. I don't necessarily think we're going to see a lane swap here, but perhaps we will as they are committing. Fisher ends up taking this charge, and they are going to send the Rel top side with Mihail top. They haven't been able to set up any wards or anything like that as D plus were grouped. I think this is the opportunity Nongshim see because they were sending the Kai'Sa initially bottom, and then I think they were like, oh, D plus don't have any information. They all grouped mid, so they don't have any wards. We could potentially surprise them here. And so they end up sending him up there, and Mihail and Sylvie are going to look for the Ivern denial. This is a pretty smart game plan here. Great into the Ivern, and D plus just didn't have any information. Kingen showcasing that he is aware. But I thought the idea here and the concept was very smart from Nongshim.
Yep, Kingen did spot actually Vital, who had jumped over the Baron wall, so that kind of tipped them off, and that means immediately we got some pings from DK in the enemy blue buff jungle, and that's exactly where Lucid is going to go. Little ward comes in, but that's a bit late. Not going to spot Lucid on the blue buff or making his way into the blue buff.
I think they can reasonably expect that that is happening, but it's tough to go verify for sure now. And with Kingen here in the mid lane, it's tough for Fisher to do anything except just hunker down under his turret. We'll see if this goes punished because obviously Ivern will need some time. He's going to look for a potential gank. Oh!
The root comes in. I mean, it's more of just a prank, right? You're not going for the full-on kill, but you are going to get Fisher very low and maybe force him to back early.
So because Lucid comes over here and sets up the captures of these camps, you know, this is Sylvie's coming over to try to deny those, but unfortunately with King and roaming around and his passive actually pretty strong into an early game Sejuani here, he just can't do it without Fisher. And Fisher was chunked out of lane by Kingen, has to teleport back, and there's just no assistance here. So what looked like a really cool plan here is eventually scouted out by that ward you mentioned on the Baron pit. Kingen goes mid, and now Lucid is going to be able to go over here and capture these camps fully. Won't even have to use his smite or anything like that. There's just no contest. Man, they have full control of the bottom side. Again, I really like the idea here for Nongshim, but D+ just read it so well and countered it so well.
Yeah, now Nongshim are setting their bot lane to, well, the bot lane. I don't really see an angle for them, right? This is 2v4. They have Sylvie making the way over. It's a big wave, but there's already brushes set up here from the Ivern. You're getting zoned off of the turret and the XP and the gold. Now Sylvie's going to make his way over and make it a 3v4. So maybe that allows them some access in.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit weird, but they do get the access, as you mentioned, with Sejuani coming over. Sylvie is able to escort them in. Top side, obviously Mihail has had some extra alone time here, has picked up a decent amount of experience. Kingen got some experience, but obviously a lot of that was split. We'll teleport here and get a little bit of this wave. It's not going to be too far behind in XP. Significantly far behind in gold, though, with Mihail picking up all that CS. But does that really matter when he's a Cassante and you're a ranged champion? Maybe not. I don't think Kingen is too upset about it.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I mean, Kingen's just going to get the farming and should be very comfortable. Maybe down 10 CS, not the biggest deal. Meanwhile, Jiwoo, you know, denied a lot of CS and XP. He just buys a cult and returns to lane, and things kind of go back to normal.
Yeah, Showmaker also had some of his XP leached by Kingen, so he's down a level here, but CS is in favor of him with this next wave coming through. Will actually take about a 5 CS lead. Fisher doesn't have teleport, so very awkward for him. Not able to utilize that experience advantage really in this matchup, especially with Corki's health being nerfed. I really like the idea of Kingen just instantly running mid, getting power out of his passive at level 1. Sacrificing obviously a little bit of economy here topside, but just don't think it's something that he's going to worry too much about. It's not something that Cassante can punish really hard in this melee versus ranged matchup.
Yeah, meanwhile, a bit of a fight over vision around the first dragon, which is Mountain Dragon, so no Mountain Soul this time. And we'll see what we're left with. We do have Ox here on the space, who is ready and waiting to make sure that it's not Chemtech Soul. And yeah, I mean, even the individual Mountain Soul not going to be too bad. Both sides have some form of tankiness within their composition. As we do have 2 plates down here already given over to aiming. He wasn't really able to utilize all the gold he had in game 1. He's going to be trying to do that here on Ezreal here in game 2.
I mean, he did for a while, and then at the end, it didn't go so well. But in this game, he has tier picked up, has boots already. And he's, you know, just going to continue to put the pressure on in this lane. Range advantage he has over the Kai'Sa. So Mihail, yeah, he was ahead on farm a lot. He is now going to teleport back to lane. He should be able to do so, and is Cassante, so it's not like Kingen can kill him without Lucid. And it's not like Cassante, if he loses plates, is going to be irrelevant because he's still Cassante. He's still going to be a tanky frontline in this composition. But I mean, the one edge they had because they sent Kingen to, or rather sent Mihail to get that extra XP and farm, doesn't feel like it's really all too worthwhile at the moment. Doesn't feel like it's going to be a big boom for Nongshim just yet, or wherever. It didn't really get anything out of that.
Yeah. Well, Sylvie's found a nice little wraparound here, trying to get on top of Moham, who does have flash and is Leona. They don't really have any damage because Jiwoo just got here, and now they're being kited and escorted out of their jungle. And yeah, it doesn't amount to too much, and Lucid's like, well, I'm just farming. Not really concerned with the aggression here. I'm all about passively farming camps and helping out the critters of the jungle and my teammates.
Aiming has level 6. If Jiwoo had 6 and could have ulted in there, then, you know, maybe there's an angle. But unfortunately, as you say, Leona's just super tanky. An Aftershock and Eclipse, and can't kill her in that moment. Good attempt there by Sylvie to punish. perhaps Aiming doesn't realize, or Moham's a little bit deeper there, and maybe you get something, but comes up empty. You can see the gold leads here across the board, and Mihail still has some residue from the advantage he had earlier, but it's pretty small. As Showmaker, let's be careful here.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what Corki does nowadays. Just kind of wins trades. That's why he is so present. He farms up. He's a big force in the late game, and he can farm very freely. So, yeah, he will oftentimes win those trades. Showmaker did do a lot of damage with his ult, but still feels pretty good for Fisher, who actually is ahead on his teleport cooldown timing as well, in case he needs to back and continue to put on pressure in this lane.
Exactly. Showmaker will be able to catch most of these minions here. I think the difference between the Tristana and the Lucian in this game is the Tristana side lane win cons are so much higher than what Lucian can offer in the side. He's not bad in the side by any means, but Tristana also has great skirmishing power with her jump resets. Doesn't win lane as hard against Corki. It's a very volatile matchup. Lucian generally does win, and if you win super hard as Showmaker and maybe even threaten kill pressure, could look a little bit different, but Mihail does end up getting control for just a moment, or sorry, Fisher gets control for just a minute, and does have that teleport advantage for a little while. Lucian's going to pay a visit, though.
Yeah. The old Ivern special. Let me give you a couple of things and help you win the lane from here. A couple of bushes, a shield, and that will, in fact, help out quite a lot. And this bottom lane still going pretty well for Aiming and Moham. Just able to push Jiwoo out, not really able to help him farm as well. It is double cull for the Nongshim 80 carries compared to no culls on the side of D plus Kia. So maybe that helps them kind of shore up some of this deficit they're at.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary.
Trying to go in on Moham, but they see the bush and they're like, yeah, well, with Lucid here, we're not 100% sure. Sylvie does come down, but he's just going to give a mean look over to Lucid and then just run the other way.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think... maybe the idea here is punish Aiming's lack of mana in this situation, but just too tanky on the side of this Leona to really get anything done there. And, you know, he's stacking a tier. He's going to have a ton of mana off of this back, and his abilities don't cost that much. He definitely would have been able to offer a ton of damage back there. His auto attacks don't need it either, so this is not really an angle, unfortunately. Sylvie has kind of been denied at every turn in this early game. Tries to set up the cross jungle. The vertical jungling is shut down. Is unable to find that first gank. Second gank is just outpathed by Lucid. Just no angle. And they didn't opt into the Kalista lane. They didn't opt into the Ashe lane, so the lane swap doesn't go that well, and then they end up finding themselves significantly behind on farm. I feel like the game plan was solid, but D+ are just so good at dealing with these unusual situations that they just read them like a book, essentially. And Lucid on Ivern, and again, not common, but he looks pretty well prepared.
They're really trying their best to punish the Leona, and it's just not working. I mean, they don't commit all that much to that. It's just a Sejuani ult, and they trade the flash of Moham, but now a chunk goes into Jiwoo. He's already behind. They can't force a fight on the Mountain Drake. You know, they were trying to get a pick before the Mountain Drake, maybe. Maybe Nongshim can do something with the massive lead that Fisher's getting in mid. Showmaker very low, but
just can't offer any damage back. I mean, the nerf to Corki was his health, but if you're not able to auto him and he just Gatling guns you down repeatedly, then that's not going to be a winning exchange, as Fisher did already teleport, takes a bit of turret damage, but should be able to clear this and get a free back. Maybe going in for the top side gank would have been a little bit more effective for Sylvie, though, trying to punish Kingen, as he is going to head back to lane right now. Fisher will get that free back I was talking about with the clear of the wave. Sylvie is counter jungling.
Yeah. I really thought that with that mid prio they had from that trade, they would try to
get the dragon,
fight for the dragon at least, but I guess with Showmaker with TP, they didn't want to take a chance. I mean, Jiwoo just feels, to be honest, kind of useless at this point in time, especially compared to the Ezreal and the amount of damage that Aiming is doing. So they don't feel confident in a fight there, and Sylvie's not able to get much else other than a couple of camps.
Fisher actually doesn't get the free back. Coming back a little bit late to lane here, losing some minions, not able to show up for this grub fight. D+ already have 2 grubs, and if they get 5 on this Tristana and aside, I've already talked about what this is strong at doing. So much this game, but almost so much this season.
All right, here's the fight. He catches 2, and Lucian just going to be burnt down 100-0. The Aurora ult comes in, but now Kingen is alone. They try to turn out to him. He's going to be forced to flash away. It's a pretty big win here for Nongshim. They want to go for a bit more as the ult's just not the prediction they were looking for. And meanwhile, DK are just taking the objective.
So they end up with an additional grub there. Not going to be the 5 they wanted. Still pretty significant. They're able to get that 1. This is going to be good in the side, but it's just great engages. Meanwhile, speaking of engages.
Yeah, just going on in. Lucid here once again, but now Moham's just going to be torn apart. Aiming doesn't do damage yet. I mean, he just got his Triforce, and he's still not able to cut through the Sejuani or the Cassante. So that engage very ill-fated from the outset, I would say.
Yeah, this is just very unusual decision-making from D+ in this series as another kill goes over. So Fisher's got a kill now, Jiwoo's got a kill. Showmaker's still going to be annoying, picked up that plate earlier and now has 3 grubs, not the 5 or 6 you would ideally want, and he is in the side now, but I want to see some, more measured decision-making here for D+, because we get to the late game and you end up going forward like that and making a poor choice. When Lucid is playing Ivern, and he gets punished. You're playing into a Kaisa, very strong punish comp here for Nongshim. Then you can end up losing the game again and going 0-2 here to Nongshim. Showmaker does end up taking that turret out in the side lane like we were alluding to. This is really a vital angle here. Forces Lucid to flash. He drops his shield down and drops Daisy, but the fight is essentially over before that even happens. The Aurora ult here is almost just an afterthought as Kingan's also forced to flash and weird away. And then on this second re-engage, watch this again. They get the root onto the Corki and they're like, that's enough, but he's Corki and there's just too much frontline here. I mean, you mentioned the Sejuani, but there's also a Cassante here, so you just can't layer that damage into Fisher. I feel like just not a great target selection there, not a great identification of, I mean, yes, you got a root, and sometimes you see root, you go in. That's how it works on Ivern, but maybe not in this case. Maybe we should have just been a little bit more willing to walk away. Yeah. And you could see the frustration about what happened in that last fight.
Absolutely. As we know now, not really the play. They thought they had an angle onto Corki, but as you mentioned, well, he's Corki, so he just Valkyries away and he's got bodyguards, and it ends up another kill for Nongshim. D+ Kia do pick up this Rift Herald. Probably going to look to drop this either in mid and top. They do break down the First Blood turret in the bottom lane, so maybe if you get some kind of push there, perhaps you can get Showmaker some extra gold, but as it stands now, it's actually Fisher and Sylvie trying to push for this bottom tier 1 themselves.
Well, there's an Ivern in the game with Redemption. It's Hextech and Mountain. I feel like we're getting Chemtech Soul in this one. Just feels like it's destiny. I still think the game state is very good for D+. They have a lot of great win cons. Their comp is insanely robust. So hard to challenge on objectives. As long as they play a little bit more, slowly, a little bit more carefully. It does feel like they have the better comp in this one as Fisher is...
Yeah, all right.
Vital's here,
okay.
Too.
He's really trying to clear the wave, I guess, to
He
not
did.
get dove. Well, he's still in a lot of trouble here, but now he doesn't have his ult, and he's just going to be CC'd 100-0. It does take quite a while, but it's still a kill given over to the Corki. Meanwhile, though, DK pushing in mid. They're going to get the tier 1 and maybe a bit more.
Yeah, putting the extra charge through here for Lucid. No one there for the punish. Tristana also pushing in the top side, so... every action you make in League of Legends has an equal and opposite reaction, but in this case, two opposite reactions, which is several turrets
breaking
going
the
down.
laws of physics as we speak.
Newton was wrong, apparently, so I guess maybe Kingen ulting that wave to die was definitely the right choice because it bought just such an insane amount of time as Showmaker is side lane Tristana. And I thought we were kind of done talking about it, but, she's back in this game, and she's doing it.
This always happens, especially with champs that were already really strong. They get like a tap, and it's a decent tap that was done to both Tristana, Corki, whatever, and they're just still broken. Like they're just still good, but teams in the LCK are like, I'm not sure. They got nerfed.
So look at
they want to play it.
Look at the lack of vision for Kingen here in his jungle. He sees it's a cannon wave, and he's like, I'm going to get dove. Like, he doesn't even have vision yet at this moment that anyone's coming. But he has such good game sense to know, okay, this is what's happening. Tristana is hard pushing top, no one's there. We're hard pushing mid with a Rift Herald, no one's there. They're ganking me, I'm going to clear this wave, keep pushing. And even though he dies there, buys a significant amount of time, pulls all those resources down, and it's a huge win for D+. So we'll get the second dragon. Oh, it's Infernal. Wow, what a pleasant surprise.
That's very anti-Ivern. You know, he's a tree. He doesn't very much like fire.
Yeah.
He doesn't do a lot of damage. It's very, very weird. Maybe because you mentioned it, Wolf. They're trying to gank here on a Showmaker who's just going to push Vital away and says, no thank you, I would not like to get dove.
Yeah, they aren't going to get a huge cross map out of it this time with the heavy commitment by Nongshim. But still, nonetheless, pretty good.
Moham's just kind of running through the dark jungle here. He is going to get a big heal in a moment, as now the counter engage does come into you in a bit of trouble. Has to flash away now, trying to get on top of Moham. Meanwhile, we got a fight up the left here. Is Kingen getting very low rather. He is going to be pulled in and nearly taken down. A lot of low health bars here. Nongshim trying to run away now, as Showmaker and aiming with the Ivern are still very scary, and they will get pressured away.
They certainly will, so very close call there on the retreat for Nongshim, but still a nice pick there, as Moham has been called out a few times this series, and now Showmaker all alone here in the top side trying to push this wave out, and they are not done.
Yeah, he does not have his ult back. He does have a flash and a hop, and that will be enough to get him out, especially with this tier 1 and an Ivern nearby, and aiming, making his way up to the top lane. As Fisher, he's like, no, I'm not dodging, I just gotta run. Here comes aiming, looking maybe for the angle. And there it is, the Arcane Shift forward. He's just going to get stunned up, and Vital's just running away, but it's significant poke, as once again DK will maintain map pressure.
Yeah, Sylvie was bottom side, unable to clean anything up here, and this is just a Tristana unlocked to do more damage to turret. That is what she is doing in this game, pushing lanes and taking out turrets. Moham is denying any flanks here, as Mihail's going to try to go in.
Yeah, we got
Fisher.
Flank here from a Corky. I don't know about this, as the Solar Flare's going to miss another roll. Comes on in, right on top of the Tristana. They're going to catch DK with their pants down. Is now aiming in a bit of trouble, but he does have the Ivern to help him out. Moham going to get a little bit of help from Daisy, and now Kingen makes his way over and should be able to zone them away, but it's a kill over to Nongshim. Still, DK have 0 kills in this game. They're looking for their first one, and they might get it here as Vital will finally go down. Mihail is just going to run away from this one, but he can't get away from the Ezreal, as aiming picks up the double.
You can take out Showmaker, but there's another 80 carry there, and the health bars are so low after Kingen's ult that it's easy cleanup. As Sylvie, this is greedy.
Well, if they just assume they're not there, maybe they're not there, but they were there. It turns out as aiming going to pick up another kill. Make it 3.
Well, this is suddenly a disaster, because it looked so good for Nongshim on the pick, but unfortunately this Leona is so tanky that it really sets up a tough follow-up. It's like, okay, we got the Tristana, can we get the Ezreal? He's super mobile. There's a great front line here. There's shielding, there's redemption. So you go all the way back to this play, Moham getting caught. Nothing Lucid can really do for him here. They commit the teleport from Showmaker, but ultimately, you know, as this fight extends, he does go down. See Fisher coming in on this cross as well. It makes it really difficult to chase. The all-out from Mihail also buys him some good space, because maybe otherwise they end up getting something out of this. As we go back into the top side play here, Moham kind of holding guard on the edge is so critical. And yes, Showmaker's already used his hop here, so when Fisher shows up, Mihail ends up getting on top of him, takes so much damage, gets stunned here. The engage from Vital is perfect. But look at aiming. They think they can catch him, but he actually flashes, gets the redemption, and this should be the end of the play. Unfortunately, though, they just keep chasing into aiming, and Moham is, again, just kind of holding this angle. He's
Aurora.
And then he gets to re-engage. The Aurora is here, and aiming can clean up.
Yep, they get caught out. They were already pretty low on their health bars. They say, hey, it's 5v4, we can definitely push this, but... And then this happens, which, I mean, kind of rough. No vision, and DK able to punish.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. I think just kind of tunneling in frustration after the failed chase down there. When you get aiming sums, you know, that's a big win. That's going to be something that's valuable for the next fight, the next skirmish. I mean, Dragon's up in 30 seconds here. They had just been happy with that and backed away. It still feel like a win, but they really wanted more. As Kingen is, you know, with the ult at the ready here. He's respected.
And he mentioned that we actually don't have Moonstone here for Lucid. He went for Mikhail's, which, I mean, aiming's got cleanse, but Showmaker doesn't. So you can cleanse the Sejuani ult, yes, but as Ox mentioned before, the Rel a little bit more difficult to handle, and they don't have Moonstone. So now it's just going to be King and dying. This has been more and more side lane pressure from Nongshim. They're going to get another kill here, and now maybe threaten Baron.
Yeah, it's Operation Kill Side Laner. Specifically, laner in top lane has been the game plan for Nongshim. And as Baron is up, like you say, this pick leads to an opportunity here. Teleport coming through from Mihail onto this ward. Try to keep them at bay. Showmaker is going to TP in, but it's very late.
Yeah, it's very late. He didn't want to commit to it. This is just a free Baron given over to them. Lucid cannot get into the pit, and now they're trying to engage here. 5v4 Arnoxen. The knockup comes in, and down goes Leona. Down falls the Ivern. And Showmaker and aiming, the 280 carries are left alone. Trying to get some miraculous play here. They might be able to, but it's just a bit of poke, and that is it. Nongshim will look to back away with 5 members worth of Baron.
It's a decisive call from Nongshim, but the answer from D+ is anything but. Showmaker doesn't want to commit, doesn't want to come over, and that is just the time that they needed. Now he's down TP. They will be able to get Soul Point for this, which is Infernal Soul, so very significant in terms of what they get in return, but Nongshim take a gold lead in this game now, and these fights are not very convincing, Valdez. I mean, you're looking at Fisher, 4 kills, Kaisa, 4 kills, about to have that Nasher's Tooth and the additional poke, and D+ may have just tossed this one to the wind. It's not over yet, but Nongshim, with the way they're playing and how decisive they've been, it's kind of a shock to see them kind of run D+ around the map like this, and D+ being so indecisive means they're also going to potentially lose this inner. They will.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit of what we saw in Game 1 as well. You know, when the pressure came on, it was just Nongshim who had better team fighting by the end of it all, and they were able to utilize their carries to do a good job of carrying in the late game, and it's a similar spot here where Nongshim have 2 fed carries. It's no Senna, but it's Kaisa and Corki, and there's only really aiming on the side of DK. And you've also got Ivern, which is only going to bolster your 80 carries basically and heal them up, but he doesn't have Moonstone, as I mentioned before. And Showmaker isn't really a champ right now. Like, he pushes turrets. That's kind of what he does. And he's just not nearly as fed as the other 80 carries in this game.
Mihail is very strong at this point in time, like considering how his lane went, right? We talked about it, you know, you're going to get bullied a little bit in the lane, but he's still a great front line, and you have the Sejuani as well, so it's tough for Showmaker to actually get that first kill, get that first reset, and if you're having these sloppy team fights, you're going to get punched. This is how it all starts off, right? Look at where Showmaker is. We talked about Tristana side laning, but he's taken it to the extreme, right? And then at this moment in time, he could TP in, or moments before he could have TP'd in, but waits until after the Cassante is already here.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is just a fantastic ult onto Lucid as well. Redemption is not going to be enough to save him or anybody, and aiming, he needs more time. Like, if aiming is able to show up quickly to the Baron and do a ton of poke damage before the Baron fight starts off, and then you have that late TP from Showmaker and he cleans up against the jump resets, it's totally fine, but I think D+ just really did not expect Nongshim to be playing this decisively around these picks in the side, and they are, and now they're ahead.
Yeah, it's just kind of, this whole week is like the lower teams that are dropping out of playoffs just rising up, and nobody expects it. They're like, this team doesn't know how to play late game. They don't know how to macro as well as us, and they're just proving everybody wrong. Because Nongshim, they beat T1, they gained some extra confidence. They're learning how to win in some of those late game situations, and they're doing it again against D+ Kia.
That's right, East Side teams rise up.
And it's not over, but you're exactly right. I mean, it just feels like DK are kind of, it's like they're always taking a half measure. They're not fully committed to any of their fights. Like, imagine if they just said, okay, well, we kind of screwed up. King got picked. Let's just back away. And, like, maybe aiming stops the back. Maybe, like, Showmaker gets a bunch of value in the side lane, takes out an inner.
Oh.
It could have looked different than what we saw, which was kind of a half-hearted team fight on the Baron 4v5 with the late TP.
Yeah.
So
can't get that one from the Gold King Vital. And yeah, I mean, I wonder how the next fight is going to go, because now Nongshim have a decent amount of map control, really for the first time. As you can see, they're utilizing it here.
Yeah,
we'll let that one.
Aurora can go over walls.
Yeah, that one slide.
We're all learning here. It's okay.
I think that the scary part about this is if D+ are going to be indecisive as well, and the Ivern comps, the early game was played really well from Lucid. We'll see how he can manage his brushes for objective control later on, because that's really what's key, because they can actually get Infernal Soul off of this next dragon. If he can set up well for that, put up the brushes, and then they slowly catch the engage from Nongshim, feels great. But if Nongshim get to this Dragon first, and the breast setup isn't good, and we're seeing poke come through for Gio, who now has his Nashor's Tooth online, I mean, D+ really don't have a strong neutral fight here. I mean, Aiming has some poke, but he will be outranged by the Kaisa, and there's a tanky frontline that could absorb some of his Q damage. Pushing this wave in, now getting that control, really important. Aiming's going to decide to back here. They still have a minute of time before this Dragon spawns. They're going to look for those backs, looking for the LDR.
He's backing on a ward.
Or Sorel does, excuse me.
He's going to scan it. So Moham is going to be engaged on here as... yeah, just a bit of an issue, not respecting the wardage, and the rest of the team is like, man, we can't help you. That's just Moham down, and it might just be the Dragon surrendered to Nongshim.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no trade for Baron here, as the Baron is 20 seconds behind. It's going to be really tough to actually pull that one off. So they have this wave pushed in. I guess the idea there for Moham was like, there's no way they're all on Dragon, right? Because it's way too early. They're not going to be in this area. But you didn't have vision, and no one was showing inside. So you have to assume, where are they? And he's just way too far out. Now, D+ pushing towards control of the Baron right now. But Nongshim have a comp that could rush this down relatively quickly and then come over to punish. I feel like the options here for D+ are just super limited. Moham has respawned. He is rushing back into the mid lane here. But punishing this with no brush setup here for the Ivern is just going to be so tricky. And I just don't think you can pull it off. They're going to send Showmaker to try to take out that inner turret at top. That was a nice try. But now Nongshim are like, cool, we defend this turret and we set up for the Baron contest.
We'll see if they can defend this as the satchel does go off. Well, that's a different champion, but now Kingen just kind of running through the jungle once again, and there's a sneaky Cassante in the jungle, and they just ran through the dark jungle, as now Showmaker has to flash to get away, and again, Nongshim are up a man here going into Baron.
Yeah, no Kingen ult for this fight is massive, and Aiming doesn't have brush set up towards the objective. They have to try to leap forward slowly and carefully. Watch those arcane shift saving. I don't want to see you going in. You're going to have to hit some Qs, and hitting him into Mihail is not necessarily what you want.
It's just so much pressure on Aiming. He's the only carry. Like, if he gets caught, I don't even blame him. The team has just put him in such a rough spot at Nongshim.
Vital's flank angle.
Yeah, Vital's got a flank. Jiu's got a flank. They're closing in. They've got a concave. And they have pressure on this Baron.
Kingen has TP, but doesn't have ult.
Oh, trying to get it here on top of Jiu. He'll just dash away. This is going to be Baron over to Nongshim, as now we do have Vital coming in from behind, but he goes in alone. The rest of the team is just abandoning ship. They're just getting away. And it's another Baron given over to Nongshim.
Kingen's here.
Not quite able to lock them down. Mihail is, well, he's going to get redemptions, and the disengage cone comes in and denies us any action. So Nongshim, they get another Baron.
That was just so clean from Nongshim, though. The flank angle from Vital, they come over, punish Kingen there, and obviously we'll have to admit it, that was very risky and greedy and unnecessary for D+ to go into the dark jungle. They could have just walked around top lane and still come over to contest Baron. It's not like if you walk the other way, then Nongshim are just suddenly going to make Baron disappear before you can get there. I think the idea there is this all starts off with Moham just backing here greedily in this jungle without any vision in his own jungle, so very greedy, very risky, is punished. And obviously, like I said, it's a pretty good chance they're all very nearby because you're not seeing them in sides. Then the walking back through here, I mean, Fisher was nearby, and perhaps they thought like maybe Vital flashes catches them, Fisher's damage is too much, so give him a little bit of a defense there, but probably shouldn't have done that. And then look at this angle for Vital. He just sacrifices himself to make sure that nobody can get onto this Baron. They secure it, they get out, they lose only one member, and now they are sieging. D+, it was, at first it was like, okay, well, lost a bit of the advantage got smaller. Oh, small advantage Nongshim, but the D+ are still the better team, right? Now I'm like, is Nongshim the better team? Now Nongshim has a 3,500 gold lead, and maybe we should just, I don't know, Nongshim should get a honorary playoff spot or something if they could just beat all of our West Side teams for the rest of their matches.
Just have like a wild card match between 6th and 7th, but 7th is Nongshim now. I don't know. Like, they're playing really well, and I feel like a lot of them, our upper teams, are either preparing for playoffs or really still trying to figure out what's going on or having other issues in the case of T1. And I mean, now we're just going to get another pick here on Elucid. It's just free. And
literally free.
It's just free. A couple of ults, I guess. And we got some excited fans here.
And they should be. Nongshim is playing well. They get an upset win, and then I get 2 back-to-back upset wins, 2-0. It's not over, but I mean, they have full map control right now. The Cassante's inside has a teleport as well, so he can actually push down that inhibitor turret with the rest of this Baron. This inner is gone.
And Jiu he's really feeling himself. He's dodging literally every single Mystic shot. He's in range. He's doing more poke even than aiming at this point, and they have 2 Fed carries, which DK do not.
I mean, this is the Nongshim that the Nongshim fans were waiting for. This is this potential of this roster fully realized, and maybe their identity just becomes the punish team, right? The last check before playoffs.
Yeah, they used to be bro. Maybe it is also bro.
It could just be both of them.
Yeah.
DRX is like, can I get all the action? We'll see.
We'll see
how
DRX.
the matches go next week, because there's some playoff teams trying to beat you to make playoffs. As we're just on a ward here, trying to get blue buff.
Yeah, max range, but Sejuani Kaisa from ahead can punish you from screens away.
Aiming was like, I need that gold no matter what. And Lucid dies.
I'm the carry. Look at me now. I'm the carry.
He's still 4-0 on this Ezreal, but like you said, hasn't been able to land all of his Mystic shots. Some really good movement from Jiwoo. Sylvie is just so tanky. He has Warmog, so if he takes some poke, he just walks it off.
Yeah. I just feel like at the end of the day, there's only so much that one man can do.
Yeah, and when you don't have the ability to walk towards objectives, you don't have the Ivern setup, you don't really have a jungler, basically, in this case. It's hard for you to actually step forward and do what you need to do as Ezreal. You can see the item value here, even with Jiwoo's.
Where's the Moonstone, by the way? It's like still not done.
Yeah, he's...
I hope that Mikhails is getting value. He wasn't able to utilize it to get himself out of the Sejuani ult the last time.
I think the Mikhails is not warranted, I'll be honest with you, Valdez. It's good for Kingen, I think.
It's good for Showmaker.
But he can buffer a lot of the CC.
Yeah, you can see angles, but it... Yeah. We see the 2-item spike with Ivern for a reason. Right?
It's definitely the Moonstone value when you have a Tristana, and Ezreal is part of why you pick this champion in the first place. Yeah. You have the shields already. You went Dawn Core, which is...
I feel like that's a good 4th or 3rd item for Ivern.
Yeah, I feel like Dawn Core is one of those items where it's a luxury when you're ahead, but it feels like it's kind of weighting you down in this game when you're behind. You don't have control. I am concerned, and now we're stacking Infernal Dragons as Nongshim, so additional stats for the Corki, additional stats for the Kaisa, more poke for the Kaisa. As now, when you look at yes, ability haste is useful on Ezreal, attack speed, kind of, for the Hex Tech, but now Nongshim have more effective dragons than D+ have, even though they have 3. So everything is just going Nongshim-sided in this one. I mean, even the dragon is Nongshim-colored.
Yeah, D+ Kia missed out on also making their color red.
Bit of a whoopsie in this one, I guess.
We do have a decent amount of red teams, what with T1 KT,
Guangdong,
Freaks, and Nongshim. Don't think I'm forgetting anyone there.
BNK's alternate jersey.
Yeah, true. And here we go again. Here's the engage. It's on to Moham, but the damage that they have is just insane. And Moham has to flash away. Sylvie just a bit tankier at this point in time, although the damage is traded back.
I mean, he has Warmogs, though, so as long as he can just stay out of combat for a minute here, it's all going to get healed up.
There it goes.
You can see, he doesn't get hit by the True Shot. Aiming is trying to stop his Warmogs heal, and he's going to lose half his health bar.
Yeah, the True Shot Barrage, I think it hit Mile. He's still got full health.
Vital on the flank, too. He's just constantly threatening. They see him, but it doesn't mean that they can't... I mean, they can't walk up still. They know he's there, so they can't actually...
Look at the damage. Look at the damage on the Baron. They don't have any vision. They don't have any way in. And now Vital is just going to kind of send an engage. It's not a good one. He will go down. It's 5v4. In goes the Aurora, but immediately just gets ripped to shreds. But Mahal very low. In goes Siwoo, assassinates him. But now he's in a rough spot. Might have to go down here, as it is 4v1, just throws a Q in, and now DK are on the push.
Might be a game 3, Valdez. I think this was a huge error of judgment from Nongshim. They did the same play on the Baron last time, except they sacrificed Vital and walked away. This time they were like, okay, we go in on this engage, and it was not the right call. Kingen gets huge value, and D+ are looking to end.
I don't think it's over. They have Baron. They have a lot of wave clear with the Corki. They're trying to, at least Fisher's trying to trade. That's not what you want to do, as he will be pushed all the way back to his inhibitor, or rather his fountain. But yeah, with the Baron buff, I think Nongshim can hold on, and the game is not yet over.
It's not yet over, but this is finally D+ getting back a ton of code. Like, look at this, same, almost 1-for-1, exact same setup they had the last Baron. But this time, Vital, instead of just saying, I die, we walk away with Baron, we have map control, they try to fight with it. They think, okay, we have such a lead, this is over. Not respecting Kingan's ultimate. Jiwo chases him down and kills him, but now has nothing he can use, no utility here for the escape. Fisher is like, well, if I go in with you, we 100% lose this game. They almost do lose the game off of the play. Some bruised Nexus turrets and an inhibitor down here. That's a ton of extra prio leading into this Infernal Soul that D+ are looking to pick up. So while Nongshim still have Baron and while the Nexus doesn't fall, I feel like this might be what wins the game for D+, because now the game is so much harder to play out. They had so much control before that Jiu could poke. Aiming's outranged. They're getting these picks onto Lucid because they're in the enemy jungle. They have full map control. Baron will give them a little bit back here in the next 70 seconds, but it is going to be really tricky to actually hold on to this. You can see these minions aren't even empowered here for Aiming to take out. It's just too risky for Fisher to be nearby. Kingan, maybe it's kill top.
Kill
No.
the side laner. No, they're just going to back away.
Yeah.
I still feel like with Nongshim's Baron buff, they can push out the mid inhibitor super minions, which in general is easiest to push out, and it can help them get mid prio and try to fight for this dragon. They're still ahead on gold. They still have a couple of fed carries. Showmaker does have a decent amount of farm, even though he didn't get any kills in this game. The one thing that concerns me for Nongshim is really Aiming, because, I mean, he's full build now, and this is Aiming on Ezreal. So as long as he doesn't make any crazy arcane shifts forward, it could just be the Aiming show once again. We've seen this many times. And Nongshim will have to get more clean engages, not like the last fight.
Yeah, Vital is not able to get that flank angle. Again, with map control, he can set up those cool flanks for them to start Baron. He's going to maybe try to look for this wraparound here on this Infernal Dragon, but I think it's just too risky. He has no vision there on the left side of the pit. They're just going to use Mihail as a wall.
Yeah, I mean, he's tanky, but at the end of the day, we're in the late game with double AD carry comps. Will DK get in is the question as it goes to Ezreal! Aiming, he steals the Infernal Soul for DK!
And that's a ton of extra damage for this composition, and they're just going to say, you're backing, we're going to go ahead and push top. They're going to go look for that maybe second inhibitor turret here. Everyone's grouped up. Oh, we'll get those backs away. I thought they were just going to hard run it towards the top lane, but they have no wave. I think D+ will be happy with the Infernal Soul, and I guess the red buff that they steal away, the global there. But ultimately, that was a disaster that's stolen away, because Nongshim had so much control they would have had Soul Point themselves after that, and we'll have to watch the replay.
I don't think Sylvie even smited.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
I mean, it's Ivern. Like, Lucid would have to commit very heavily to try to steal that one away. I don't know how Aiming managed that.
Yeah, we do have a confirmation from observing team that he did not smite. So that's kind of unacceptable, unfortunately. And Sylvie was having such a good game, to be honest.
Yeah. His ults, I mean, were game-changing, right? And unfortunately, just a bit of a whoopsie there. And
with Infernal Soul, I just don't see Nongshim winning this game. I mean, the Rel engages and Rel's positioning from Vital to stop them from doing Baron were really cool, but they were premedicated on having map control. They don't have that anymore, so watch this from Aiming's perspective. Oh, it's the empowered W, but it was, I mean, it was so easily smiteable. He had the W on it. Yeah. And then you just press D.
So it hit 1180. No smite came through, and then it hit 594. You saw very, like, split second, and the Q just takes it away from Aiming, obviously. And Sylvie just, he didn't see the angle. He didn't get the smite.
Yeah, that's rough. Because with this Infernal Soul, every Ezreal Q hits so much harder. And the poke is so much,
barrage.
and True Shot Barrage and auto attacks from Tristana, etc. But you know, without map control to get this Rel in position to catch this comp that's already so hard to lock down, because you have the defensive Kingan ultimate, you have brushes from Lucid, you have shields, and then you have Showmaker can buffer a lot of stuff. Aiming has his True Shot, or rather his Arcane Shift. Boham is also another front line that they have that can deny your entry. It's really hard for Rel to do anything from behind here, and the fact that they were ahead gave Vital so much agency. He used it super well. But man, Nongshim are really going to be kicking themselves for that failed Baron engage and the second Baron there, and then unable to get the smite. It's just these small
By the way, we did get confirmation, as it looks like, well, this is Cassante. So Mihail should be fine, just going to dodge some Qs. It was actually the Jew procced passive that chunked it from 1180 to 594, which got it in range for the Q. And it all happened so fast that, you know, Moham, though, he's in a lot of trouble again. He has to flash. This ult's not going to be great as Moham is very low, but now we got Mihail in the ult here, and Kingen has to flash away too. Is on the hunt. He's going to take him down, but again, in a rough spot is now Vital, just being kited out. A lot of damage coming in from Fisher, but look at aiming on the top side of the fight. He will be the one who carries alongside of Lucid and Showmaker. As Mihail goes in, he will take a Moham, and actually does take this wave with him. Kazanfe is crazy, but not as crazy as Ezreal in the late game, and that might be the final nail in the coffin.
Looks like it. Sylvie going to try to clear this wave, tossing in his smite, but he knows this one is definitely out of his hands. Speaking of hands, Mihail putting his hands on his head after trying to clear the wave. He wants to come in here and get these low health minions.
I mean, they know he's here, but it's the only choice for Sylvie. He does get the smite, but there's one left, and that will do it for this game. They can just tank it up with Iron Shields. They have Tristana and Ezreal. You've got W's, you've got explosions, and down will go the Nexus. D plus Kia force a game number 3.
Very close call, let's say, on this one, Valdez. You lose game 1, game 2, got caught multiple times in sides, disrespectful map movements from both Lucid and Showmaker. Kingen punished multiple times. Nongshim's punish game is real. They got T1 2-0, almost got D plus 2-0, but this one is going to go to a third and final. Really nice attempt there, that final engage actually in the last team fight to maybe get that miracle win. Kingen's ultimate was low value, but they were just too far behind at that point with the Infernal Soul. Ezreal can do so much. Aiming having a fantastic game, I think, with his back against the wall for a lot of it because they didn't have control, he didn't have a lot of agency, but look at that damage. This is, by the way, with the Ezreal nerf to AD. I think he's probably going to pick up POG for this one. It was a rocky game, it was a shaky game, you can see that in the gold graph, but D plus right the ship in the end.
Yeah, they have a extremely close game against Nongshim Red Force, so credit to Nongshim for really pushing DK to the edge here. But we will have a game number 3, guys. We're going to take a break and have the space. Let the show begin for game 3 after this break, and we'll see you then.
끝났다. 다행이다. 이거 웨이브 먹어야 돼, 웨이브. 이거 무조건 끝났어. 내가 몸 앞으로 가서 막을게. 야, 이거 일로 돌아서 오는 거 생각? 야, 이거 웨이브. 야, 이거. 야, 한 마리 잡아야 돼. 마리 있다. 잡아야 돼. 제발. 한 마리. 내가 못 될게. 나 이몸 나눠대자. 위에 거 나눠대줘. 위에 거. 야, 너 몸 대고 죽어. 오케이. 깼네. 나이스. 나이스. 힘들다. 키님 바이탄대로 할 만한 게 있나? 답정거리? 가다 치는 게 낫지 않아?
잘 싸우는 거.
시바나?
시바나 지린다.
시바나 사이온 이런 거 해도 되긴 해.
그러니까 싸움 지리겠는데.
화이팅. 해시공. 맞다 왔어. 맞아줘봐. 살. 나 걸어갔어.
나를 갈 수 있어.
나이스. 얘 노프리만 해. 내가 볼게. 빼게. 그냥 싸움만 나면 유리하긴 하다. 방금처럼 싸우면.
나만 잘 봐주면 돼. 내가 다 잡을 수 있어.
그럴 것 같아. 나 나로 볼게. 이거 마테만 나로 볼게. 길게 하면 애니멀 먼저 간다. 짧게 해야 돼, 짧게. 일단 볼게.
위로 빼봐.
잡혔어. 터치하면 돼.
각도와 터져 봐봐.
너무 빨리 좀 마.
세트 도고.
나 괜찮아. 맞아.
별로 안 좋아. 빼.
아, 레아타 공 너무 잘 났네. 까비.
빨리진 말.
나쁘지 않다 그래도.
가가요.
야, 영 보자 이거.
나 좋다. 얘네 빨리긴 했는데.
천천히 밟을게. 천천히.
맞을게. 에시.
더블에는 박아놨어. 에이씨.
애쉬 묶여있어.
할만해.
가봐.
여기 에시 노플.
내가 잡았어. 해볼게. 잡았어.
나이스.
나도 되게 세. 앞라인 내가 다 밀어줄게.
진이 혼자 다 하긴 한다. 천천히.
알아요.
나 미칼 있어. 오케이.
내가 천천히 이거 잡아먹을게.
왼쪽만 감으면 돼. 왼쪽만. 천천히 볼게. 일단 에시한테 공 막았어.
빨리지 마.
아리 좋아. 그냥 하면 돼.
해봐.
야 잡았어.
미칼 줄게.
뺐다.
아이고.
까비.
나이스.
까비. 너무 할수 있냐?
개잖아요.
나이스.
자, 슈바나 나와봐.
시바나로 할게.
야. 미워도 다시 한판.
시바나 아이번은 뭐임?
아이번이 좋을 것 같은데.
잘 크지만 않으면 돼.
1대1은 일단 슈바나가 개발을 듯?
No, 아이번이 이길 듯?
아 그래?
아, 모르겠어.
볼만해.
앞에 거부터.
슈바나 묶었고. 야 슈바나. 야 나 커버해줘. 나. 이거 앞으로 빼봐. 잘 빼봐. 앞으로 건데. 나이스. 야 어떻게 이렇게 대승했냐? 진이 W 잘 맞췄어. 아 이거 너무 아쉽네.
한타 살짝 좀 더 잘하면 질감 없겠다, 이거.
넘어가서 싸울 생각하자. 난 말해. 얘 노플이야. 야 미포 공 끊어줄게. 뒤에 봐줄 수 있는 사람? 가져. 나 죽냐? 살았다. 저게 안 죽네.
나이스.
끝낼만한 거? 아니지?
앞서서 끝내볼래? 가보자.
그래.
알리, 나랑 격치 와봐, 코르키. 알리 풀 없어.
여기 W. 오케이. 박는다 이번에.
천천히.
미포 공 끊었다.
네, 아트.
오케이 앞에부터 봐봐. 다 버려. 미포 노스펠이야.
나이스.
실패해버렸네.
배우소. 승리 잘했다, 나를.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space as D Plus get pushed, but not stopped, as it's 1-1 now as they pull back game number 2. Degon alongside Oxen Chronicler. And it was another close game. I don't know what's gotten into Nongshim here, or is it D Plus underperforming? How do you guys see this one?
The cool thing about this is that it leaves us with absolutely zero idea what's going to happen in playoffs. Because DK won this game,
yeah,
right? But in best of fives, what's going to happen is teams are going to ban Ezreal and Kai'Sa, and then DK is just gonna lose. Because for all of the flack that we give aiming for his champion pool, he was the reason why they barely made it over the finish here. And once teams start targeting that consistently, like if they look like this team is not It's not going very far.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about this in context of the draft, but I feel like we saw so many really strong performances for this team from Showmaker and Lucid with strong mid-jungle duos. And I feel like we've seen Showmaker perform best on majors when everyone else was playing AD mids. The Tristana really didn't sell it that well. The Ivan has a lot of value late in the game, but it just felt like it was definitely a weaker point for them earlier on.
And I think that, interestingly enough, I think Lucid, outside of the, I did agree, we talked about it as well, about the McKill spy versus should have been Moonstone. But I think Lucid mechanically actually looked good. I just think that DK as a team should not have this man on champions without agency. And it's the same for Showmaker.
And I know they won, but King in on Aurora just was a bit of a struggle,
no.
if I'm going to be honest. But you know, they still managed to come in and clutch it through in the end. I think aiming, obviously, a big part of that. We talked about that. But I think Nongshim felt like, you know, one of the issues with the Tristana, the reason she got nerfed out of the meta a bit was because of her laning, really, the mana cost early. Her late game's still really solid. The Ezreal with the Ivan backing it as well. It felt like the range was a big issue for Nongshim to deal with later on.
Yeah, well, you got to see here multiple times where Nongshim looked like they were in control until things got flipped around on them, like in highlight number 1, where it looks like D+, they overextend, and so Nongshim engage on them. Look at this engage here by Fisher on Corki. But after this initial engage, they go a bit too far and they get punished.
For me, particularly when you have these type of compositions that are so reliant on kiteback, I think DK, they just look uncomfortable. Like, I think that they just don't look their best. And it's these moments where we do really see Nongshim, I think, play a very forward game, play a very aggressive game, where they look a little bit more solid, but this time around, I think the re-engage does end up being good enough. But this type of messiness, this type of ebb and flow, I want to remind everyone, DK most likely are third. Right? Like, that's most likely what's going to end up happening. They are going to be third place. And then on the flip side, Nongshim is a team that has been locked out of playoffs for a good amount of time. And the fact that this series is this close and this messy, just leading up to playoffs, is I don't want to, you know, say that this means that DK isn't going to perform, because I feel like KT and T1 are not much better off. They're pretty likely to make it there as well, right? But it's just really chaotic in these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it feels kind of like maybe the BNK FearX series, you know, they played the dive comp versus dive comp against them. It didn't work. They kind of adapted to play more anti-dive against them. But I feel like maybe they're still like thinking, okay, what is our best play style? I don't think this is it. Even though they won the game, they should be winning a lot more decisively against Nongshim. I think game 1, Nongshim had a strong draft. Game 2, yes, they won, but it took so much effort, and it really came down to the scaling factor and some strong performances from aiming.
Yeah, well, here in highlight number 2, after getting the Drake soul stolen away from them, the Dragon soul stolen away from them, Nongshim have to try and force something here, and they're just not able to execute.
And I think the big thing is Vital, they know he's there, so he goes for this engage and gets immediately blown up. We actually see the ult get a decent amount of value here from the Aurora, who then flips away and survives. So now the front line is just kind of being decimated. Jiwoo goes in for the hero play, but you have 2 AD carries with Ivan backing them up as a response, so immediately gets taken out, and the game doesn't end up finishing here, but a lot of damage was done on the back of that play.
Yeah, after that, the ability for Nongshim to find their way back is basically gone. Yeah. But it does feel, realistically, this probably should have been their game. If that still doesn't happen, and they just get the Nash, and they don't throw the fight afterwards, they could have won.
Yeah, and again, this feels like a Nongshim that are in it, and we saw so many matches this split where they'd lose one fight, that's about it. So again, job not done yet for either one of these teams. Let's see who the POG is here for D+ in game number 2, and it goes to aiming on the Ezreal. The damage, its best champion, the steal away, and like you said, Chronicler, one of the reasons why they stole it back.
Also a return of form. I actually think aiming's Ezreal, like last week, looked really rough, even though it's historically one of his best champions, but he was needed to pop off in this game because Showmaker wasn't performing, Kingen wasn't performing, Moham is kind of struggling more and more. So him really stepping up and having the added level of agency with the Ivan ends up being a really big deal. And this steal says it all.
I mean, it's definitely a mistake from Nongshim to let this happen, but also aiming went for the angle, and this is no surprise. You know, he was the reason that they were able to come back into the game, and this really came down to him putting the team on his shoulders and carrying them.
Well, Nongshim Red Force have decided to go to red side. And so, again, we haven't seen a lot of teams do that, more so recently, but a lot of the time it's been you pick blue side, stay on blue side.
Yeah, warranted after that Aurora performance, I'd say, from Kingen. As I think Kingen has really improved as a player, but it's just not really his style.
All right, well, it's 1-1. Who will win this one? And again, D+ do not have this third place wrapped on up. This match very important to them. Let's send it on over to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you, Spacers, for that breakdown. We're getting ready for game number 3. DK looked very comfortable, I would say, in the drafts on the blue side. So kind of surprising for me that Nongshim have decided to stay on red. But maybe they've got something sneaky up their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, getting third place, I feel like, is important for D+ in terms of where they sit in the standings. But I think more than that, it's just proving that you can take Nongshim down and keep Moham in a good mental state, right? As the team is really making a huge change here in the bottom lane. It's been a really long time since we've seen Kellen out as a mainstay. It's 2 series in a row that they're going with this experiment. Nongshim are going to red side, as they had in the previous set. We'll see what they do with the draft. But remember, D+ getting third place means you have the weakest team of T1 KT, Kwangdong, or BNK. Like, all those teams are so close right now, it might not matter that much. But again, I think you really want to close this series out confidently and, you know, keep your heads on straight here, because getting upset by Nongshim could definitely do a number on your mental. We'll see what it does to T1 when they face Bro later on tonight. For now, let's take a look at these bans. I imagine we'll see some very similar bans here. The LeBlanc, the Lilia, the Vi. Probably going to go in this spot right here.
Yeah. That's what you would expect. I really like the Maokai ban from DK. I don't think they should change that. I think if there is a ban they want to change, it should be the Yone. But that is my personal opinion. Let's see what D+ Kia want to go with here.
Fisher had a fantastic Yone game against T1. I think that's a little bit weighing on their minds. Plus, the pick is quite strong right now. So I guess that is the thought process. But I do agree that
just if they want to ban something else,
sure.
If they're like, okay, well, we really don't want to deal with X, you know, champion, but it seems like that champ is still Yone for them.
And I do think Showmaker probably, he could have played Lucian if he wanted to have a more dominant laning phase. Obviously, he had a tough time into Fisher on the Tristana in game 2, so we'll see if that's a change-up they want to make if these bans are the same, which so far that is the case. See if this last ban remains the same as well. The Rumble coming through on R3 for Nongshim in game 2.
I think especially if you want to go for an Ivern comp, still just banning away the Maokai feels
just
good.
Smart to ban it. It's so good in so many different types of comps that the D+ run. Ban the Corki, however.
Okay.
I mean, maybe they're going to look for a first pick Maokai themselves if this is going to be the Rumble ban again. So that could be a nice adjustment here. And then Showmaker could play something like an Azir if he wants to. He could change it up completely. Could still go for a Tristana pick if that is left open. I still like the Rumble ban here. Even though they won game 1, pick is just so strong right now. So is it Maokai or is it something else? Sejuani could be a consideration, as we saw Sylvie had a pretty good game for most of that game on it.
I mean, they picked Aurora in this spot last time, but that's obviously with Maokai down. So with Maokai up, and based on Kingan's performance on the Aurora, I think this is a safe bet. Even though Lucid is not the greatest Maokai of all time, I think that the pick itself is just too strong.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard to be bad at Maokai.
That's true.
And I feel like Lucid gets way too much flack for his Maokai performance. I think people.
It was like a couple of games where he was trying to engage. Yeah. It was a comp issue as well.
It's early in his career as we got the Senna coming through with the Sejuani this time. So what is coming through here for Showmaker? That's the big question on my mind right now. As you could just go Tristana, Aurora, when you have a good setup for the Aurora with this Maokai, but range can be an issue later on with this Senna. And D+ haven't been able to snowball these games very well, despite having early kill leads. Looking for the aiming Ezreal once again. This was mentioned in best of 5s. You maybe just target this when we get to playoffs, and the aiming won't be able to carry like he did in game 2 and nearly did in game 1. maybe just grab the Leona again here, but I'd rather see a prio pick instead. I mean, this is going to be the Aurora that they hover for now. I think Aurora plus Maokai is so incredibly strong. You lock them in place, the Aurora closes the gap, presses R, and the fight is nearly won off of that exchange alone. Plus, you can protect the Aurora with that Maokai ultimate as well.
Kind of got a half-hearted clap from the crowd when he locked that in. I think that everybody could feel that Kingen isn't the most comfortable Aurora player just yet, as everybody's still getting used to it. There's the Neela, not too surprising. This is how Nongshim did win game number 1 with this exact bottom lane duo.
Love the Karma ban to make sure this lane doesn't get pushed in by the Ezreal. That's one way you could just lose all of your advantages in this lane instantly. It's still going to be tough, and we might see a Leona ban to follow. Not necessarily as strong into this as it was, or as strong of a support as it was in game 2 with the Neela lane. And you do often get chunked out by the Senna, as we saw in game 1. Poppy's taken away. I like that ban a lot. Again, just preventing Lucid from punishing the bottom side. But this time he has the Maokai, and the Poppy here kind of signaling maybe it's just going to be Cassante. That's already banned away. I'm not sure about this Poppy ban, actually. Like, it threw me for a loop. I kind of forgot the Maokai was already locked. I'm like, I mean, it's strong into Neela engage. Maybe they were thinking it's Poppy support.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that before. I think it was Ondil who played it a couple of times. But yeah, definitely kind of a bit out of left field, but that definitely seems to be the angle they were taking. The Gnar into Aurora can sometimes be difficult in the lane, but if you get out of it, Gnar, as we know, a very common pick here in the LCK.
Yeah. Still keeping that mid pick up in the air. The Zeri ban denying that from being a secondary AD carry threat, but Tristana is still available. And we don't know what Showmaker is playing just yet. Could be playing the Aurora, but that is unlikely, as he is going to block the Tristana here. So we might just end up with Lucian mid with a full AD composition. Feels kind of tricky to play out, but there's no true tank in this draft. Obviously, the Maokai will be quite tanky, and the Rel is relatively tanky as well, but Akali.
Yeah, no. Fisher's like nodding, he's like, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, nah, no, okay, this...
I don't really like the Azir either, to be honest. I think it's very much dependent on a lot of different things going well in terms of engage. Yasuo I like more.
Yasuo. Azir.
Oh.
Azir.
Now, I think the Azir is not a bad pick in isolation. It does fix your damage profile a little bit here, as you would have otherwise been full AD. But the Ezreal's can outrange it. The Tristana can play very well around it with her rocket jump. It's very difficult to punish her in the laning phase. And you're sometimes just shut out by the Maokai. You can't dash away. You can't actually set up the ult. So it feels like a very low value Azir pick compared to other angles where we've seen it. And Fisher's not known for his Azir here in the LCK, so that's a bit of a question mark for me. Whereas the composition of D+ is insanely robust. You have ways to lock people down, to put them into Kingen's cage, drop that circle on the ground, burn them down. You have an insane split push win con with the Tristana, which I'm really tired of talking about it, but it's a big problem that they're going to have to try to solve. And I feel like this will not work twice for Nongshim unless D+ make big mistakes. Now, we've seen a lot of mistakes from D+ in those first 2 games, so anything is possible. This is one of those series you and I were talking about off camera. It's a little bit tough to analyze because things are not going as you'd expect.
Yeah, sometimes gets a little bit funky towards the end of the regular season when teams are prepping either for playoffs or they have a lot of pressure off their shoulders and teams are trying things and we see new picks coming out and stuff like that. So for this, though, on the side of D+ Kia seems very standard, very, what you would expect. This is here. We'll see if it works out for them. But that bottom lane, once again, we're happy about that for the side of Nongshim. Let's see how it goes as we hop on the Rift for Game 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 3. A game number 3 that I feel like we are gifted. Did not quite expect to have a game 3 in this one. I thought DK would just come in and, Nongshim's win over T1, a bit of a fluke, you could say, and DK looking strong in their last series against BNK. But that is not what happened, Wolf.
No. That's not what happened in the T1 series earlier this week, where I thought it was just going to be T1 bouncing back from a tough loss to Gen G, get their confidence back, head into the rest of their week schedule. Because now for T1, you know, we'll talk about this later, but they have a pretty tough schedule. If they lose to Bro, they might not make playoffs. I don't expect they're going to lose to Bro, but you never know. Matches like this have a lot less implication, again, because like I said, for D+, if you get third place, you get the weakest seed, but we don't even have any idea who that is right now. Like no one has any idea, so it doesn't necessarily matter at this moment in time. So it's just really about solidifying Moham, getting him some additional experience here on stage. And I think actually losing games like this is quite important for a player like Moham. He's done his fair share of losing, unfortunately, on Kwangdong, but now he's on a stronger team, had that big win over BNK. He's going to engage here at level 1.
Yeah. I think that's fine. I mean, early on, aiming as long as he stays healthy, the Ezreal, even with the nerfs, just still feels like a really strong pick. Even in the lane, you know, stuff that used to counter it back in the day, not necessarily doing the same, although they have taken a lot of damage and they're too close to the wave at level 2. So, bit of a mistake in terms of their laning. It was going all right until this happened, and immediately Jiwoo and Vital will punish it.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a big lack of respect from Moham into these Neela lanes because she gets more experience. Like, we talked about it a lot. We talked about how Senna just sat in the lane, or Ox really spent a lot of time talking about it in the space after game 1. Senna usually falls behind in XP, but with the Neela, you have that extra XP, and he just isn't roaming. Like, he's just stacking, and you know, this ends up being, once again, a big win here in the bottom lane. And, you know, the Maokai not pathing bottom side here, so they're free to continue to put the pressure on. Yeah, I mean, Moham, when you lose on Kwangdong Freaks when you're a sub, and you're a team that's the underdog and not expected to win, and it's a CV Max revolving door of supports, you know, you shrug it off and you go, well, it happens. Like, this is where I am right now in my career. But when you're a dominant support for D+, you come in here and you're replacing Kellen. There's a lot of trust being placed in you. There's clearly been a lot of discussions and plans about, hey, you're the new guy. This is probably what our playoffs roster is going to look like. And then you drop a game to Nongshim. I think that's a good experience to have, to keep your mental straight, try to figure out what comes next.
Yeah.
You know, when we were moving into best of 5s in a few weeks' time. So just wanted to mention that, as unfortunately didn't respect the Neela lane, as didn't expect this stat either. It's surprising to see a 6-loss streak for Sejuani.
I feel like the biggest reason we see that is because it's almost always in the Maokai. And the timing of this is actually impeccable, because Maokai is on a win streak, and I feel like Maokai is the stronger of the two tank jungles that we see most often. And this is the handshake that happens very often. One team gets Maokai, the other picks Sejuani, and the teams that pick Sejuani generally are not winning.
It's true. I think that's a really good point. I think that's likely the case. I'd love to see the stat of the two against each other put up there to further the point, but either way, see this mid lane is not going very well for the Azir. Another small issue that I was kind of bringing up when I was saying I didn't really like this pick that much. I know a lot of people are old school and will say, if you have a full AD comp, it just can't work in League of Legends. You got to have an AP champion, whether it's in the top lane or the mid lane, or you got to at least have an AP jungler. They have the Sejuani, right, the Nara tops. They have an AD bottom lane. I kind of feel like damage profile is almost a myth in this meta, though, because if you get the AD carry enough crit, it doesn't matter how much armor the enemy has. And it's a Maokai and a Rel. I think that there's not a ton of great matchups left available that he could have played into Tristana. Obviously, the Akali would not have been it for me either. But I think that the Azir here was just kind of a, well, that's what's left, and it's AP, and it's meta. But in this draft, we'll see what he can get done. Obviously, a rough start.
Yeah. Like you're saying, I mean, a lot of their success as well from game 1 came from the fact that it went very late and they had 380 carries. It wasn't just that Senna was really farmed. It was also that Fisher, although he had a very weak early and mid game, he eventually was Zeri in the late game. And he had enough items. He had 4 items by the end, and regardless of what happened in the rest of the game, he was still able to scale up. Whereas, I guess you could say that a bit about Azir, but as you mentioned, that's not really the meta nowadays. Azir gets outshone by 80 carries. That's just kind of the way it is. And, I mean, maybe you like Azir because if everybody's in the Aurora ult, maybe you get some big sweeps as well, but I feel like that's kind of grasping at straws.
Yeah.
I think I'm kind of with you on this one. I think you just picked it because, well, it's Azir, and it's safe, and it's AP.
He's 1-3 on the pick. This is his 5th game of it. He has played 11 games of Corki, including this series. It's been his most picked champion. I do think the Corki ban was really smart from D+ to get the Maokai first pick there, or they get Rumble. And, you know, that adjustment in draft is pretty huge here. In the outset of this game, it's still early days. We do see Nongshim with the bottom side control of the lane. We'll be able to get this dragon. It's traded, of course, for all 3 grubs top side with the Aurora controlling the top lane. And this happened last time we had Aurora in Dinar. We didn't really watch it, but if you're paying attention to the numbers, you can kind of see that the matchup is, I don't want to say unplayable, but it feels really frustrating. And No Magic Mantle is nerfed as well on this patch, so see what happens here in this trade.
Showmaker's just going in, and he will get swept away. Here comes Sylvie. He's going to flash now just to get over the wall. Very awkward trade there for Showmaker, as Fisher was clearly baiting him into that one. And they will enjoy the Tristana flash.
Yeah, that was the best way to handle a Emperor's Divide as Tristana is the rocket jump. So if you use it in his face, you're like, wait, she doesn't have that anymore.
Yeah.
Very bizarre, as Lucid is now in trouble with that extra prio they gain in mid. He's getting pushed off of his Raptors. One small mistake. I mean, you can see the dominoes fall a little bit here as Fisher is very low now after that Showmaker ult.
Trying to take away the Raptors as well. A bit of those go over to Lucid, but most of them will go over to Nongshim. And there's no dragon to fight over or anything like that at this point in time. They already got the dragon and did Nongshim, so.
Vital's like, thanks for stacks.
Yep.
It's picking up some more souls over here. Vital will need to leave now, though, as well. Yeah, a bit of a chain reaction there off of Showmaker's play. Ends up being a small win here for Nongshim.
Well, he's going to bully Mihail away from the plant. He says, that is my plant.
This is such a bizarre situation.
I will take it home now.
Vital is roaming a little bit here in this early game. We'll come over and try to make that play, grab some souls. Aiming is not actually pushing this wave, so...
Yeah, he's got it pushing into him. This is a great position for the Ezreal.
He's frozen it. It's pretty frustrating to deal with here. You can see Moham is in the river, coming over looking for a potential punish.
He only denied the one wave. Doesn't look like he wants to continue denying too much. I mean, he's still got 3, so it's kind of like a soft freeze, right?
Yeah.
But he had enough minions to freeze it for longer if he really wanted to.
I do feel like this is something we see very few bottom laners actually do when we have the roaming Senna, is to just try to deny that farming champion. That, you know, when the fasting Senna is there, like it's Nautilus or an Ornn, try to deny farm from them. In this case, kind of stopping Jiwoo a little bit from getting some of that farm during that roam, during that play topside. So a good call from Aiming. He doesn't lose anything from this. Very frustrating to deal with for the Nongshim bottom duo, but they are linked up now, and we'll be able to get that push back.
Yeah. I guess the only potential thing you lose is like pressure on the plates, but it seems like he didn't think they were going to get plates anyway. And yeah, that's totally fine. You're denying more gold than you're actually gaining from
exactly. I think that's really the reason why he doesn't hard push for it. And considering it's Aiming, the gold king, I mean, he's using a lot of restraint.
Can we question him though, you know?
No, he's got the restraint required.
Yeah. He's not just about his number, he's more about the gap between the numbers. He likes when the production puts him at the top and the AD carry at the bottom of the other team. And Showmaker in a lot of pressure here, and that's just going to be first blood. Sylvie able to dive under the turret and take him down. Now Lucid is here. We got a roam coming in from King, Fisher pretty low. Not sure if he's going to be able to help without Divide as well. Sylvie does have his bottom lane coming on over, as this is going to get pretty risky, I would say, as the ult is going to come down here from King and holds them all in play as the True Shot Barrage does an insane amount of damage. And that is just going to be a double kill over to Lucid and a bonus kill for Kingin.
Yeah, this was a good idea in terms of catching Showmaker alone, but obviously staying around a little bit too long there. I mean, not much they could do. Fisher takes a ton of damage on the initial exchange, and it's a really good rotation over from Kingin. True Shot Barrage is massive. as look at this setup, like, he's able to identify they have no wards here. Fisher, I mean, Showmaker's surprised for sure by the Emperor's Divide engage. He's basically in point-blank range, though Sylvie hits the ult afterwards, but now he's stuck here. The ultimate came through from Vital to help secure this kill, so he doesn't have it to save Sylvie now. And aiming is like, I also have a global ultimate here. And with the lockdown of Kingin plus that True Shot Barrage, it is just easy pickings here, 4D+. So it looked like a great start. The first kill comes through, ends up being a disaster as 3 fall on the side of Malcolm, or 2 fall rather.
Oh, nice. Trade for 1 grub goes the way of Lucid. And they're looking for more. They have the Tristana, they have the Ezreal. Fantastic. Pushing 80 carries, especially the Tristana. So they get the 4. They're not going to overcommit for more, although they do have Lucid there still. And trying to get to work on those, but again, not overcommitting.
Certainly not.
So, you know, Veigar, a lot of casters will call his event horizon the baby cage.
Yes,
right?
Much to my chagrin.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either, but it happens, right? What about Aurora's ult?
Adult
what kind of cages? See, adult cages, I don't really like that either. As now they're just trying to gank gaming, but Mohan was here, so now turning into a bit of a 2-on-2.
How about the champion cage?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Yeah.
Sounds better.
No one knows what her ult's called. I feel like literally not even one person's ever named it.
You know, Atlas is very good at naming all the abilities. I personally am not. And I saw it like 3 times. Since it's been played so much, I was on the space, I was looking at the abilities, I'm like, okay, this is the name. And I've forgotten it.
So. Oh, they told us on the prompter.
Ah, yes.
Cheating.
I don't want Worlds.
Yeah.
You didn't want to, but I just blurted it out.
So how about Champion Cage? I like that more.
Yeah.
Seems easier to remember.
Or just the cage.
Mihail is going to take a third of Showmaker's health bar, but unfortunately, is in a little bit of danger. Won't be able to do anything more off of that Gnar, but he clears the wave.
Look at the turret health is just like slowly being chipped away at. We got a TP coming in here.
Kill top side laner. Go.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the 1v1, feels pretty good for Fisher, as now, again, Flash available for Showmaker. Sentinel's coming in. There's the Flash, and he still gets taken out. And Fisher didn't even need Sylvie.
Nope. That was actually so clean, and the angle for Jiwoo's ult, predicting exactly where the jump would land, was so beautiful to watch.
Vital,
now he's in trouble, though.
Or Vital, yeah, the Senna player. Understandable confusion there.
They can't be supports playing Senna. That was never a thing while I was a caster.
Yeah. Times change. Well, now the cage is going to miss, and Fisher gets out, but this push from DK is very good. But how about the turn coming out from Nongshim? Jiwoo keeps them around. The TP comes in from Mihail as everybody is so low. Jiwoo will dodge the True Shot Barrage. Kingin makes his way over as well, but it's just a kill lockdown for Vital on the Senna.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit shaky here for D+. They had a pretty comfortable lead in this game, especially if you consider the CS difference in top. And they've now given 2 dragons this Chemtech Soul, which is kind of helpful for Senna, but otherwise, you know, and kind of Neela as well with the tenacity. But they're going to lose this dragon, or rather lose this turret, his first turret going over to D+. But some of these fights are starting to get a little bit shaky as Showmaker here just does not expect this Azir to show up. The ult comes out first, and then he, after the rocket jump, is able to easily get the divide, and that's that Vital ult I was talking about. Although I did incorrectly say Jiwoo. That was really well placed, and he ends up flashing to get the kill. Over here, we're really just trying to force plates, and there's a TP and a Neela. So just really good reaction here from the side of Nongshim to actually be able to punish this. Lucid goes back in as well to try to buy some space here. Will ultimately still go down. And they get the turret afterwards anyways, and the TP. So it's still relatively decent here for D+, but I think they wanted that to be a little bit cleaner. The TP for a TP, turret still goes down.
Yeah, at the end of the day, keeps Nongshim in a really good spot. They got those first 2 Drakes as well for just a bit of bonus, and maybe even just a very bonus Chemtech Soul. As you mentioned before, it's not the greatest, but it's not bad to get, obviously. And we'll see if we can see any big Mega Cone engages as well. I feel like you'll definitely see it out of a Gnar, out of a Sejuani, a trapped in the cage here is Jiu, who's taking a ton of damage and has to cleanse, but it's Ezreal, and aiming just shuts that down. Jiu with no sums outside of the cleanse, it's not enough to get him away.
Yep. And that's a good pick. And weirdly enough, Aurora, because her ultimate range is just so big and you can't get out of it, she just is kind of a pick champ. Like, she does a ton of AoE damage and zoning in team fights and can win you a fight just by placement of her ultimate. We've seen so many times, though, if you're a little bit too far forward, she just presses R and then can easily follow up because there's no escape. As Kingen will play very respectfully here. Sylvie is in the area, and until Moham comes down, he was a little bit of threat.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play the game of kill side lane top laner over and over again, as we had in the first couple of games. Mom's here, so they just back away.
And clear the wave pretty quickly, and he didn't have ult, so slightly concerning after that pick in mid. So we are setting up for that third dragon. We'll watch this one more time. There is a trinket here. Jiu tries to run away, steps back for just a second, but I think either way he still gets hit by this. Just a great play from Kingen, Wing into range, closing the gap, aiming, cleaning up house here. There's no minions on the turret, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been done.
Aiming, simple cleanse, but it's still a tier 1 that's taken by Nongshim. Kind of, we didn't really see the setup for that, but it was only aiming under the turret, probably just trying to get the advantage after the backs came in from DK, and they absolutely will.
Yeah, D+ have a Rift Herald. That's a low-value dragon, but they certainly could just drop it here to get Prio to set up for a team fight. Kingen has his ultimate back online now, and he is in really good position. They might just not need it, to be honest, as they're not going to contest. Nongshim are not going to fight into this really nice setup with the Aurora ultimate between worlds for just a Chemtech dragon and Chemtech soul point. They absolutely don't need that. Miao's just going to side lane, start to farm up a little bit. We'll get his first item off of this back. And the Azir is also going to be a very strong scaling champion. We talked about it could have been double AD carry. He had a rough start to the laning phase, but has otherwise been kind of the main character, I feel like, of this game. Vital is having some great plays as well, but his side laning has been really impactful, and he is going to try to, with his Demolish, take this turret down. Vital's with him, so he could bait this.
Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, Moham standing up to Vital, who, those are both supports. Vital is 3 levels ahead. So somehow that happened as well. More roaming out of the Rel, I suppose, and Vital is obviously alongside the Neela, so it's just naturally, once again, just like game 1, going the way of Vital, and he's going to be a big force in this game. And
D+ looking for the punish here, and Vital and Jiu are a little bit cut off, so I think they just really need to give this, I mean, not give up the turret, but just let it go for now. They can get it later. It's basically like 2 autos away from death. D+ with a big rotation up. This means Mihail, who does have teleport, is going to actually be able to counter map, cross map, get the bottom turret here. So good macro here from Nongshim in this neutral game where not a whole lot is happening. They give up the objective. They give up the Chemtech dragon, but they're going to get this turret here. They're actually going to get both ultimately. See how well they defend the Herald.
Yeah, they just feel like they can't really, especially with 2 of their guys out on the map, but it's 2 turrets for 1. Yes, DK did get the middle tier 1, which is more valuable. As that is, yep, he's invisible, and now he's not. Jiu just going to flash to get away, and thankfully he has that flash this time. But now Meganar coming on in, King and no ult available. Mihail is very much alone, though, so not really able to keep anyone around and interested.
Yeah, there's not really much he can do. It was a nice idea there. Didn't teleport forward either, and it's kind of greedy to stay bottom and continue to push into that inner because it was at full health. They'll take the 2 turrets here for Jiwoo's flash basically in the mid turret. Mid turret's still relevant as we saw from Kingen's flank there. You know, if that mid turret's down, you can go pretty deep. You have that additional map control and look for picks. It's just weird because we haven't really seen anyone play the Aurora as Kingen's playing it in this isolated game here where you're just constantly fishing for those angles. But with the map control they had, it is definitely a good idea. Senna is very immobile, does have the Edge of Night and the Cleanse. But, I mean, obviously team fights are where it's going to be at, but finding these other opportunities is really huge as well because the ultimate, even without Malignance, is on a relatively low cooldown. See, it's almost back up already.
Both of our top laners going for that Cosmic Drive second in all 3 Aurora games we have had, so it seems like that's just the build of choice today.
I mean, it's really strong,
yeah.
And the extra stats, the movement speed is really helpful for closing the gap to set up that ultimate. So, you know, more ultimates versus better ultimates, you know, I guess is the argument here.
Yeah. I mean, it feels just very much like an Aurora item, so we're not too peeved about that one.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine. We were critical of it a little bit in the first game, I think, but watching it in action now, a few more games, I'm starting to come off on my Malignant's high horse a little bit, you know, Valdez. I'm feeling pretty okay with it.
Yeah. And we've kind of hit a lull stage.
He's doing it again.
Kingen is waiting. He's got a Mega Cone right next to him. Doesn't even really want to use that. He's just trying to stealth on in and engage. And, I mean, it makes it very difficult for anyone on Notion to really just stand there. And that's going to give them a chance now with 6 Void Grubs to hit the inner of the mid lane, as now the Neil Ultimate is going to lock Moham in place, but he is Rel. Will he be tanking enough? The answer is no, as now we still have the Flash ult engaged from Sylvie, and now a massive divide comes in from Fisher, catches 2 of them, forces so many of these ultimates to come out, but now we got the huge cage coming on down. Mahia looking for the engage, and he gets it on the 3, but the damage not quite coming through just yet for Notion. Finally, they get 1 in the trade, but Aiming and Kingen still alive on the backside.
Yeah, that was a very, very close fight there. Ultimately, Nongshim ended up getting the better end of the kills, but the turret still goes down. I feel like if D+ didn't get the turret there, you'd feel really rough about how that one all turned out, but it's Aiming who actually helped secure it there. In the end, they get Moham. They end up living through Kingen's engage, but it was a very, very scary setup, as Moham really wants to set up for this Demolish into finishing off the turret, and then Ju comes through and takes him, or locks him up. And then when Kingen shows up here, he's got the ability to then lock them down on the exchange, because it looks like initially, okay, he's going to die here. He W's out of the Emperor's Divide, and outside of Fisher's, Zhonya's there. Look at this cage. It's getting massive amounts of value. And then Mihail, yes, it's a ton of CC here, but the follow-up damage is white there, and Kingen and Aiming will still get out. So ends up being a 2-for-1 there, but they get the inner turret, so extremely valuable for D+. As a one-team fight now, it means that inhibitor is just up for the taking.
Yeah, and we're just going to TP into this Chemtech Drake fight. Feels like DK are very much saying, we want to take all these Chemtech Drakes down. We don't want to allow you to hit that soul mark, or the soul point mark in this case. Noxim, looks like they do want to fight it. I mean, at this point, I feel like both teams wouldn't be too sad to go for a fight. Mihail is about to hit his Mega Gnar.
Could be denied here. Huge play from Mihail, who now has his Narbar set, and Kingen's out of the fight for now.
Yeah, he could just, you know, zone Kingen away. They do not really have Kingen for now, but now the Maokai ultimate is going to be coming in. Sylvie does dodge it. He is on top of this. It is just a flip, and it goes to Lucid. As the smite not there for Sylvie once again. We get a big sweep on the disengage, but this true shot barrage into the Aurora ult is just disgusting. As now the damage is coming through. Fisher will fall, the Nila will fall, and DK are looking for more. Kingen with that mobility is going to find Vital, gives the kill over to Showmaker. That's 3 and the Drake to DK.
I mean, they kept Kingen out of the fight for so long, and by there I mean Mihail did, but it cost him a lot, and then when he shows up, you've got the Aurora ult, you've got the True Shot Barrage, and a big buster shot from Showmaker as well. Everything lining up. I thought the idea of pushing the Aurora out is a huge and smart one, because the comp is so reliant on her lockdown and damage to set up those fights with Lucid's ultimate. But when she shows up, I mean, they kept her out for a while, but when she shows up, the fight is over. It's lights out, and Nongshim now significantly behind, but that's before this Baron goes over. Talked about the mid-inner already being down. There's some standing gold they can grab off of the top turret here when they get this Baron, but look at this, Kingen's out of the fight. It's a great steal, or secure, I should really say. I mean, it's basically a 50-50 here. Lucid zoning them away. Fisher is rooted. He takes his opportunity, wins the smite with the smash coming through, and now Kingen's here. And when he's here, he puts this down. True shot. Watch the buster shot as well. Bam. And then Showmaker's just like, all right, how many jumps we get?
My work here is done.
Jiwoo ends up ulting to keep him at bay for a moment, but it is just done. Vital, unfortunately, no way out. Kingen, they kept him out for a little while, but it's hard to keep an Aurora down forever, and he's almost got death cap.
Yeah. I'm just glad that this very strong, almost overpowered champion is finally finding more success in the LCK, because this is what makes sense, I would say.
When you have a comp that makes sense for it, I feel like it looks really good. When you pick it for the tier list and then you don't build around it, it looks rough. I mean, not rough, but less good.
Yeah.
It still looks pretty good.
That's the thing. I mean, it's still a very good champ. D+Kia very big Red Bull Baron power play at this point. Mahal is getting some bonus gold in the bottom lane, but it's still definitely advantage to D plus Key at this point.
They haven't been able to threaten this inhibitor turret directly just yet, and Jiwoo is going to be able to clear this wave, trying to put some pressure on the top lane. Got that top outer, so that's a large portion of that Baron power play right now. And it's significant advantages here for D+. You know, I mentioned it's like almost 3,000 gold lead. Now we're looking at a nearly 4,000 gold lead for D+. But we've seen some big mistakes in fights. We've seen some shaky setups for D+, whether it's Lucid getting caught or Moham going in a little bit too deep, getting isolated or backing at a weird spot. Never want to say it's over till it's over. I haven't really been able to keep track of Jiwoo's, or rather Vital's stacks. Sorry, I mean, it's like,
yeah, no,
it's
it makes sense.
Played by a support player, and he's an X80 carry player, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I did it with the Guma game as well. But anyway, I don't know how many stacks he has, but he's starting to become a late game threat, as was the case in game 1. It's just keeping this Aurora at bay is so tough, and he's about to have death cap. That's the biggest problem, and they don't have map control, obviously, because they're facing this Baron for 30 more seconds, as Mihail may get punished as well as this Gnar expires.
Yeah, the timing of this is really rough for Mihail, and Showmaker really does want to make the most of this, as he will be forced to flash away, but Showmaker has his own flash. Not going to force the issue, as he knows, you know, take the little bonus win. You don't have to go crazy and try to chase Mihail all over around the map. And they do get his flash. This push will end with this wait.
It's at 101 stacks, you can see there. So has quite a lot, but not quite the massive amount he had in game 1, but there's still a lot of time for him to get them. And it's still a good amount of stacks, don't get me wrong, and he has been stacking quite well.
103?
Yeah, there you go. So
zoom in.
Baron, they weathered the storm on that. Yes, they lost a decent amount of gold, and you can see the gold advantage here for D+ is quite strong, but they kept their inhibitors alive. The Azir still scaling up a little bit. Gnar going to be relevant in team fights if he can set up his Gnar bar like we saw in that last big fight. I do think this is still winnable for the side of Nongshim, especially if D+ make a mistake, or if they can catch Kingen, because Kingen keeps going on these wild flanks, and that's great, especially when you have this mid turret down. He's able to find a lot of success with his ultimate. But if you get caught by a Sejuani ult while you're trying to set up for that flank, while you're trying to set up your ultimate, and you get blown up, and that's out of the fight, it gets a lot easier for Nongshim to utilize their composition. Yeah.
Fisher very much going for a tanky build. Went for Zhonya second, is going for the Abyssal Mask, I would assume, third. And Vital's taking some big damage. I mean, at the end of the day, aiming is still on Ezreal, and he hasn't had this huge pop-off game that he had in game 2, but he's still extremely bad with this BT.
He's just being consistent, and he's positioning well. He's level 16.
Yeah,
the BT is going to be empowered by these Chemtech Dragons, of which they will now have 3.
Yeah.
So even if he gets hit by a few Azir autos, with some Sand Soldiers, he can just kind of walk it off and heal up real easily. So I feel like he is in a really good position to carry these team fights that Kingen sets up for him. And D+ are just not letting go of their map control. And Baron is over, but they're not. And they're pushing hard with this Tristana. Showmaker level 17. He has a ton of range as well set up, sitting on 3 items. They get some alone time with these turrets. It is going to be a huge problem for Nongshim, and they're just trapped in their base. It's practically a siege. Vital is just trying to pick up each and every soul he can find, stacking to 110 now. But they're going to need to win a team fight. You know, you could defend for a while, but eventually that Baron will respawn. 50 seconds to go. They are grouping towards that, clearing this mid wave, trying to set up some vision. There's only 1 control ward in the inventory of Fisher right now, so it's not like they can set up deep vision. They're too scared to come in here and check these brushes, so they're just going to hang around the Baron. Don't really get massive control. That's a good usage of the Mega Bloom to scry that ward away.
Yeah.
It is very oppressive when you have a lead with Chemtech Rift to take vision away, because D+ can just use that scryers and take all the wards away. Like all the hard work Nongshim were trying to set up here, it's just now gone.
And at the end of the day, if you're on the losing side, yes, you get vision from it, but you don't get to clear wards because you don't have position
exactly
on the objective. So you saw Sylvie hit a Mega Bloom, and he's like, well, yeah, I can see them. I know where the ward is. That's good information, but the ward is still there. Meanwhile, they don't have too much. Although, I say that, and there are 2 wards now on the Baron, so Nongshim have taken some control back.
Mihail has his Narbar in a decent spot here, but I don't think he can win this all in.
Well, he might try for it.
No, he backed away. He has teleport, but not teleport advantage. I'd like this play more if he did have it. His Vital is going to go super low. We'll be able to heal up because he is Senna. But that's a pretty high value True Shot Barrage that Aiming can now just queue his way back into from this mid wave. He's going to get so much CDR. And Baron Prio still in D+'s control. I feel like they're being a little bit timid with this lead. And I don't blame them, considering how this series has gone so far. Gnome should have been so tenacious in these team fights, especially in the late game. Now the Narbar is gone, so they could just kind of sit this one out.
Yeah, I do feel like some of the feedback for DK would have been, okay, well, if you're going to go for it, make sure you're 100% certain. So they haven't found any, 90, 95% chance opportunities. Speaking of which, Moham, once again, trying to frontline. He's just going to get poked down from Fisher, who is very strong.
Abyssal Mask online for him, and he has the Oblivion Orb. And the D+ are like, okay, no Narbar, no vision. We're going for this. The Senna ult will reveal the timing. This is a good angle for Gnomeshim.
Yeah,
the Maokai ult.
The Maokai ultimate just denies Sylvie, throws in an ult, but the damage is not there. He gets knocked away by Showmaker as well. And now everybody is in the Aurora ult. It is just a crazy team fight. Nilo will go down. Some big ultimates coming in from the Gnar and the Azir. Fisher's still alive, but he eventually does fall. And that is one of the big pillars of Gnomeshim right now. DK, they take down the Baron. They take a nice turn fight afterwards. And Vital's just hitting the minions, trying to stop this game from ending.
Yeah, just going to try to clear this wave. I feel like if the game state was much closer, that actually could have been a winnable fight for Gnomeshim. The Buster Shot is fantastic. Guarantees there's nothing Sylvie could do. Maokai ult into Buster Shot means no steal, guaranteed Baron. And yes, great Gnar coming through from Mihail. Fisher's ult was awesome as well, but G was taken out of the fight early, and Vital can only do so much. And I think D+ still likely end off of this top wave. No way to defend without Fisher. 20 seconds on the Azir.
Yeah, they just don't really have wave clear with these two specifically, especially against the Baron. And that should be enough to get the job done as the Nexus is open. Miles going in. He's got a Mega Gnar. He only hits Aiming, and he's just being chunked by that very man himself. As Sylvie also going to be locked in. Fisher trying his best. They are desperate, but it is not going to happen. D+ Kia, they do get across the line and take the series 2-1. After losing that first game, they pull it back.
Game 2 definitely looked like a winnable one for Gnomeshim as well, but Game 3 I feel was the most one-sided D+ controlled game we saw of the three, and Kingen controlled those team fights, got the picks in mid, and even though they try to keep him down, keep him out of the pit, keep him out of those fights, eventually the Aurora will prevail. And once they lost map control, it became so much tougher to play out this composition. The early mid-turret take from D+ really ended up being quite valuable for them. Some good macro, though, from Gnomeshim. Trading some dragons they didn't care about for top and bot turrets as Kingen looks relieved.
Yeah.
I think that Gnomeshim definitely should be proud of how they played today. And coming off of that win over T1 just a few days ago, too, I think you're going to have a good, happy end of the season regardless. For D+ fans, I think on one hand, you're a little bit concerned about some of the drafting we saw and some of the ways in which D+ won and some of the ways in which they nearly lost. But it's just, at the end of the day, a regular season game that doesn't matter as much as Aiming. Yeah, I like this pose because he did a lot of heavy lifting in this series.
He definitely did. I mean, yes, Ezreal was nerfed, but Aiming is still aiming on Ezreal, and I think you have to respect that. It's still very strong. And we see what the True Shot Barrage can still do despite the nerfs to the Q. I still think that Ezreal is in a really good spot. Looks like Showmaker's not too happy. I feel like his game 1 and 2 weren't the greatest for sure. And I mean, that's fair, but just one of the days. I'm sure he'll get over it.
Game 3 also kind of getting punished by Fisher in sides and stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Not that it was his fault, it was just really clutch and unusual decision-making from Fisher as well. Like, just saying, no, I'm going to go in point-blank range and ult you here when Showmaker didn't have vision of whether jungler was there or not. Just some really smart decision-making, like this play here from Fisher. Just the way in which he did this, has the ult from the Senna as well. Yeah. Just very clean. Like, moments like this, you're frustrated as Showmaker because you think you're fine. You think you're safe. Just gets outplayed. Kingen, though, stole the show for me. And I think a lot of it was Aurora, but I think a lot of it was Kingen as well. I voted for him in this one. The team fights are all about him Even the delayed ultimates that we saw in some of these, like this one,
Yeah.
were so impactful.
Good buster shot from, you know, support Tristan. No, I mean, yeah, it was good buster shots from Showmaker.
I mean, bustering them into the wall is...
This one too, you know, pushes him back.
Yeah, no, he denies the smite. Look, Showmaker should not be disappointed with his performance. I think he's disappointed with the fact that he wasn't the main character, and I think that's kind of a Showmaker-ism, right? A lot of the time, over these last few matches, they've gotten the wins, but he hasn't been the guy.
Unfortunately for him, the guy on the squad right now is aiming. So, and Lucid kind of enables everybody. Sometimes it's Showmaker, but most of the time it is the Ezreal player.
It is good to see, though, when they're giving the resources to aiming, he's getting the Ws, he's being a little bit more consistent in the mid to late game.
And not the E's.
Yes, not the E's.
The Ws, yes.
Yes. The W into the Q, W into Q, 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 Q,
And then
right click.
Yeah, at the right time.
But
It gets slows is Lucid.
yeah. Calling out the focus Gnar.
Go for the fight. Take it slow. We definitely win.
Yeah. There's a call from Lucid, I believe, to say like we definitely win there. Calm, collected, aiming tops damage.
Yeah, and then unfortunately, once again, the Jew damage is, you know, the Neela damage. It's just, it's not really a champ that does a lot of damage unless you're really far ahead, right? So it empowers the Senna. He does get some engages, but unfortunately, we haven't really seen him pop off in a big fight or anything.
It's ironic that, you know, I was saying Jiwoo for the Senna because the AD carry, but Vital is the true AD carry. Senna is the support engaged champion.
Yeah.
And she supportively gives experience.
Yeah.
Neela, yeah. That gives experience to the Senna. The Neela ends up being, you know, I feel like a smart pick in this draft. Gave him a lot of bot side prio, but didn't work out as well as they would hoped. I still think it was a solid draft. I thought it was a great game plan coming into this one for Nongshim. I think they should be pretty happy with the result overall.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Nongshim did get a win against D+ Kia. They stopped that loss streak after 20 losses in a row in games. So they got that done, but DK take the win anyway. We are done here for the first series. Let's hand it over to the space to break down this one.
Thank you very much, Valdez and Wolf, for that great cast. It is 3 games of action, and D+ take the long route, but they navigate their way home with the victory. And again, much needed there for them as they are continuing their playoff push. Welcome back to the space, Degon alongside Ox and Chronicler. And guys, similar drafts here, Game 1 and Game 3, but different execution here, and Aurora.
I feel like it's more so what they were playing into. So we actually have the Game 1 draft to have a quick look at. And I feel like we really liked the Neela Senna here because, you know, you have the Leona on the other side and you have the Sejuani, both of which you can block the autos, which are important for their stuns. They took the double cleanse as well. But also, if you look at the composition of D+, everyone wants to dive into you. This is a dive comp in a nutshell. They want to move into the longer range Senna. And the Neela can stand there, you know, use her W effectively, ult to counteract. And it means she doesn't really get outranged because everyone is coming into her range. Now, if we go to the Game 3 draft, it's completely different. We have a situation where you're playing into Ezreal, who's never going to move that far into you. He's going to play the longer range. The Tristana as well, later in the game, can just sit back and auto-attack. And it's a Maokai, who is very non-committal when he ultimates. And so as a result, the Neela just felt so much more ineffective in this game.
I also think that, as the casters were saying, after this one, the DK clearly listened to their coaches who after the game was like, guys, just take it down a notch. Kingen looking night and day, definitely the biggest improvement. But I think even we saw Mom at a couple of moments that weren't as great, but he also went Rel, where it's harder to get value out of the double cleanse, which was another big thing, as you were mentioning in the Game number 1 draft. So when we look at how the fights played out, it was night and day compared to Game number 1.
Absolutely. Again, Moham having opportunity to play the game compared to the Leona in that first draft where he was just constantly getting cleansed out. Let's take a look at the highlights here. Drake at 23 minutes. This is, we saw the gold graft. It was close throughout, and then this is where they finally broke away.
Look at the attempted defense here from Nongshim, which I actually think is a great call. Like, they know that if you ever get this Aurora on top of you, life is going to be very, very hard. The steal is one thing, that's not the end of the world, but Kingen gets over the wall here and then uses the little hop from the ultimate to get in position. And then here, unfortunately, is no way out for Nongshim.
It just becomes a fish in the barrel situation. You know, you get this massive true shot barrage across the team. The big buster shot bounces them off that wall before it fades, so they all get slowed for the chase down. And again, you know, they're not rushing inside the ult so that Ziwu can get value. They're just firing pot shots from outside, and there's nothing really Nongshim can do. Really good ult from Kingen, but the follow-up as well from the team, fantastic.
And from there, this is what we see great teams do, and we're hoping that D+ can ascend to that level and really challenge the likes of Gen G. They close out games. Over in our second highlight, Baron at 31 minutes. This is when they close it off here.
As we take a look at this, it's very straightforward, right? They're very far ahead. They set up early here, and there's two things I want to talk about. One is Maokai. I think that this pick is insanely busted. It's been meta ever since like World 2022. Back then it was used as a top laner, but even then it was also played in jungle, but then it was still flexible. Now it's just a jungler, but I think it's been one of the strongest junglers for such a long time. Doesn't matter what items you have, it's just insanely strong. And then secondly, on an individual level, I think this was a good bounce back game from Kingen most notably. But the performance of Showmaker and Moam is going to remain a source of stress, I imagine, for DK fans. Moam makes a lot of sense, given that he's just come in, that he is still getting used to the LCK stage. So I think in his case, it's more about how does he evolve throughout Week 9. But for Showmaker individually, getting outplayed by Fisher, who, to be fair, has really had a big upswing, I think is worrying given the caliber of mids in playoffs.
Yeah, sometimes you get a POG where it's like, okay, the whole team did good, who did best. It felt like both of D+'s wins in this game, in the series, you really had the POGs, or who we expect to be POG, stepping up massively and kind of carrying the team when other players were underperforming a bit. You know, the first time was aiming. I expect it's going to be Kingen in this one. And ultimately, you know, yes, they still win the series, but D+ have some reflecting to do after this one.
Well, always great to reflect in victory rather than in defeat and then worrying about standings and all that stuff. Let's take a look at the POG, though. Who is it? Was it foreshadowing here by Ox? Did he really know who it was? Of course he did. Kingen bouncing back on the Aurora and having a much more, I guess, complete performance here.
Yeah, and I think he really found ways to take over the game, and especially Redemption from that earlier one where he looked a bit uncomfortable on the pick. I think it was just a bad game for him, you could see, because in this one, knew exactly what he was doing, found some great angles where he'd roam towards mid and able to punish Jiwoo. And even when he didn't get kills, like in this situation he did, other situations he'd been in sums, but the team fight ults, consistently getting 4 members inside it.
I gotta say as well, I think Maokai Aurora I'm gonna keep an eye on that combo, because that to me looks so insanely disgusting, because the one thing you can do against Maokai, all this one person, the tank stands in front, is, yeah, obviously 12 out of 12. One person stands in front, and then everyone else stands behind. Like, that's the easiest Aurora setup of your life. I think that 1-2 is something that teams are going to have to start denying. But right now, there are so many insanely strong picks that I think it's going to be really hard to do that consistently, because we see Aurora make it through drafts pretty often, and same for Maokai, honestly.
I also think part of it is the fact they had Aurora and Ezreal. I think if Ezreal's in their team, it's so much harder to pull off these plays because Ezreal can just shift out. So I think the fact they got Ezreal, Maokai,
good.
and Aurora as a trio,
yeah,
that's like everything.
Because I feel like Ezreal isn't that strong, so it's nice that he has value as a as a niche pick.
Well,
right?
he got his Q nerfed, so he's useless now, I guess, right?
The buffs he got on the rest of the buffs on the patch, they don't matter. You know, you saw that Arcane Barrage, you saw that,
we did.
Or Trisha Barrage, that was
just tickled a little bit.
This is just vital. Lost health bar. That's it. That's that buff still in the game.
Well, we got the interviews standing by with victorious D+ Kia right now with Jisun. Jisun, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by Amy and Kingen on the side of D+ Kia. With this win, they secured the 11th win of the season by defeating Nongshim Red Force. Let's interview the unanimous POG winners, Aiming and Kingen. Congratulations. Another 3-game series and a win in the end. How do you feel, Aiming? We always go to the 3rd game, so it's pretty exhausting, but still winning in the end feels great. What about you, Kingen? Yeah, every time in the fan meet, I tell my fans, next time it's gonna be a 2-0, you'll get home early, but I couldn't live up to my words. But I'm a little relieved, but I don't want to say I'm relieved. I want to say I'm heartbroken because I could not keep my promise to my fans. Aiming, Nongshim pulled off an upset in their previous match, so they must have been a very intimidating opponent. Today's 3 games are very challenging. What was the most difficult aspect of facing Nongshim? So Nila Sena, very unusual comp. Also Maokai, which is really valuable in the later game, and also the presence of Maokai in teamfights are really big as well, so it was hard to deal with. Yeah, exactly. So we had Nila Sena combination in the bottom lane with Jiu's well-known Nila pick and a support Sena played by a previous bot laner. How was it to play against them? I personally don't think Nila is a good pick, but it was pretty scary though. But Nila itself is not an easy champion to, put a lot of damage in team fights, so it was pretty doable in the end. Even during the difficult second game, you made a critical steal onto the Dragon's Soul, so let's take a look at this play. So the empowered Q with the buff from W managed to get a steal on that dragon. How did you see that angle? So Ezreal, his damage is incredible in the later game. So I already landed my W. So I was looking for the Q angle for the steal. I was kind of expecting it because I'm pretty good at stealing objectives. I saw it coming a little bit. So Sylvie could not even use his smite. I mean, if he smote that Drake, it could have been lucky, secure for them, but this time I got the lucky steal. Well, in that game, actually, Nongshim already got 3 Barons, so the game was pretty much in the hands of Nongshim Red Force, and in this kind of situation, DK has to rely on your late game potential. We had Ivern, Tristana, Ezreal, so the late game value was so huge. So I was pretty confident in the late game team fights, so I was feeling pretty okay. And as a result, you delivered an impressive performance with Ezreal in the second game, dealing massive damage and remaining deathless. And moving on to game 3, your early mid-roam play a critical role in that game. How did you set that up with Showmaker? So early on in that game, I was like, I can take Comet and I can go for a very aggressive trade and win the lane, and then I can make some room to the mid lane. So we had this kind of a communication early on. And the synergy between Aurora and Tristana was so impressive and also very stylish. How did you set up for this team fight with him? I mean, it was pretty hectic, everyone's just bouncing around. I was not expecting that follow-up from Tristana actually, but his reaction was so on point. We were able to get this kind of a montage moment. So with this Aurora performance, top Aurora secured wins in both 2 games. How do you rate this champion right now? I want to say Aurora is a double-edged sword. Sometimes it's an OP, but sometimes it's a little it's a little wonky. So if you watch the matches, sometimes when a stronger team plays it, Aurora looks really strong, but sometimes when a weaker team plays it, it looks a little bit, ineffective. So it depends on how it's kind of executed. So how would you like to rate your Aurora performance? Because you said you are always aiming for a machine-like performance. Was it machine-like today? Well, this machine got a little bit... It was a little bit malfunctioning in game 2, but Zephyr successfully kind of reassembled the machine and make it properly function, so we managed to pick up another win in game 3. He usually just gave me a feedback around my team fight positioning and engages. And then we saw a little bit of a sigh of relief in front of the camera after the game. A big sigh of relief there. Not a very machine-like emotion though. And then Aiming pulled off the King N signature performance with flexing the muscles. Yeah, it kind of grew in me, so I thought it's kind of cool, so I stole it away from him. It's a trademark from Kingen, so I don't think I can like completely steal it, but with this, I want to get a kind of a good insight of making my own signature celebration. And Kingen also mentioned because he's the OG, you know, he can't even come close. So let's take a look at the OG ceremony. The muscle flags from Kingen.
야, 오늘도 이렇게 멋진 승리를 가져가게 된 디플러스 기아입니다. 이제 정규 시즌도 단 2경기.
Now we only have 2 more matches to play in the regular season up against OK Savings Bank Brion and KT Roaster. What are your resolutions for these 2 upcoming matches? Playoffs is just around the corner. I think regular season is important, but playoffs is way more important. So I think next week will be the final checkup of our own performance in order to perform even better at playoffs. I want to make sure to pick up both wins next week. I also think, you know, because we're just about to have playoffs, it's going to be very important for us to get 2 wins in the remaining matches in order to kind of make sure that we have our best form in the playoffs. And this will be the end of the POG interview from Kingen and Aiming, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisuna Yaya, as D plus Kia do solidify their spot now with 3rd place almost wrapped on up. There is still a chance that T1 could theoretically slide on in with several perfect games and D plus losing their last 2, but seems pretty good for them. And Nongshim, still a good showing despite the season being over and building blocks for next split.
Yeah, Nongshim are trying to set themselves apart from DRX and Brion, who obviously also have gotten some shocking wins, in case of Brion specifically. And Nongshim, unfortunately not enough to win it today, but I think still a pretty nice ending to their split.
I also think the sort of drafts they're bringing out, even though obviously Game 3, you got some criticisms for bringing it out then, but like the Game 1, I think that's something the fans will really enjoy, seeing Jiwoo back on the Neela and a bit of wackiness coming out.
Yeah, well, spicy drafts and great gameplay for Nongshim, not quite enough, but still very, very good series. And speaking of good series, we got ourselves the world champs going up against the #1 team from the LCK that started their planning for 2025. Right now, it's time! Bro time, baby, against T1. T1 fans, don't get mad at me. I love you too, but it's time for the Giga Chads. We have mic check up in between, but until then, we'll see you in just a little bit.
치킨 앤 바이텐대로 할 만한 게 있나?
탑 정글이?
가다 치는 게 낫지 않아?
잘 싸우는 거.
시바나?
시바나 지린다.
시바나 사이언 이런 거 해도 되긴 해.
그러니까 싸움 지리겠는데.
화이팅! 화이팅!
화이팅.
애쉬공
맞다 왔어.
맞아줘봐 쌀 나 걸어갔어
나를 갈 수 있어.
나이스 얘 노프리만 해
얘가 볼게.
빼게 그냥 싸움만 나면 유리하긴 하다 방금처럼 싸우면
나만 잘 봐주면 돼. 내가 다 잡을 수 있어.
그럴 것 같아. 나 나를 볼수 있는데.
이거 마테만
나를 볼게.
길게 하면 얘네 먼저 간다 짧게 해야 돼 짧게
일단 볼게.
위로 빼봐.
잡긴 했어. 터치 한번 줘.
각 좋아 터져 봐봐
너무 빨리 좀 마.
세주 도고 나 괜찮아 맞아
별로 안 좋아. 빼.
아 레아타 공 너무 잘 났네. 까비.
빨리진 말.
나쁘지 않다 그래도.
가까이
자, 영 보자 이거.
나 줬다 얘네 빨리긴 했는데
천천히 봐볼게. 천천히.
가줄게. 애쉬.
더블링을 박아놨어. 애쉬.
애쉬 묶여있어 할만해
가봐.
여기 애쉬 노플.
내가 잡았어. 해볼게. 잡았어.
나이스.
나 되게 세. 앞라인 내가 다 밀어줄게.
진이 혼자 다 하긴 한다. 천천히.
알아요 나 미칼 있어
오케이.
내가 천천히 이거 잡아먹을게.
왼쪽만 감으면 돼 왼쪽만
천천히 올게. 일단 애쉬한테 공 박았어.
빨리지 마.
아리 좋아. 그냥 하면 돼.
해봐.
야 잡았어 미칼 줄게
뺐다.
아이고.
까비.
나이스
뭐가 할수 있냐?
계량나요?
나이스.
자 시바나 나와봐 시바나로 할게 야 미워도 다시 한판
시바나 아이번은 뭐임?
아이본이 좋을 것 같은데? 잘 크지만 않으면 돼
1대1은 일단 시바나 개발을 듯?
No 아이본이 이길 듯?
아 그래?
아 모르겠어
볼만해
앞에 거 봤다 시바나 묶었고
야 시바나
나 커버해줘 나
이거 빼봐 잘 빼봐 아토로플 건데
나이스
야 어떻게 이렇게 대등했냐? 진이 W 잘 맞췄어.
아 이거 너무 아쉽네 한타 살짝 좀 더 잘하면 질감 없겠다 이거 넘어가서 싸울 생각하자
땀바래?
얘 노플이야 노플
야야 미포 공 끊어줄게
뒤에 봐줄 수 있는 사람?
가져 나 죽냐? 살았다.
저게 안 죽네 나이스
끝낼만한 거? 아니지?
납쳐서 끝내볼래? 가보자
그래.
알리 나랑 같이 와봐 코르키 알리 풀 없어
여기 W? 오케이 막는다 이번에.
자
미포 묶어놨다.
내가 아차
오케이 앞에부터 봐봐. 다 버려. 미포 노스펠이야.
나이스 실패해버렸네 배보소 승리 잘했다 나를
안녕하세요. 제이스 성우 남도형입니다. 23년 월드 챔피언 T1 팀의 우승 스킨이 드디어 출시됐습니다. 우승 스킨 속 11가지의 재미있는 사실 함께 보시죠. 1. 사방신. 한국에서 치러진 월즈에서 타 지역 리그에 맞서 극적으로 LCK를 지켜낸 순간이 있었죠. 그때 극적인 스토리를 LCK를 수호하는 사방신으로서 표현했다고 합니다.
저는 제이스 좋아합니다.
2. 제우스는 제이스가 좋아. 제우스 선수의 1픽은 늘 제이스였다고 합니다. 다양한 옵션이 있었지만 선수의 매우 강력한 요청에 의해 스킨의 주인공은 제이스가 되었습니다. 제우스의 힘을 느껴봐라. 3. 제우스의 늦잠. 제우스 선수는 마지막 스킨 미팅에 늦잠을 자서 참석하지 못하는 해프닝이 있었습니다. 하지만 이후에 따로 추가 미팅을 통해 전달했다고. 4. 정말 내가 쓰려고 만드는 스킨.
깔끔한 심플? 심플 앤 깔끔.
제우스 선수는 스킨의 화려함보다는 실용성을 추구했습니다. 디벨롭하는 과정 속에서 너무 복잡하거나 화려한 이펙트들을 줄여달라고 요청했다고 하네요. 나는 더 나은 스킨을 위해 싸운다. 5. 이 세계에서 월즈를 우승한 내 리신이 다른 세계선의 S급 리신을 만남. 오너 선수는 귀환 모션에서 뱅기 선수의 리신과 마주치고 홀로그램으로 부서지는 초안이 있었는데 서로 힘겨루기를 하는 모습으로 최종 결정되었다고 합니다. 6. 오너와 백호랑이.
오너 선수님은 팬님 없나요? 호랑이단. 호랑이단을.
오너 선수는 리신 스킨의 사방신 중 백호의 상징을 넣고자 했습니다. 궁극기의 호랑이 이펙트, 가슴의 호랑이 발톱 자국 모두 오너 선수의 의견이었다고 합니다. 오너 선수의 호랑이 사랑은 유명하죠. 7. Simplest the best. 페이커. 평소 AI 같은 이미지인 페이커 선수이지만 의외로 스킨 피드백에선 오리아나의 기계적인 면과 화려한 부분을 덜어달라고 했다고 합니다. 8. 불타오르네. 페이커 선수는 우승 직후 첫 스킨 미팅 때 우리에게 익숙한 진한 빨간색보다 좀 더 빛나는 불의 색으로 표현해달라고 했습니다. 9. 우리 귀여운 둥이. 구마유시 선수는 징크스의 귀한 모션에 반려견 둥이의 등장을 강력히 희망했습니다. 둥이를 담기까지 많은 피드백이 있었고 결국 이렇게 귀엽게 완성되었네요. 둥이는 스플래시 아트에도 깨알같이 들어가 있습니다. 10. 뉴진스 나와! 뉴진스 나와! 캐리아 선수는 바드의 모션에 뉴진스의 춤을 넣길 희망했습니다만 여러 차례 미팅 후 바드의 얼굴과 정령들에게 토끼를 가득 담는 것으로 캐리아 선수의 팬심을 담았습니다. 11. 2022년의 아쉬움 그리고 극복. 바드의 귀환 모션에는 특별한 스토리가 있습니다. 눈물을 흘리던 당시 캐리아 선수를 1년 뒤에 캐리아 선수가 다독이는 것 같아 저도 덩달아 찡하네요. 자, 지금까지 알고 보면 더 재미있는 11가지 사실들을 살펴보았습니다. T1의 스토리가 가득 담겨있는 스킨, 많은 기대 부탁드립니다.
차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 걷는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever If I never leave I'll never fight bleed or sacrifice fight until the final hour pain is my superpower keep my head up high run through rain or shine cannot sleep without the sour pain is my superpower 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐 Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave 날 주세워 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever If I never leave I'll never fight bleed or sacrifice fight until the final hour pain is my superpower keep my
시작하겠습니다.
darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We got OK Brion up against T1, and on paper, if you haven't been watching, you'd be like, hey, T1 are going to stop these guys. That's not really the feeling coming into this series, Wolf.
No, certainly not. T1 taking a pretty rough loss earlier in the week to Nongshim after having a pretty eventful loss to Gen.G. Obviously, there's a pretty big contrast to almost beating Gen.G in Game 1 to losing 0-2 to Nongshim. I think most people expect that T1 will bounce back against Bro today, considering there's a bit of a gap between Nongshim and Bro right now, as was indicated in the previous series. But we also thought the same thing about the even larger gap between Gen.G and Nongshim, and T1 still came up empty there. Some really interesting reads on the drafts and the meta. Now, consider this. T1 are 8-7. They end up losing this series. They fall to 8-8, the same as KT and BNK. The remaining opponents after this match are Kwangdong Freaks and BNK, who are their direct competitors in this 4-man race for playoffs. If they end up losing here, if they can't beat Bro, if they can't beat Nongshim, can they beat BNK and Kwangdong? There's a world where this begins the slip to T1 not making playoffs. I'm not going to predict that outcome, but I do think this match is very important.
The pressure couldn't be higher, right? Whereas on the side of Bro, they're just chilling. They're getting wins. They're having a great time. They're improving. Every match is critical. They say they really want to make sure they're getting all their wins. But at the same time, it's just not the same stakes, right? So for them, they're just going to have all that weight off their shoulders. And they're used to having a lot of weight on their shoulders because they're Giga Chads. The first matchup of the Hyuks, as both of these players have Hyuk as part of their real names. These two, Fate and Faker, obviously fighting for the first time after 521 days.
Got Acre battles. We've got Hyuk battles.
Yeah.
And when
so it's Suhyuk and Sanghyuk.
Yes, that's right. Anytime you can try to have some of Faker's ID or name in it, you got to make it a thing. We do have a pretty interesting matchup here in the top lane because Morgan played Nasus against Kennen, and he got ganked a lot, so it was a good matchup. I thought he played a great game, but obviously it wasn't a true 1v1 there in the top side. We'll see if he plays against Zeus's very highly prioritized Kennen pick because it's been drafted even B1 by T1. He wants to pull it out again. I think they'll be ready for it if that's the case. They did their preparation. And it is mentioned here that Zeus's performances have been a little lackluster on the pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Morgan's going to be ready for that. They're preparing a lot of stuff within the team, and they're just looking better and better. Ever since, you know, they fell out of playoff contention, it was immediately like, okay, the pressure's off, let's play our game, and they started getting wins. They were able to defeat KT, and now they're looking for another telecom company tonight.
Yeah, as you guys can see, Envy will be starting tonight in the bottom lane with Alu. The rest of the roster is as you'd expect with Morgan, Youngjae, and Fate. So this is the lineup we've come to expect here at the very end of the season. 3 matches left for Bro as well. There's a chance that they can get themselves out of 10th place. They're not that far behind DRX in the standings right now, so still a little bit of something to fight for. Whereas T1 trying to bounce back from a tough loss to Genji. Kind of crushed the team, I think, mentally. They ended up losing again in a pretty big upset to Nongshim earlier this week. Still wearing masks because Faker was confirmed to have COVID-19, so just as a precautionary measure, we'll be wearing those here.
Yep.
But T1, the momentum has to bounce back here. If you lose this series, can you get the mental, straight to actually take out 2 of our top playoff contenders in BNK? We've upset them already once, and Kwangdong Freaks, who are very strong at the moment. It is a very tough road to playoffs if you lose here. And that's not the expectation, but it wasn't earlier this week either. As we take a look at the top matchup, Morgan's KP is really high here in round 2. Zeus is playing a lot of Kennen, so his damage per gold stat is going to be high. Let's see if he can find the angles on this pick, because again, it's most played in round 2, but he's 2 and 4 on it.
Yeah, and things get spicier as well with Aurora kind of entering the top lane champion pool. So, is one of these players going to be allowed to play that? Will we see it at all? Or, is Zeus going to prioritize the Kennen as much after recent games and after Morgan has clearly prepared not only Nasus, I'm guessing, but other picks as well to deal with this, especially going into Zeus, into T1? It does remain to be seen, and I think the draft is always a fun talking point moving towards the end of the season and towards playoffs potentially for one of these teams. There is still a world, I guess. I don't have the, the list of potential outcomes in front of me, but I guess there is a world where T1 lose all 3 matches and still make playoffs.
Yes.
Because there's 3 teams that have, there's 4 teams rather that have 3 spots. So
yeah, so
it's just technically still possible.
So consider that KT's remaining opponents are DRX and DK. BNK's remaining opponents are very difficult in Hanwha Life and also T1. Like I mentioned, they directly fight them. Kwangdong directly fights T1 and then DRX. So those DRX mixed in there for 2 of these teams does make it a little bit tricky. If they lose to BNK and they end up losing today, as well as that Kwangdong series, if KT beats DRX or if Kwangdong beats DRX, then they don't make it. Potentially, depending on how all that stacks up. Game score, of course, important as well.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that we're having this conversation. It feels like the first time we've had this since 2021, and obviously there was the Poby situation when Faker was injured, where we were like, okay, they've fallen to 50% in terms of win-loss. We're back there now, sort of. But at the end of the day, people do expect that T1 will bounce back. They had the weird Senna draft in that matchup against Nongshim, where they played the Senna Yasuo comp. They had a nice combo setup. I don't think it was a bad draft. The execution left a little bit to be desired. Koma specifically was outspoken after the loss in an interview, saying he felt personally responsible for the lack of preparation going in. And I think there was a lot of stuff going on after that Gen.G series, the COVID strikes. You know, it's very difficult to prepare last minute when you have all that stuff going on. I think maybe today going into this series, they'll have a little bit of a better read. They do not have home advantage, actually. It will be Bro who get to pick side.
And you would assume that, in fact, they will select blue. Not a big surprise here at all, as I'm just hyped to get into this one, because generally, you know, you get T1 versus Bro. Okay, T1's probably going to win. Not today. Either of these teams could win. T1 could definitely come out and get a 2-0. I wouldn't even be surprised if Bro got a 2-0. That's where we're at right now. And the first ban is going to be Ashe. Always a good one against T1.
Yeah, Ashe has been the most banned champion against T1 this season. Has 66% of the time been banned against them. So 2/3 of games, really just not allowing that. We'll see if there is going to be a ban on the Azir here. Remember, Faker has relied on the Azir a lot when he hasn't been able to play his pick of the AD champions. And we have also seen Faker really shy away from the Yone pick just throughout his career. He doesn't really play it. He hasn't played it a single game this season either. That's another pick that's been banned a lot, that's rising up right now on this patch, that Faker just really doesn't play. So another thing that if they did the research, Bro should be able to identify. Aurora's taken away on blue side as well as Rumble. Interesting to do this when you have that blue side first pick. I wonder what their angle is going to be here for first pick with all these unusually strong champions being taken away as blue side.
Yeah. Definitely pretty strange to see it, but as you mentioned, it does mean that they're probably looking for something specific here. And,
Corky.
well, that's very specifically quite good. And most picked, most presents, I should say. And there's that Yone.
First time for Faker this season.
Could still be top, but especially not blind, right? It's not the blind top pick. You know you're playing into Corky. This makes more sense for Faker.
It does make sense, you know, to do this rather than blinded, as you say.
Yeah.
Still could hold on to it as a flex, but I just don't think that is going to be the case in this game. Youngjae hovering a Viego pick here as owner slam locks the Nidalee. If you guys watched the Gen.G series, he had an amazing game of Nidalee, or sorry, Lilia, that is to say.
Yeah.
Today I'm mixing up all the names, Valdez. They drink more of this coffee I got in front of me. But yeah, he had an amazing game of the Lilia in that series. Did end up getting caught, and they did end up losing, but still, he is very good at this champion. And Sejuani will come through here in response for Youngjae. They lock down Envy's Ezreal first, and then we'll put this one down. The Leona is banned, so we want the Leona Ezreal lane, but there's a lot of other viable lanes down there. The question becomes now, what is going to be the answer here for the bottom lane? Otherwise, you're blinding a pick here for Zeus.
Yeah.
Or Faker. I mean, if you lock a mid-champion here, you're then making the Yone blind. And it looks like they're looking for MF with a ban on the Leona. I feel like this is a pretty good angle for this. A lot of good setup.
I thought maybe they could go for Senna, but, you know, then you're risking getting a couple of bans on, you know, Tomcan Ornn or something like that, Nautilus Ornn, or
then you have to ban
Yasuo.
Karma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit awkward. You're kind of putting yourself into a hole if you only pick Senna now. And the MF has is one of the champs that actually has a decent lane into Ezreal, so feels good.
Chuckle from Edgar after we did see the Corky top yesterday come through.
Oh boy.
With the LeBlanc. So he is going to know that did happen. They kind of got a free ban of this because I don't think that was the game plan for Bros to flex the Corky top, but either way, LeBlanc strong into what they put together and will be taken away. Cassante ban also indicating that Bro are 99% sure, as are we, that this is going to be Faker's Yone. See what comes through as a Braum ban. I like that. strong with the Ezreal, strong with Sejuani.
Rell has really fallen off, but I really like it in this spot. I do agree.
Blocks bullet time, so that's another big issue that their composition would face if that pick did come through. See what this final ban is going to be. Jace. So taking away some strong top picks here, but he's still going to have counter pick.
Yeah, he might just pick Kennen at the end of the day as well. I mean, he's definitely been very comfortable on that pick. Rell is going to be the choice here for the side of Keria, so MF and Rell in the bottom lane.
Rakan was the other pick I was thinking of. Obviously has a permafrost synergy and, you know, a lot of engage here. Great counter engage too to the draft of T1 because they have the Rell, they have the Lilia, they have the Yone, they have the bullet time. So you need something to break that up, disrupt it. Maybe a flank could be the way as the Rell is kind of fishing forward, looking for those engages. Maybe Rakan can find bit of an angle. Will be a little bit tougher to play in the laning phase as they'll take the Kennen themselves here blind, and we'll see what Zeus is going to lock in return.
I mean, or it still could just be Yone
yeah.
in a top lane, but at the end of the day, I'm not sure you really want to play that into Kennen, so feeling just like the Kennen-Gnar handshake.
I think the Gnar in this draft, with all the other frontline they have in terms of engage, is pretty strong, but it will be the Sylas to come through. So likely we'll just push that Yone into the top lane. I say that because put into Zeus' hands here on the swap. So interesting to see this. Sylas is not really in a great spot right now in terms of his power level. Has been significantly nerfed. I mean, it was reworked to make him more of a brawler, but that doesn't really suit how this meta plays out. Could steal the Kennen ult, could steal the Rakan ult. Sejuani ult, some value there.
Yeah, I mean, there's good ults to steal. I do worry about this laning phase, though. It's not like you picked it into a Gnar where you're like, okay, I'm going to be better Gnar. And, you know, I can somewhat trade against this. I think Kennens can be very annoying, especially early on, and make this laning phase hell for Zeus. So very curious about this R5 Sylas. Not totally convinced just yet.
Yeah, you know, his Kennen ults have been, you know, very hit or miss, especially in the losses we've seen when they don't have map control. He will have the opportunity to have some Kennen ults as Sylas in this and can, you know, close the gap with the chains connecting and pulling himself into a fight, then ult. So it's quite strong. And obviously, because he is going to be building AP, he's going to have those ratios for the ultimate as well. I do wonder how this is going to play out in lane, though, because the Kennen is so speedy, it's hard to trade with him, and he can put a lot of pressure on you. On the other hand, the Gnar can't really win the matchup without assistance here, so it would have been greedy, but at least it's a known quantity. This draft from T1 looked like it was going to be standard and insanely strong until, once again, they throw us a curveball.
Curveballs coming in from every which direction. Let's jump out of the rip for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
And off we go for game number 1 as we'll see if any swaps happen here early on, but I would expect in this case to not see one.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But a lot of supports do hang out in the top brushes, just fighting for vision and stuff.
Yeah, it's important.
Although Guma is heading top.
Okay. Interesting picking the MF, but then not willing to lane into the Ezreal Rakan. Looking for a potential trap here onto the Kennen.
Yeah. The level 1 of Rell and Sylas is pretty strong. But let's see what they decide to do with this. It looks like a late invade, actually, into the blue buff.
Yeah, we'll scan wards here as the buff spawns. It won't actually commit to contesting it or anything like that. And just going to be a Kennen who loses out on having the ranged advantage early. I say this, you know, we'll see what he can get done elsewhere on the map, of course. Not just going to be a sitting rat is going to be able to help Youngjae clear this jungle. We'll interact with Keria as they're very aware of what is going on. So down will go this Gromp. Keria should be fine here. Will crash his way away. Faker's first pick of Yone of the season. And testing himself, I think, a lot in this moment here. on this pick that he has very few times played in his career.
Yeah, I think it's got to be something that mid laners have in their arsenal, right?
Especially in this meta where it's buffed on this patch. Yes, the ult cooldown is nerfed, but I feel like the buff overshadows that quite substantially, as we're turning the 6 into a 7 now.
Yeah.
In this one.
This time it's not into Maokai,
yeah.
but, well, we'll see how it does into Lilia, as it has been a long time, and the last player to play it was, in fact, Zeus.
In that playoff round 3 match, the winners finals essentially there, he did play it. Envy is going to try to put the pressure on this Sylas down here, as we do see the commitment of the teleport for Zeus, so he's already getting some XP. Morgan will be doing the same up here, shadowed by Palu. Demolish does come through, but with the protection of lane swaps, you can see it's not doing all too much here. Envy getting a lot done on his own, and will, of course, be happy to have the extra experience. Palu, though, needs to get down there now and start to level up himself. As it looks like the early cannon shutdown has been a relative success here by T1.
Yeah, I do wonder how long this will go on for, because I suppose you could technically just kind of keep this the way it is and have either your junglers or your supports kind of shadow the lanes based on the position of the wave and try to stave off dives and stuff like that. We do have Youngjae down here alongside of level 1 Palu. Oh, there's level 2. Okay, he's got it. So, but Keria is here. As I mentioned before, you know, it's just a support here when the wave is going to crash. This time, though, it's Owner in the top lane, and Morgan's in a lot of trouble. That is a very easy first blood, as Guma also will pick that one up himself.
I mean, the Misfortune just has so much damage, or even in the early game, to a squishy target like a cannon. Just walks up, shoots him in the face, and then Owner just sweeps him up. And that's going to be the kill going over to Gumayusi, who tanks the turret, so does have to back, but that's pretty convenient because he was planning on going back to the bottom lane anyways. Morgan did have TP, something that Zeus did not, so he's going to be able to get right back to lane, but I don't think he's going to get any advantages out of this, as Keria is taking some damage here, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah, he really wanted to pull that cannon out of tower range, but he will not be able to. Does give his AD carry a little bit of push towards him, so still, you know, similar effects. Obviously, Guma doesn't get the cannon, but still feeling pretty good about that situation.
The last game of Yone that Faker played was against Hanwha Life Esports in 2023 spring. He had a scoreline of 0-3-0 against Zeka's Kassadin and lost the game. So just to give you guys an idea of last time he played it.
I feel like that would have... That's weird. That's a weird matchup. Yone versus Kassadin. I was going to say, I feel like that would be a counter pick for Faker into the Kassadin, because you would imagine that the Yone should have a good matchup into that. But now I'm like, would you really blind Kassadin?
That back then, remember back then Kassadin was pretty popular with Rod of Ages and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a different era. Like, I'm not going to blame Faker. We don't remember the game off the top of our heads, but I really just wanted to mention it to showcase how long it's been.
Yeah.
As over here, a bit of a trade.
Well, the knockup is not going to hit, and now Palu in a bit of a rough spot, gets exhausted, and Goom is just so strong right now. He's got a pickaxe, and he's going to pick up a second kill.
Yeah, that was
Palu not respecting the MF.
Yeah, that was also really just not it. If you miss the knockup there, it's not what you where you want to be as Rakan, and he is just going to get absolutely smashed. And up here in the top lane, Youngjae looking for a pick, but Owner's here as well.
Oh, but the flash on in, Zeus has to flash away. It's one auto away, but he gets out just barely.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty significant. No gold going over to either of these, top half of the map. Jungler or top laner, Morgan or Youngjae, but it does deny Zeus farm here, as he does not have teleport to get back to lane. Another interesting part of this, bit of an engage from Palu.
Yeah, the ult comes out from Faker. He's got Keria nearby, and he will escape with this, although the angle is kind of funky.
Yeah, I guess
just run out to the right, yeah.
Doesn't matter that it doesn't look very, it doesn't look like the right way to go. It still is successful at getting out. I just want to make sure no one else was nearby, I suppose.
The grubs here for Bro should be able to pick up all three, especially with the wackiness in mid lane. Owner not really heading towards there at all. Looks like he wants to secure an early Drake for the team.
And we talked about Faker not playing Yone. Not to harp on this too much, but I do think it's quite unique to see him. It's almost like a new pick for him, right? And it was almost always played by Zeus in the top lane. I think that's part of why we didn't see it from him. But that game we mentioned, I didn't realize this was the only time he's ever played Yone.
Wow.
The only time. So again, something that if you're a T1 fan, you're pretty aware of, that when you see a Yone in the draft, you're like, that could be his ass, but you even mentioned it right away, as Faker is getting chunked.
Yeah, I mean, he cues back into the Sejuani. That's not exactly the angle you want to take. He is able to flash away, so he will survive, but now he's going to be down his flash. We'll see how that affects the mid lane here, as Keria is really looking to try to punish Envy. He has a extremely strong AD carry next to him in MF in Guma, with cleanse and flash available, so definitely trying to put on the pressure there.
Zeus trying to crash this wave in, will be successful. See what he ends up building here in this game, because we've seen a lot of different Sylas builds over the years, depending on the meta.
Everfrost, right? Oh, wait.
Rod of Ages, right? Oh, wait.
Yeah. Rocket build?
Yeah, that might be what he's looking at here with this early Hextech alternator. I don't want to guess too early, but...
we don't see a lot of top Sylases in our league, so...
He's going to offer him some more damage here in the lane if he hits Morgan, which is a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, if he's trying to be, you know, the rat clone.
Yeah, no,
I
mean, it
not better Gnar, but better Kennen, you know, just rocket belt in, just like Kennen would.
It's really unfortunate, though, that he's, you know, his teleport wasn't back up. He's significantly behind in farm now. The wave is not in a great spot for him. And obviously they don't have vision of where Youngjae is right now, so it is very scary for him. The Hextech alternator in itself is not going to feel like a big spike into this matchup, whereas the Haunting Guys actually is quite useful for Morgan to pick up, so it's not going to help him in this matchup, but you've got to buy something, right? You're going to build towards an item. It probably will be the belt, I would guess. What we will see is, you know, they lane swapped out of the early part of this matchup being tough, but we're back to it being tough. And we'll see what he can do if he staves off the pressure in this lane. As Keria, you know, change.
Just give him a good whack.
Yeah, give him a little whack.
Yeah.
Not going to be turning.
Don't lose boss.
The horse in the pants thing is just really weird. I never thought about it until Atlas started making jokes about it in challengers, and now I'm always thinking like, what's going on, Keria?
Yeah, horse pants lady. I don't know. It's just I just think of it as Rel and as a champion, and I don't really care too much about the lore. Personally.
Yeah, but when you start to, before you just think about, oh, it's crashed down, like, you don't even look at the pants, you're like, oh, he's going in, transforming a little bit, but then you think about the pants and you're like, you can't unsee it, you know? It's tough to
thinking
unsee.
about the pants, for sure.
As there is a ward here.
Yeah. There is also Youngjae, who is looking for the angle here. He is going to hit it, forces owner to flash away, as we did have both Fate and Palu making their way up towards the top lane here.
Yeah, Youngjae will clear this ward now. So they thought that perhaps Youngjae wasn't there, but he does show, and ends up being, you know, Zeus having to back now. Does have TP at this point. See what he does, in fact, purchase. Okay, just merc treading at the moment. We're working towards that. So no more clues, but again, it's probably Rocket Belt. As thought we might have some action here. It's been a lot of aggression in this early game.
Yeah.
MF getting those 2 early kills off of a big mistake.
It's a pretty cool Corki skin, by the way. You don't often see that.
I think it's is it a new skin?
What is that skin? I don't even know.
I think Rascal played the new skin that's really cool, but this is like a different
I thought he
one.
played Final, whatever, like Mini Boss or Arcade Corki.
Is that what it was?
I'm pretty sure that's what he played. I don't know what this one is, though.
All right,
Morgan. Very cool, though. I kind of want it.
He has a really nice angle here, and will be able to stun Keria and push him away. I don't think T1 wants to force a fight here without Faker having prio into this cannon, but they're grouping.
Yeah, it seems like they really don't want to give it away. As ult into Envy, he is so low. And one grub already going to go over to the Rakan, but T1 do take control of this area. So 4 grubs over to Bro. They're going to like that. Whereas T1 will only get the 2. But another win down on the bottom lane for Guma, who's really trying to exert that pressure with the money he has.
Yeah, I mean, he has a BT already. Envy is just trying to catch these waves. I don't think he gets... this is really risky, but he's going to be able to try to get this cannon.
Don't do it, Envy.
Do not chase, please. We'll actually get this wave. Well played. We didn't see what happened because we had to jump down to bottom lane with the ult, and then we went back, and then T1 had control of the grubs. Bro just giving that up. A little bit surprising considering the position they had as Carry is looking for an interrupt.
Oh, that was close. I mean, at the end of the day, they don't find Envy, but it's just so much money going into this MF. I mean, we don't often see one player popping off this hard in many of our games, but Guma will just have insane amounts of money. He already has the BT, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, he is really large. He got the kill earlier, then got the kill onto Palu. Like the lane swap kill, the Palu kill, 4 plates, and that's a product of the advantages. As we'll take a look back at this. As again, Morgan keeps Keria zoned out.
Oh boy.
Palu steals, and they're like, that's enough for us.
Yeah.
I guess they just didn't want to risk a fight, give T1 the opportunity to get Zeus into a good spot. Very aggressive TP.
He does have almost his entire team up there, so I guess it's fine. But yeah, Zeus is like, oh, huh, well, okay, I guess I'll back away from this one, get some wards up. And we do see YoungJay still shadowing towards the top side. Will be spotted here. He's only got Carry on the top side of the map as Bro look for this dive, but Kennen ultimate available for Zeus. Not easy to dive into this one, but he is going to throw it out as the other Kennen ultimate comes out from the Kennen, and Zeus is going to live, and now Carry comes in. Zeus does go down, but Carry will trade one back. Meanwhile, Owner's just taking a Drake.
And Palu not able to impact this play at all, and Carria's roam is so massive here because MF doesn't need his help at all in the bottom lane. He is completely controlling this, and Palu's just late on the play, has level 6 now. But Carria comes over and saves the day. Really well played by Zeus as well, the timing of the ultimate there. And Silas has so much sustain, of course, so it's really difficult to actually burst him down. If the ultimate doesn't hit from YoungJay, then this whole thing ends up being a disaster. So they were able to hit that, but not before the Kennen ult does go off. So really well played by Zeus. The Carrier roam really it saves the day there. Might have been able to trade a kill back either way, but it guarantees it. You can see the turret plates here. As first brick is T1's. All plates over in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's all solidified on one of their main carries, right? I mean, we've seen MFs really kind of pop off, and look at the damage he's doing to mid as well. I mean, nobody's here, and Guma's just... It almost feels like they're just trying to ignore the MF. They're like, yeah, just pretend Guma doesn't exist, and we're going to do other stuff on the other side of the map. And meanwhile, Guma's just like taking free turrets.
Yeah, he is hard existing. You know, he's definitely real. He's definitely hurting them. Owner is going in here.
Yeah, trying to set up the sleep on a YoungJay and get something out of it, but YoungJay just kind of dashes away and eventually gets some peel from Palu, so doesn't amount to too much.
Yeah, we did see the rocket belt complete, so that was, you know, less of a question in our mind as time went on, but now confirmed, of course, and Faker is going to be able to rebind his soul, so no worries. The Observer's trying to jump scare, but...
Yeah. And eventually, the Silas can take some good trades into the Kennen, which we do see here. A little bit unfair that the True Shot Barrage comes out as well, but Morgan just going to Slicing Maelstrom to clear the wave.
Yeah, it doesn't actually get a stun out of it or lock Zeus in place to take some additional damage, but it will be enough to at least stave off the pressure.
So Yone is definitely one of those picks that's hard to lock down, but they are able to do it with the Rakan and the Sejuani, but will they dive and get the kill? No, they will not. Faker just flashes that one off, and it's a huge committal for Bro, and they don't get much outside of the flash.
Yeah, the second time they get Faker's flash, but not the kill. He gets away. They're trying to do some additional damage to the turret, but he is going to be able to clear the wave. No worries. Up here, Owner is also getting the Rift Herald. T1 have a 2-dragon lead. The gold lead is significant here for T1, but it's really just more about what they've been able to get on the map and where that gold is on this Misfortune. And the T1 fans given a big clap as that Herald is secured, because this early game has been completely theirs. We've seen a few attempts from Bro to make proactive plays, but it's kind of been mostly fumbles. You consider the kill on Zeus on the top side also was a trade of kills. As Morgan, very aware that he is in a bit of danger as the team is rotating up. It's a bit of a scary time to go into a replay, but we'll watch this play that I was just mentioning. as Zeus does have the cannon ult here. Presses R before the stun comes through, so he guarantees the ult goes off. Then the cannon ult comes out from the real cannon and Morgan. He gets stunned here, and then the Rel comes in to lock him into the turret, which is very clutch coming in from Keria there, who has the faster roam over Palu.
Yeah. I mean, if Keria's not there, they probably just get the kill on Zeus, but because Keria is able to trade it back, doesn't feel so bad. And, you know, ever so quietly, you know, we talked a lot about the MF. I feel like Owner as well is really beginning to chunk. As Zeus is going to get dove again. He has cannon ult again. This is not an easy dive, but maybe this time they're going to put all three members are stunned under the turret as Zeus finally goes down. As Faker trying to get this punish onto the cannon. Morgan very, very low. And he's just not going to throw an ult in, just rebinds as Morgan barely gets away.
Small amount of health. If he gets like one more auto in there and then rebinds, that is enough to kill him. Faker, I think, thought he had enough there, but again, obviously isn't going to be ulting to chase. And ends up being the second death here for Zeus in this game. Very expensive on the side of Bro. They end up losing the mid turret. IE, by the way, finished a while ago. I mean, like over the last minute and a half or so ago, Uguma picked that up, so he is just so large at this moment in time. He isn't really doing a ton of damage to champions just yet, but I guarantee you that when we get to some real team fights, he will be. As yeah, this ult from Zeus ends up being so high value. Morgan has to flash after that last bit of damage comes through, and then Faker, as he's charmed here, gets that last bit of damage through. He gets one more auto. It's enough, but it's not quite. So that's a big boon here for Bro. Still, advantage T1 at this current game state, and they're going top again. Hey, it was the way that we saw the last series almost go away from D+, and now Bro's taking the same strat.
It's a Chemtech Drake, so they're like, yeah, okay, cool story. We'd like the gold instead, and they will get it. I mean, there's not much that, you know, Faker and Keria can do here against 3, especially when Fate's in a really nicely farmed spot himself and has that Trinity Force completed. Can I get that Muramana here? We'll see how fast he can get that. Looks like Envy's pretty close himself. Unfortunately for Envy, we haven't really had a moment for him to really do anything on this Ezreal, just because he fell behind and then he's just been left alone in the lane against Guma over and over and over again.
Yeah, I think that obviously, you know, the Ezreal is going to outrange the Misfortune, but when it's just a 1v1 and you're trying to get minions, Guma is going to abuse you. He's going to hit that turret. He can push the wave insanely fast. So, you know, Envy is just respecting that at this point in time. I mean, against the IE, if he gets hit by, you know, 2 or 3 autos, he's just out of the lane. So he has to sit back and just kind of farm it up. He can't be using his Qs to trade because he has to kill the minions. He's going to do so safely under turret. When we do get to team fights later, though, he is going to be able to chip away at the health pools of T1 because they have a melee top laner, melee mid laner. They have Lilia, right? There's not a ton of threat outside of the Rel to get on top of this Ezreal. So he will have a lot of agency when we get to team fights later on. And we haven't seen big team fights because they've given everything to T1 to try to scale. And I think that's warranted when it's a Chemtech, so you can definitely give that third dragon up for the money top side, as you mentioned. I think Envy has a bigger role to play later on in this game. We're not quite there yet.
Yeah, still waiting for those spikes on the Corki, the Ezreal. And I think that's when Bro might be ready to throw down. And, you know, go for a little bit of a lifting competition, perhaps. See who can lift the heavier weight on the Chemtech Drake. And we know who wins those ones. But, yeah, Guma's just so strong. I feel like, basically for Bro, they have a lot of CC. They have a lot of follow-up with their dive, you know, at least outside of the 80 carries. So it should be like, find the MF and try to kill her as soon as possible. And maybe we win the fights from there.
Yeah. See a bit of a commitment here to taking out this top turret. Look at how quickly Guma breaks this one down. Very easy to clear this wave, though, as Fate. So not going to be able to quite get it, but if they hadn't reacted quickly, might have lost it. As we do see Zeus rotating up as well. T1 are going to use this Herald very late to guarantee this turret, which is significant for Baron takes, which will be coming up in the next few minutes. With the damage that this MF already has and the inherent safety she has with that BT. And, you know, Bro are really just, this is a classic sit back and scale Bro game. I hope it's not going to be a sit back and lose situation because they have not made too many proactive plays outside of the top dives, but it's not so much of a lead here for T1, and obviously the objective lead matters very little when it is a Chemtech Soul. It's not so much that they're sitting back and giving the game up, but when we do see T1 start threatening Barons, that's when Bro are going to have to respond. That's when we're going to have to take those fights. I don't think you can just go, oh wait, they're doing Baron and run over with this comp. You need to be there, you need to be poking, you need to be chunking, you need to have a cannon flank angle, you need to have wards set up. And right now they don't have any of that, so keep an eye out for that, because once T1 starts the Baron, they're looking to end this.
Yeah. It's a classic Bro and Brew, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
What's your choice of brew today?
Just a bit of a coffee.
Just a bit of a coffee.
Yeah, a bit of like a small coffee, you know.
I just went for the classic water. As Bro's going to start this.
That's proactive, and
you know, they just hit their spike.
And they just hit their spike. They just cleared the vision. They've got a teleport ward here. T1 do. They are going to send the Yone straight in here. Zeus also has TP. Morgan's on a long con flank angle. Is going to go on an even longer one.
Yeah, they want to turn here, but Youngjae's at 30% health. So, yeah, T1 are like, yeah, you're not fighting. So, and Bro are like, oh yeah, that's true. We're not fighting.
Envy, don't go in on that. That's scary.
Hey, did some nice damage in Ikaria. Palu looking for the angle. They found Owner on the left side. They still have the cannon on the flank. The flash comes out from Owner, but will he get away from this one? The True Shot Barrage will land, and so will the Q. And now we got Ikaria in a really rough spot as well. Guma super low as he will be taken down. Nice ult from Faker, but it only hits Youngjae, and that is not nice at all. Down he will go as well. He's so low. The flash comes in from Fate, and at least, you know, Faker gets away with his life, but man, that is a big fight here for Bro to come back in this game.
Absolutely. Gold lead here significantly diminished. Zeus got the cannon ult. He's looking for something, and he's going to find it.
That is gigantic. I thought he was just going to go for the backing Sejuani, but I suppose this was the better target, taking out the Ezreal.
Oh, wait, he's not done yet.
Mega Cone? He's going back in. He's got an ult, and well, he's 1v3, so he's just dead.
Okay, well,
it looked very cool, but that was not cool in the end.
Yeah, it looked really cool in the first one. The second one looked very scary, and then
it's hard to outcool the Bros. I mean, I understand. He's just really trying to make up for some lost time.
Sure. All right, we'll watch this again. So I was scared about Envy going in here, but there's really just no one to catch him, you know, outside of the Yone ulting in, but that's too risky. Palu ends up finding Owner here, as T1, I think, really thought, oh, okay, we called their bluff, we walk away, but they were very split on the back off. Guma has to flash here, is ulted, cleanses to then ult himself, but he's just so low that he dies before he can do meaningful damage, as when we get the jump cut like that, it always scares me. But do it just have Zeus still on the respawn. I feel like T1 definitely could have been a little bit more careful with how they walked out of that one, but Bro, now going to set up again.
And you see Faker's gone for a trade here on a Youngjae. The rest of the team not really in position to punish Faker's Unbound Soul, so he just hops back. Now Palu is in no man's land, but due to Mega Cones, he's actually going to get away. So
calculated.
That's one way to use the Chemtech Rift. Don't even mind it.
There you go. I don't think they can start this off just yet, though. Youngjae does not have Warmogs, and Envy barely able to get over the wall there. Doesn't have Flash. Paulu's just constantly setting up these flank wards. Morgan doesn't have TP just yet, but that could be relevant later.
Yeah.
It's not seen. T1 are going to say, all right, well, we'll take the Chemtech Soul. Some of those extra resistances and damage numbers will still be valuable for them. They'll also get the Elder spawning, as Envy's going to try for the steal. When you look at this setup here for Bro, they're removing a lot of T1's vision. Like, T1 don't get this dragon for free. It is going to cost them a lot of Baron control. They still have this Scuttle Crab. Can't see the cannon, though.
Yeah, I mean, they could start it, but at the end of the day, T1 are right there. So, yeah, definitely looking for the turn, and T1 have recognized this. Carry this time, he is going to keep an eye on Palu, so... it really feels like Bro are reading from one playbook. Well, they've got this playbook that's got like 2 plays, you know? And T1 are kind of reading it. As now we're going to get the sleep down onto Fate. He's in a lot of trouble as the Mega Cone gets him away. And, well, he's just going to die anyway to the MF ult zoning. And down he goes, as I was about to lose my mind.
Well, I think that they probably wouldn't have tried to make that play or that flank happen without the Mega Cone. So in this case, I'm like,
I hope so.
I think you're warranted in a little bit of anger here, but I think they definitely knew that they could try to use that to get out. Palu tries to come in and actually get both of them out instantly, and it is relatively successful there because Palu is operating on this cone. So if Fate gets collapsed on, he has the cone to get out. I think they definitely did this intentionally, but ultimately still get caught here, and YoungJ has to come over and try to bail them out, and Fate is caught by the MF ult. I mean, you can tell by the fact that he's putting damage into Owner there. He knows the cone is so wide that he's definitely going to die. But I like the proactivity or bro activity here we're seeing from Bro trying to set traps for T1. But T1 are the gods of Baron turns and Baron setups, so they're just not going to really get caught off guard by any of this. And the flanks of the Rakan, the cannon flanks, T1 are very aware of these possibilities. They also knew Morgan didn't have teleport, so handling the pressure very well.
Yeah.
But I will give credit to Bro for the setups they've attempted.
For sure. I mean, it just feels like it's a little bit predictable. You know, they're setting up vision. They're trying to get flanks. It's exactly what this comp wants to do. I feel like a lot of credit should be given because some teams, they draft comps like this and they're like, we're just going to go fight them. They don't set stuff up like this, which really angers us as casters. But these guys, the Bros, they're like, hey, we know what we're doing. We want to get that cannon in position. We want to get that Rakan in position. We want to get these flanks off because that's the best way to get to the MF. That's the best way to punish a Yone that goes a bit too far and to avoid any of the engage from like a Rel and a Sylas. So
now T1 are going to clear some vision up here. Faker does have teleport. And the MF is sitting on the RFC. We'll have a 4th item fairly soon. So a lot of damage you put into this with the Leandries on 2 players as well. You know, if you end up grouping as 5, T1 could rush this Baron so quickly that Bro need to constantly be vigilant. The Scuttle Crab is so valuable in this moment because they could see the approach, the setups here for T1. Teleports back up for Morgan. So, you know, looking at flank wards here, there's not great ones on the back of the Baron pit. They were able to clear the wards that were set up earlier. And it looks like we're just going to continue to trade vision here on Baron until Elder spawns. Like, that's how it's looking like this game is going to go, and I feel like that favors T1 here as long as they do their due diligence on vision control, and so far they are.
yeah, I mean, they have a lot of decent ways to tech brushes. You know, you got the Make It Rain, you've got bowling balls from the Lilia, you have the Rel, who's decently tanky, can kind of frontline and kind of put her face in there and see what she can see, clear out some of the vision. So even when Bro do have control of the brushes, there are ways. On the side of Bro, they have Corki and Ezreal, so a lot of poke, a lot of ways to check brushes themselves.
And right now, Bro are really heavily investing into control wards as well. Like, they're basically constantly filled in all their inventories because they know that they need to have a way for this cannon to get in, and they need to make sure T1 can't see where they are. As Faker, greedy choice from Keria.
Yeah, trying to engage onto Keria with the Mega Cone denial. The escape cone, Mega Cone denial. It doesn't quite work. As that's still Rel with exhaust and flash, so.
Zeus, I don't think he should get a punish here. He's going for it.
He's got the Slicing Maelstrom. He's going to get in there. The TP will be channeled by Fate, but can he get here on time? The True Shot Barrage does help do a bit of damage here to Zeus. Can he get out? He's going back in. He's got MF, and that's going to force the flash out of Fate, but here comes Envy. Will clean up the kill onto Zeus. As a kind of crazy fight in the bottom lane.
Morgan decides not to flash there, and I think the idea is potentially thinking either A, he's going to get out of there, which I don't think he ever really was, or B, just thinks the flash is going to be more valuable for the Elder fight in 90 seconds when he does respawn. He will have his ultimate back up and available there as well. So Zeus now down flashes Envy. Is going to avoid this.
Yeah, just trying to get some harass down onto Envy. Another bowling ball is going to hit. And, you know, just trying to push Envy out of this one. But the issue with this is that Envy has BT, so doesn't really do much, right? Unless they were immediately going to rush for the Baron.
And even with the nerf cooldown, Faker should have his ult back up for the Elder fight.
It's very low on Yone.
Yeah, it's nerfed, but it's still pretty low. So
that's why I got nerfed.
Yeah, it's not like the end of the world. But the lack of flash for Zeus actually could be significant. So let's watch this again. As Zeus comes in here, hijacks the Kennen ultimate. That's going to put that on cooldown as well, the ability to get the Kennen ultimate. And then Morgan dashes away. He has to flash for the kill here, knowing that Fate is here. He's still going to end up going down and loses his flash for the play. So that's pretty concerning. I think it was a good idea to try to go in on the Kennen, but what he loses in return, the flash, the hijack, and the arm guard, it's really high cost right before the most important fight of the game. So it looked cool, but maybe ultimately an error as Morgan has Banana Brush control.
Yeah, that's a stun down on the Keria, but again, it's Rel, so they're not overcommitting for that. But a nice chunk, at least, done here by Morgan, as they're trying to set up all the vision, trying to contain control of that bottom river, and right now it is going all the way of Bro. terms of wave clear, I feel like the Corki and Ezreal are going to be pretty fantastic at doing that from a safe distance. As here goes Faker in on a Morgan, who is going to take a huge chunk already. Going to spot him on the flank, as Faker, though, is going to get flashed on, and he gets away. Palu not able to connect onto the Yone.
Faker down.
Start up the Dragon here for T1.
Faker down flash, I was going to say, but not ult, and then that happened. So he's down ult as well. MB here, level 16, looking for the flanking cannon. Morgan's coming over on the left side. Can they sandwich T1? Zay is holding guard. I don't think they can get in. Youngjae
Gonna get this one started, but carry on the counter engage, catches two, and Fate and Ezreal here. Envy just both get clobbered on the backside of that one. T1 absolutely clean up. It's a triple for Owner. So as I said at the beginning, just very quietly having a consistent game.
And it's just a disastrous fight for Bro. They put the cannon so far away. And in T1, we have the easy call as Youngjae goes in. They set up the engage for them. They don't need a Yone. All they need is Carrier. And T1 win the fight, win the Elder, and will take game one. Pretty slow and steady wins the race here by T1. As Paulo is the only one who could watch on as the Nexus falls. Not T1's flashiest game, but they get it done in the end.
They get the job done. Just wait until the Elder spawns. You spawn it with the Elder spawner, of course, which is Chemtech Soul, which literally nobody cared about in this game. And they got the Elder, and they took the fight on it. Bro, I feel like, again, they just kept going back to some set plays, what works for them, what works for their comp, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, the execution not quite there. It felt like every time they saw Faker, it was really that Faker taunt button where it's like, we gotta isolate this guy, we gotta kill him, but then you just don't have Rakan ult for the Elder fight. So definitely something I think for the Bros to go back and try to look over.
Faker on his second game of Yone here in the LCK. You know, I like to see he's pushing the diversity because that champ is going to be so relevant in playoffs. A good look here for T1, their first win since the Gen.G loss.
Absolutely. Well, you see 3 guys in the booth for Bro. I'm not sure what's going on there, as it was just a massive fall off once it got to that last fight. So maybe Edgar said, well, that wasn't the fight, guys. You were doing well until then. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what the game felt like.
Yeah, I did feel that way, as we just really didn't see Bro have the coordinated fight that this team comp can utilize. Very split up in that last one.
Absolutely. Well, that was game number 1. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
나랑 보여. 여기 콜킬. 케네는? 케네는 안 빠져 상호. 케네 뒤 내가 할게. 라칸 누구냐? 오른쪽 라칸. 확인. 내가 라칸 쪽 볼게. 케네 마크 되지. 아 마크래. 천천히 볼게 내가. 라칸. 얼마. 라칸 잡았어.
뒤에도 괜찮아.
아래 봐줘. 잡았어. 스페 잡았어. 미드 가자. 끝내자.
안녕하세요. 제이스 성우 남도형입니다. 23년 월드 챔피언 T1 팀의 우승 스킨이 드디어 출시됐습니다. 우승 스킨 속 11가지의 재미있는 사실 함께 보시죠. 1. 사방신. 한국에서 치러진 월즈에서 타 지역 리그에 맞서 극적으로 LCK를 지켜낸 순간이 있었죠. 그때 극적인 스토리를 LCK를 수호하는 사방신으로서 표현했다고 합니다.
저는 제이스 좋아합니다.
2. 제우스는 제이스가 좋아. 제우스 선수의 1픽은 늘 제이스였다고 합니다. 다양한 옵션이 있었지만 선수의 매우 강력한 요청에 의해 스킨의 주인공은 제이스가 되었습니다. 제우스의 힘을 느껴봐라. 3. 제우스의 늦잠. 제우스 선수는 마지막 스킨 미팅에 늦잠을 자서 참석하지 못하는 해프닝이 있었습니다. 하지만 이후에 따로 추가 미팅을 통해 전달했다고. 4. 정말 내가 쓰려고 만드는 스킨.
깔끔 앤 심플? 심플 앤 깔끔.
제우스 선수는 스킨의 화려함보다는 실용성을 추구했습니다. 디벨롭하는 과정 속에서 너무 복잡하거나 화려한 이펙트들을 줄여달라고 요청했다고 하네요. 나는 더 나은 스킨을 위해 싸운다. 5. 이 세계에서 월즈를 우승한 내 리신이 다른 세계선의 S급 리신을 만남. 오너 선수는 귀환 모션에서 뱅기 선수의 리신과 마주치고 홀로그램으로 부서지는 초안이 있었는데 서로 힘겨루기를 하는 모습으로 최종 결정되었다고 합니다. 6. 오너와 백호랑이.
오너 선수님은 팬님 없나요? 호랑이단으로.
오너 선수는 리신 스킨의 사방신 중 백호의 상징을 넣고자 했습니다. 궁극기의 호랑이 이펙트, 가슴의 호랑이 발톱 자국 모두 오너 선수의 의견이었다고 합니다. 오너 선수의 호랑이 사랑은 유명하죠. 7. 심플리스트 더 베스트, 페이커. 평소 AI 같은 이미지인 페이커 선수이지만 의외로 스킨 피드백에선 오리아나의 기계적인 면과 화려한 부분을 덜어달라고 했다고 합니다. 8. 불타오르네. 페이커 선수는 우승 직후 첫 스킨 미팅 때 우리에게 익숙한 진한 빨간색보다 좀 더 빛나는 불의 색으로 표현해달라고 했습니다. 9. 우리 귀여운 둥이. 구마유시 선수는 징크스의 귀한 모션에 반려견 둥이의 등장을 강력히 희망했습니다. 둥이를 담기까지 많은 피드백이 있었고 결국 이렇게 귀엽게 완성되었네요. 둥이는 스플래시 아트에도 깨알같이 들어가 있습니다. 10. 뉴진스 나와! 뉴진스 나와! 캐리아 선수는 바드의 모션에 뉴진스의 춤을 넣길 희망했습니다만 여러 차례 미팅 후 바드의 얼굴과 정령들에게 토끼를 가득 담는 것으로 캐리아 선수의 팬심을 담았습니다. 11. 2022년의 아쉬움 그리고 극복. 바드의 귀환 모션에는 특별한 스토리가 있습니다. 눈물을 흘리던 당시 캐리아 선수를 1년 뒤에 캐리아 선수가 다독이는 것 같아 저도 덩달아 찡하네요. 자, 지금까지 알고 보면 더 재미있는 11가지 사실들을 살펴보았습니다. T1의 스토리가 가득 담겨있는 스킨, 많은 기대 부탁드립니다.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Ox and Chronicler. After that thrilling game between the bros, T1 eke it out. They get themselves the win in game number 1. Goes almost the distance in terms of Drakes and Dragons, but not quite so much.
Yet another cool addition to the extended cinematic universe of games between two teams where one team should be heavily favored, but it somehow feels close. I had a lot of those this week. And I feel like this one is kind of more of the same.
Yeah, it felt like there was definitely moments where I was wondering what T1 were doing, and then I was wondering what Bro were doing. And then T1 did come out ahead marginally. it kind of was a bit all over the place. And then they got to the late game, and T1, that final fight, I think, was an indicator of what T1 were hoping to do. Like, the draft had, I think the Silas was a pretty cool thing that was brought in. Obviously, into the cannon. You can steal with that ult, have a lot of value there. But both teams have a lot of these, engaged duels, threats. But it's definitely that Ezreal Corki who like to sort of stay a bit more at range and fire off those shots. And in the final fight, they didn't get the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I actually thought that you might look at KDA and go like, and I don't think Zayas had the best game, don't get me wrong, but I do feel like the Silas did what it needed to. It drew a ton of attention, was still getting trade kills, and then in the final team fight, it was able to just 1v1 the cannon, which is like the main thing, so you can just watch the cannon on flank and not allow him to have big team fights. And the buffed Rocket Belt, I think, ended up being big as well.
Yeah, it basically played bodyguard to Kennen, never letting him inside the club as we take a look at some of the highlights here. At 22 minutes, here at the Baron, Bros started out a bait, and it ended up, not fully working out for him.
Yeah, I mean, this was like the longest cannon flank ever. Not in terms of distance, but in terms of time.
He's still flanking.
He's just waiting for the perfect moment.
Still flanking. This is a pull-by flank, everyone. That's a deep cut, but... And there we go.
Yeah, and then finally, Ona splits off from the team, so they decide to punish there. Carrier's being chunked out heavily and tries to save his jungler. And then there's his Blast Cone madness. The ult from Guma nearly turns it around. But in the end, this is a pretty solid win for Bro. Initially.
To start.
They backed up the Baron, this is looking pretty good, Stop the tape.
No.
Something else happened after this.
No. Keep going. Okay.
No, why? Why are we showing this? No.
Well, don't worry, Digon. This is again. There's a lot of.
Oh God.
This one. Okay, cut the tape.
All right. No, show the rest.
No,
show the rest.
Now
show the rest.
No. Zayas did a good job.
Now show the rest.
So he did a good job.
On vision, sees both.
Oh my God, he sees Morgan as well.
There's a what?
The circles are big. Kennen ult will get both. Oh God.
Guys, look at this. Oh.
Yeah, this is what I was referring to earlier when I said I feel like the Silas pick, that's cool. I don't mind that as far as tech goes. But Zayas, he also missed some chains and stun targets. It worked, but it was rickety.
Sometimes it's really clear cut who comes out ahead. Like you get an ace or something, get a Baron. It's really like, okay, this team went out on this one. No, neither team won on this play. It was just a lot of decisions from both sides. I mean, in total, I think Bro got the edge on that one, but I think in terms of, mental state, both teams struggling on the back of that.
Yeah, well, then they decided to sit back and brew, as we heard. Valdez said they were brewing water. He was brewing water on the back end. Let's see highlight number 2, where things heat up a little bit to a boil for the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, there are some events that transpire previous to this, but the big thing here is the Keria and Gumiushi Wombo combo. And then on the other end of the screen, we can see Zayas just absolutely mauling the cannon. Feels a little unfair. And then that was it. That was the game.
The end of the game, It feels like this was like a diving competition that have fallen off the board, like just been spiraling to the ground, but then they land in the water with a little bloop, bloop. Beautiful.
Perfect little bloop there at the end. Nothing to see here. A clean game by T1 in game number 1. Let's see who the POG was here, as voted on by us and the media. Oh, okay, Guma. The Boom Boom Damage got a couple of ults off.
Yeah, I think the solo laner should probably not be in the picture for this one. I think Guma's a fine vote. To be fair, I think Guma, Keria, and Owner were my front runners in this one. I ended up going Owner because he got the dragons, and then he got the dragons, he got all the objectives. I don't know. This game didn't have a whole lot going on.
I feel like sometimes people vote, it's like who made the least mistakes. It's like they're looking through the game like, okay, you're guilty.
Yeah.
Guma, you're innocent. Good job. You get the POG. Yeah, a bit all over the place.
Keria as well. Keria getting some love there.
Keria votes were solid as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the owner...
I think it's fine.
To be fair to Zayas, a lot of the deaths that he got were kind of, in the dive situations.
Yeah.
How to prevent the some turnarounds. And maybe the final denial on the cannon ult was pretty big. And maybe they cut the tape before... they cut the tape.
Yeah, maybe they did.
It looked a lot better.
Also, shout-outs to Vancast. They found the bot button, as they love to do, and went to Guma. Let's see now what happens here for game number 2. Will the Bros bounce back, or will T1 close it on out?
Thank you, Spacers. That was a very strange POG vote.
Base
I was expecting 3 media to vote for AD carry, but no. They were actually pretty based.
They were based. It was
definitely carrier owner in that one.
It was pretty weird to see that even though Guma got POG, they showed the carrier highlights.
Yeah. Also the owner highlights. Yeah. I mean, he pressed his ult nicely. And he didn't have a bad game, as our spacers were saying.
He did also just sit in mid and put pressure on Envy the whole time, which was very important and very successful. In defense of some of those votes. I feel like the Zeus vote was illegal. But that's, you know.
The Zeus votes.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. I do agree.
Let's see what happens as we move into game 2, because T1 didn't have the cleanest game, but they were significantly better than Bro. Their objective control is so good. I feel like Bro just thought they could out-set up T1, and that was the game plan. You were like, the playbook has like 2 pages in it, and
they almost did.
Yeah, I mean, T1, they didn't get caught. The final fight was good. Big mistakes from Bro on that one as well, but T1 setup was pretty nice, you know, minus the Yone ult and all that stuff. But I think if we go to another game that has close margins like that, perhaps Bro can succeed the second time around, but T1 will, of course, have side selection in game 3 if we get to it. So now having that disadvantage with T1 taking the red side win in game 1. A Renekton ban to come through towards Morgan. See this a lot against Bro. Maokai gone again. Same weird blue side Aurora Rumble bans.
No Ashe ban.
No Lilia. They voted jungle for POG in this draft.
Bro have made their vote clear, and that's really the only vote that matters. And it's actually T1 to ban away Ashe then. They say, well, we're not going to give you a chance to pick Ashe. Not sure if they were going to, but either way, Corki first pick does remain the same.
I wonder if Faker is going to go to the Yone again. I think looked a little bit uncomfortable in the game. Had some good escapes from some of the engages onto him. So they go Sejuani and Yone. There's some extra synergy there, of course. So certainly could be a strong rotation here in the draft. And maybe he has something else prepared or planned. Yeah, double jungle would be interesting.
Sejuani mid, obviously, will.
Yeah, absorb that Corki Gatling gun. I've got a lot of resistance to shred this. I can't reach him, though. I
mean, Faker could maybe play Viego mid. There was a lot of nodding, so I was getting a bit worried, really trying to grasp at straws. And thankfully, we don't have to see Viego mid. It is just going to be MF. And Guma did look very comfortable on that in game 1, so it's just coming back.
This time, Leona isn't banned, though. So you can just go Ezreal Leona here and feel a lot better about shutting down that MF. Or just go Poppy. So that is a very interesting pick here. We don't really associate Poppy with our east side teams as being a strong jungle pick. It's technically still a flex, but it's more players like Owner, Peanut, Canyon occasionally who pick this one up and dominate the early game with it. So a little bit surprised to see this. But I like it. It's a strong pick. It's strong into Yone as well, which will be the lock-in once again for Faker. So very similar draft here for T1, but the Sejuani does give Faker a little bit more power in the lane. And as we mentioned in game 1, it still could be played by Zeus.
Yeah. The Yone into Poppy and the Sejuani into Poppy, not exactly the most comfortable, but can definitely still set up plays, and the Poppy maybe absorbs the first brunt of it, but she's not going to be able to protect the entire team the entire time. So
I think the fact that LeBlanc is so strong into Yone is why we're seeing. It's not like, oh, Corki top is a thing, so we can play LeBlanc. It's just that they don't want to deal with the LeBlanc matchup, which kind of tells you this is going mid. Cannon is banned this time, and they could have banned the Leona. That's still up and available. That definitely could be what the bottom lane looks like here for OK Savings Bank. Brionne, once again, Cassante is banned. And we'll see what that final ban is going to be. With the Kennen ban, I don't think he banned Silas. But could ban Gnar. Yeah, that's fair, ban, if they're going to blind it.
I feel like you can just pick Leona here if you'd like to deny it. Rel has been pretty strong for Keria, so they're just going to lock that one in instead. They say, go ahead, play Leona if you'd like. And of course, they will save the potential flex of Yone or just the R5 counter pick of the top lane for Zeus.
Yeah, do think that's really safe bet here. Leona feels like a given here, but the Braum is also available this time around. Be quite strong into the lane. Not as great in engage, but you have a Poppy here in this draft as well. The level 1 is incredibly powerful, even if there's going to be a lane swap, for example, like we saw in game 1. The Braum often does excel at shutting that down or getting a huge advantage. As Jax to be hovered here for Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a lot of things banned out in the top lane, so it does leave you in kind of a weird spot.
There's not a safe blind pick.
Yeah.
Just period.
No Gnar, no Cannon, no Renekton, no Cassante, Rumble, Aurora.
There's no safe ranged pick into the Jax because Twisted Fate's kind of countered. I guess this is your best bet.
Would be the only thing.
Yeah, I think it's your best bet. And
it feels like very weird with this comp.
You don't have a lot of ways to set up for poke. So it is quite awkward. It feels very gankable as well. GP is actually the answer. I feel like GP is way better.
Ooh.
I kind of forgot about GP, but they're going to go for the Jace instead. I think Zeus is perhaps more comfortable with this pick. It does have some synergy with the Sejuani. So does the GP, but anyways. The Yone Jace setup here is very awkward. You can just chip away at health bars and then Rel goes in and then the Misfortune kills everybody instantly, but you still have to play into the Braum. The Braum is going to be able to block a lot of that damage. You have the Poppy to threaten any pushing lane, so if Zeus tries to get ahead, he will be under threat of this Poppy. Poppy's great into Yone, as we've discussed many a time.
Yeah, I guess the Jace should have a good time into the Jax. And, you know, that's been a thing that T1 have played for many a time. Is, okay, we're just going to win lane, and we're just going to win the game because we're just better. And based off of Game 1, we didn't have a lot of gaming, but from the few team fights we had, outside of the weird messiness, T1 did look like the better team, and this is kind of their go-to in their strategy book. So it's comfort for Zeus. You just put him on it. You say, okay, go ahead, win lane, and we'll make it work.
I was going to say in a different way, basically what you just said, in that I think nameplate's off. I actually like Bro's comp more. I do think it has a lot of power with the Poppy in the early game. We'll see if it can handle lane swaps. I think that we probably won't see one in this game, but the Braum can really mess that up. So level 1 is incredibly strong, but we have the nameplates on, in fact. And it's the T1 that, yes, lost to Nongshim, but did win Game 1 in this series. Looked like by far the stronger, more coordinated team. And I think they should be able to get it done with this draft in Game 2.
Well, let's see what happens as we hop into the rift for Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Game number 2 coming on in. Faker playing his 3rd game of Yone in the LCK ever. As was mentioned before, if you missed it, his first game was in 2023 spring into Zeka's Kassadin.
Yeah.
And it lost. And his second game was the first game of this series.
That's right. So doubling up here. Very strong pick in this meta. I think you have to be versatile enough to play it if you're going to be a top contender in playoffs. Great ward setup here with the Braum. They can use the level 1 to get this line of wards. They have full vision on lane swaps, on where the jungle is going to path. I don't think Guma can skirt this. Will be seen. Right?
Yeah, there's just no way to get past those 2 wards.
I got tricked by the toggle, though. I was like, I'm pretty sure they see him. There's no way he actually went through there. No, he's hesitated for a moment and is then seen. So they're very aware of this, and this is what I was talking about. The Braum level 1, you get to scout the lane swap, and then you get to really put the pressure on here in the bottom lane.
So, where's Morgan going?
Well, that is the question at the moment.
Lord Morgan has greater plans.
He's just going to stop the Sejuani from jungling, and that will be a delayed red buff take. Going to force Keria over here.
Yeah, I mean,
he's a top laner. He's not allowed to play the game, so he's a jungler now. He's you know, he's rattling the cup I was talking about before. So can I get anything anywhere?
Yeah, just 1 CS, please, Fate. And he will not be given that. Those win rates at the bottom, definitely just from this season. That's why Faker's 1-0 on the Yone now. Can be a bit difficult to trade into a Corki. I had to play this matchup in the first game, but it did have some weirdness in the first game as well.
Jax,
how this goes.
You know, is really strong at side laning. At level 1 in the bottom lane will offer some extra damage to that turret, but it's not going to be like the end of the world. Zeus is an incredible Jace player. If you've been following his career with great interest, as we all have been, you would definitely know that. So even though it's not necessarily strong for the comp, he is very good at the pick, and of the picks left available, he opted into this over the GP. There are very few other picks that would have felt okay into the Jax here with this comp. As Carry and Owner going to continue the vertical jungle here, taking away some of those camps in the blue side, jungle around blue buff. As with lane swap protection, this is going to be the faster takedown here bottom side, but will be split between 3 with Morgan joining in. So you see the gold is not that much they're gaining. We'll see when he decides to TP back in, because with a Jason and MF and a level 1, now level 2, Jax, a little bit tough to join. A little bit tough to get in there.
Yeah. I do think that we should see Zeus TPing down here once Keria gets there. Otherwise, Keria's just going to kind of sit around. He's going to be spotted by this Scryer's Bloom. And now that's 3 plates going over to Bro.
I don't think Keria can be here.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting a little bit of help for him, not just for the level 1 Rel to, well, run at the turret. So he's going to be zoned away from XP.
Zeus ends up staying here and is where he wants to be, but with the TP over from Morgan, he gets TP advantage, but very little else. Has a very slight XP lead, maybe like 20% of an XP bar. Looks like here. See, he's sitting at like 3/4 of level 3. If we click on Morgan, we'll know. I think he's probably sitting around like just below half, based on the push in the bottom lane. So relatively even in that regard, but a lot of gold went over to Envy in that bottom lane. 3 plates to the 1 that were taken for T1.
Yeah, that's where you get the win for the side of Bro. For T1, I mean, they were the ones that started with this lane swap, so probably just didn't want to deal with the Braum early on, which can be very difficult for the Rel. And at the end of the day, you're still feeling pretty good about this top matchup.
Oh.
Here comes Young Jay.
There are wards here because they expect this, so Zeus should be able to react. Taking a relatively safe back here, and with this wave crashing, he will be able to get away with it. Has TP, remember, since he was already in the top lane. So it's going to be, it looked like maybe something was going to happen, but he did his due diligence to make sure this Poppy in those early levels doesn't have the level 3 or 4 gank. And it's just going to be Young Jay heading back bottom. And we're brewing.
Yes, a bit of bro and brew early on in this one. We had a lane swap, but it wasn't very interesting. It just kind of ended up pretty even, all things considered. And now we'll just continue on our merry way. Now, Young Jay is Poppy.
Yeah.
So he would like to gank.
He would like to, but Keria would not like him to. So he's going to come over here and suss this out. They don't have vision, but they're very aware of the possibility.
Spotted pretty late, actually, as Guma probably going to have to flash away from this one. Nope, just going to cleanse, but the sun comes in onto Keria, taking a bunch of poke himself.
Dodging both of those Qs, actually pretty huge. A lot of lost damage there, and a bit of a delay on concussive blows to come through. Still, huge win here for Bro, in that not only do they push them out of lane, but we'll be able to take this dragon as well, as Fate laning well into Faker again.
Yeah, just quirky things. Also, we did have Paulo making his way up, so Faker eventually just realizes, well, I got to get out of here.
I don't remember if he did it in Game 1 as well, but he took first strike here in Game 2, so he's going to have some additional income into this melee matchup. So Corki's 2-item spike should be relatively accelerated because of this. I do like to see that. And pay no attention to the level 6 advantage here, because it is Jace. But it's going to be the Jax being able to trade anything back as Owner shows up. As level 6 himself. Pay attention to this level 6.
He has 51 CS. He's just been power farming. And he hasn't done anything else this game, and guess what? It's a very similar first blood. This time it's over to Zeus, though, instead of Guma, like we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Owner did such a great job with the vertical jungling as Envy's in trouble.
Hey, he's taking a whole bunch of damage. They push him out before the dive even really begins.
Yeah, I just think that's done. There's no way they can make anything happen here. They lost the wave. I mean, the new wave is coming through, but with Envy being this low, it's going to be very tricky. I mean, he's not going to be the one holding the turret aggro, but still a very risky situation, especially if Guma is close to 6. I don't think he is. Envy just hit his.
Yeah, not quite. Guma's going to back away from the duo as he still has his flash. As now the engage comes on in. Guma is going to be stunned and eventually goes down, but this is a lot that they have to commit to here. They do just trade 1 for 1. You could say that it is good for Bro, though, as it is just their support, I believe, that did go down. Yep, yeah. Braum, and it was Guma as well in the trade.
Exactly, so taking away the AD carry, taking away his farm, looking to continue to put that pressure on. Just 2 plates left in that bottom lane. I think the last sliver of health there on that second plate is there, so he should be able to get that relatively quickly. Oregon also will grab a plate here in the top lane. This game is very action-packed, actually, as we're going to go to a replay at a scary moment. Yeah, Owner vertical jungled really well, and while we saw, you know, Youngjae spending a ton of time in the bottom side to try to put that pressure on, get the dragon, etc., he ends up hitting level 6, and this ends up being a huge opportunity for him to ult and kill the Jax. Down here, good flash to come through. Stun comes on to the Braum, so he has to tank that extra turret shot, but even still, kill does go over to Envy, and it's onto the AD carry, so absolutely worth here for the side of the Bros. 1,000 gold behind, however. You look at the JCS, you look at the farm in the jungle, that's where a lot of that lead comes from.
Yeah, also all those plates in the top side. I mean, yeah, there were 3 plates that did go over, but they were kind of split between support and top and Envy, whereas Zeus is able to get a bunch, I think, solo up in the top side, or at least, you know, only split a couple of them and then was able to get a couple, so definitely feels like, you know, a bit of extra gold. Also, you like where the gold is on this Jace.
Yeah,
Zeus does have a pretty massive lead up there.
Less useful to have it on the Sejuani, but still relevant, as he does have his Zeeks already completed. And did have that level 6 for the gank, as this is scary.
Yeah, just trying to face check into this one. Now Poppy and Braum are very impactful, but the door finally gets held here, but it's still a ton of damage going into everybody as they just stand in it behind the door, but man, they did quite a lot. As now Envy trying to peel here as we do get the flash away from Youngjae.
Very scary moment there on both sides. Keria does go down, but it's a trade as so much damage does get put into the Bro roster there on the Bro bottom side. And the Braum holds the door, but it's not going to be able to block all of that bullet time. So a lot of pressure in this bottom lane. They really desperately want that final plate. As Balu's going to show up. And then will unceremoniously leave.
Huh, where have we seen this before? An MF just getting plates by himself.
Yeah, and that is Zeus getting plates by himself in the top lane. Jace will get all of them.
Yeah. And, well, a little bit of a flurry of attacks in the mid lane. But at the end of the day, this 1v1 is going to happen once again. Guma doesn't have his ult, actually. He's taking a lot of damage already as Envy is looking to take this trade, but eventually does elect to back away. And Rain comes down. Guma's still very low on mana. And Envy might look to push the issue here, as here comes Palu looking to land a Q of his own, and it's just going to be Envy and also an assist given over to Palu.
Yeah, Envy just sees blood in the water there, knows Guma doesn't have ult, and he could just weave his W's through the minions and then hit those auto attacks as Envy. He get punished.
Yeah, Envy going for the cleanse as another stun is going to land, and that is just easily collected by Zeus, who is quite fast on the Jace. As now Palu's like, wait, where is everybody? Why am I here alone? What happened? Where am I? He is dead. That's a double kill now for Zeus, who has 3 in the game.
Oh, where am I? Where are we?
It's all very confusing.
I told you guys the brew was coffee, so, you know, I feel like I should know where I am, but I'm looking at the game state here, and I'm not 100% sure. Zeus is getting more plate gold. It was only split between him and Guma for most of those plate takes topside since Keria went bottom early, so he got a lot of the gold, whereas it was a 3-way split for Envy and crew in the bottom lane. So he picked up a ton of money there, finishes the last plate, gets the turret. And we're going to go back to this play here. As you can see, the door comes up, but he still takes a ton of damage, and it wasn't set at the initial part of the fight. A lot of summoners have to be expended here, as Envy almost is able to maybe get something back. But then over here, let's see what he has to say during this play, because he knows he can W through.
That's what he said. He said, I'm fighting.
And they're all going to check to see if Keria is rotating over. You can see on the map they have no vision of where Keria is, so very scary.
And Envy plays this very well. You never want to just sit in range of the MF autos. You want to be in and out as the Ezreal with a lot more mobility. And so, excellently played by him. He gets a little help from Palu, who basically just picks up a free assist. But then this happens.
Yeah, it looks like he just didn't know that Zeus was here and ends up just walking up and taking a shock blast to the face. And the rest of T1 are rotating down. Perhaps a lack of communication on what was going on the map there and where the players were missing. As it's 3 kills for the Jace, and Morgan is really struggling.
I mean, he just basically doesn't exist in this game. It's been really rough for Morgan. Like, he was down there, he was helping push, and he's like, all right, now I'm going to lean against the Jace. And ever since then, it's been really rough. So now we get another engage. It's another Chemtech Soul. Man, is Ox sleeping over there? Like, what's going on? Very sad. Anyway, we'll see if either of the teams care about it this time.
I think that they will not care that much about it, especially considering it's a 1 Drake split apiece. But, you know, T1 have Bro exactly where they want him. I mean, this Jace, we were talking about how it doesn't suit the comp, but it's so far ahead that it can kind of just do whatever it wants because it just takes away like a third of anyone's health bar when a Shock Blast connects. And as you can see, a big group up here for Bro, as they are going to be able to guarantee this turret. Morgan is just being left on an island in the top side and doesn't have a turret there. As going to see any commitment to anything here. The observers are scaring us with the vision toggle. Is somebody hiding behind?
Yeah, I mean, Carrier was there. I don't think he is there.
Oh, he is!
He's still here! The long-term gambit, as this is a Corki with flash, so we'll see if he can get out of this one. Yeah, he just, well, presses his flash ability. Yeah, really taking height on Bush to the next level.
Yeah. Well, see if Owner can stop this back. Does have flash. Maybe if he flash Arctic Assault Speed, I guess he doesn't know exactly when the recall was channeled. But not worth that. If you flash miss that, then you're like, oh man, that looked really silly. Be happy with the flash they got in the bottom lane and also the force out. So guess what? Another turret for Zeus in my game 2 of Bro versus T1 round 2 2024 LCK Summer.
They just don't really have a good answer except bringing the whole team over to stop it, which this time they have. Basically the whole team. 4 members. And Zeus just runs away. Flash comes in from Paulo, and now Faker's going to get a big engage. Does get hit away, but now has to come back. Very awkward for him, but he still has his flash, and now they're looking to turn it. As the MF ult is going to get some nice damage down and really just taxi the rest of Bro away from this fight. As T1 still on the chase here. Zeus is gigantic. Really hit the shock blast. There it is. Goes on to the Jax as Morgan. Another one to fall.
I mean, this game is essentially just a wash. I mean, it's a tough matchup for the Jax, but with the extra resources Zeus got and those early kills, I mean, I'm not saying top gap, but I am saying in terms of gold, there is a pretty big gap, right? And he is just so incredibly relevant with 5 kills this early on into the game.
In this game, you know, you could say top gap.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a fair 1v1 for a lot of it, so I don't want to throw shade on the Morgan, but I feel like Zeus is obviously having a much larger impact, has much more gold, and ends up being a huge taunt button here. If you get Zeus out of here and you save the turret and you don't have vision, you probably got to stop chasing because the rest of the team will be coming down. Your Corki isn't here.
Yeah. And you mentioned in the draft, Wolf, that, you know, you go for the Braum, it feels good in the lane, it feels good against what T1 have, but you really lack engage. I mean, I guess you have Poppy, but you see how they're trying to engage in these fights is engage Braum and engage Jax. It's kind of lackluster.
It just felt super easy to, oh boy, Envy.
He's in a bit of trouble. Oh boy, Carrier comes out of left field and down he will go as Faker gonna lock him up, and Palu also on the run, getting taxied down himself. And Shock Blast is going to miss.
T1 just have such great map reads. They have so much experience, right? And they are a top team in the LCK, even if they have stumbled a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean they lost 0-2 to Nongshim in just one series. No shade on losing to Gen G, because everybody's lost to Gen G. But
it feels like maybe the one person that Morgan could kill is Faker, and now he's got some help from Fate to come on over. Faker's so low, and he will be taken out with that empowered auto. Morgan super low himself, just gonna walk it off, but now he's just gonna disengage with that one and say, well, we're just happy with the kill.
Yeah, it's Poppy ulted away. I thought perhaps he was gonna go for the snipe play with his ultimate. And every time Bro have to look for one of these picks, they have to use more resources than T1 have to use. So look at this. Zeus pushing top. Well,
oh, that's not gonna work. Nice try, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. He's gonna flash, and again, engage Braum isn't a thing. We know this.
Yeah,
and they're not gonna extend down the lane.
Unfortunately not. going to be a play that they can make there. He has the empowered recall as well from the Herald take moments ago that now is no longer eye exclusive. But you just see moments like this where Envy's trying to use his Qs to poke Guma, and they don't have more people on the map over here. And they try to go for the play on the Faker top side, right? And then they end up losing out on the mid turret. And, okay, you're trying to make the play on the Zeus, but then other things are happening elsewhere. Zeus doesn't get picked, right? Zeus is putting pressure on the top side of the map as well this entire time. So yeah, you got Faker, but you lose a lot. And, you know, Morgan almost dies here. They do have to use the Poppy ultimate as well. They're going to be able to get this bounty on this turret here in the top lane. But the gold lead here is just so massive. And they even get this inner in the bottom. I mean, yeah. Every time you look at Bro doing a thing, T1 are doing an equal or greater thing on the other side of the map.
Yeah. Do you think T1 goes for the Drake this time? For some reason, Morgan just gonna let that one charge. I don't really know why.
I mean, it was fairly dark jungle, but the champions in that jungle probably couldn't have killed him. So
it's pretty rare for pro teams to hang around that spot 18 minutes into the game as well.
Yeah.
So
I mean, T1 just gonna take this dragon.
Extreme safety for Morgan.
It's not great that that charge does go off. It does mean the inhibitor is more exposed to a very, very strong Jace who could potentially be in the silent. Has his brutalizer now online. It's gonna fully index into lethality now. Has his transformation. Zeus basically two-shots anyone with empowered shock blast. You get hit by one of those, and then Guma ults, and Paulo doesn't have his door ready. That person dies. That's it's a sizable gold advantage here in the top lane.
It's it's pretty decent.
It's about like twice as much of the majority of the gold leads that T1 had in game one and on one player.
There's still also that massive jungle CS diff. Also just the kill and the extra assist for the side of Owner. I mean, he's just basically been power farming, and whenever there was an opportunity, he went for it. And other than that, he's just kind of power farming, and he's very far ahead because of it. And he's going to be extremely tanky in these fights. Looking for his Warmogs next.
Looking for this turret here now is Zeus. Another turret for the Jace. More money. And
more money.
More money means more items. Actually doesn't mean more problems in League of Legends.
Yeah. you gotta have to hold all those items though. You gotta juggle them. It's really awkward when you're just trying to run around and play the game. So maybe that's the problems, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're carrying them. I think they're actually just a representation of stats.
Where do they store those items, Wolf?
In the tab screen.
The tab screen. And he's looking for a way to store his health somewhere else.
Yeah, he does not have a BT this time, so he's not going to be able to get that back.
Definitely third item.
Yeah, I would say so.
100%.
Does he get a third item in this game?
That's another question. That was a nice slow, actually. Make it rain onto 3 people. Guma is very much out of position, but so is Youngjae. He's just going to be taken down, and Guma just blasts away. Meanwhile, the rest of Bro is just on the run as in comes Keria, gets an engage on a 2, but the Braum is doing a good job on the disengage. Not going to help out Envy here as he goes down to Faker's max range ultimate. Going to land it this time. And that is 3 kills over to the side of T1 as they are really running away with this game, too.
They may have lost to Nongshim. They may have shaken their fans' faith a little bit, but in game 1 of this series, they were able to lock it up in a late game team fight on an Elder. Some good decision making leading up to it. In game 2, it feels like T1 is just back on the horse, Valdez. It looks like this team is crushing Bro the way you would have expected them to do if you turned back time to before that Gen G series, before the Nongshim series. Yeah. This is the T1 dominance that people expected when they saw the strength of schedule. And a win here for T1 all but guarantees, effectively, that they will be going to playoffs. It's not 100%, but it's like 99.
And they're just so far ahead in terms of game score.
We were a little bit concerned after the loss to Nongshim, and it wasn't just the fact that they got 2-0'd by Nongshim, but it was the way in which they lost that gave people pause. But this is T1 back to business, back to strength here. As Keria, back-to-back games with Rels, some great engages. Faker teleports into the fight. It's a max range ultimate there onto a flashless Envy. And with the gold lead they have, the skirmishes that Bro are looking for are just putting them further and further behind. Baron is up here for T1. They've taken it. got that buff, and there's not that many turrets left to take on the map, to be frank with you, Valdez.
Yeah.
They're going for inhibitors now.
And this time in this game, you know, bro, they hit a similar... Oh, no. I thought he was out. I was like, man, Fate, you're okay, right? Okay, flash away, actually. He's playing it very well.
I mean, this teleport, though, means...
Goes back in, and actually Zeus just going to die. It's 1,000 gold to Corky, but meanwhile...
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The TP means, guess what? Inhib's down. This is bro, like, every time you think they got a thing, T1 got more things. Again, Valdez.
That has kind of been the name.
That's this game. It's just they're getting out macroed because they're so far behind.
Yeah, they hit their spikes. They couldn't do anything with it. They don't have the Rakan for the engage. They don't even have the Sejuani for more reliable engage than the Poppy, like they did in game 1. Definitely feels like they took a couple of steps down in this draft, did Bro. And we're seeing kind of the outcome of it.
I mean,
alongside of just, you know, the gameplay and the execution.
At least the gold is picked up. Like, they get 1,000 gold to shut down on Zeus, so that's pretty huge. And they get 800 gold onto Morgan, who has basically no money. When he does end up taking that bountied inner turret in the top side. Fate plays this well. They do commit the teleport, so Zeus, incredibly well played here, but nothing else he could have really done there. 1,000 gold goes over to the Corky, 800 gold goes over to Morgan in the follow-up. To trade for the inhibitor, though, and that means T1 is always going to have Prio on the bottom side. Soul Point is potentially on the cards.
Oh, whoa! Did Bro even realize? They're like, oh crap, we gotta get out of here. What do we do? Gigatad goes for the engage, I guess, as now the front line is just being bombarded by MF as everybody comes in. Faker now is going to join the fight, looking for the ult. Everybody backs away, and now Morgan just going to be bullied in this front line, taken out as a lot of low health bars. We'll see if T1 do want to continue on this. Looks like they do. Envy going to dodge the shock blast. And the Siege kind of lackluster from here.
Yeah, I mean, the secondary front line is Guma's ult, and he kept them at bay with that one. They did not have a fun time in the bullet time, and now with the teleport through, T1 looking to take a second inhibitor down and potentially even more super minions in the bottom lane. 2 of them stacked up here. They may be able to Siege to end.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus is level 15, and he's just kind of parading through the base right now, like just waiting for the mid wave to come in and seeing if anyone's stuck around with low health. Oh, now, okay, there's somebody with low health. He just healed from the fountain, but now he's low health from your shock blast. But either way, T1, they get the inhibitor. They don't have Baron. They're not going to overstay their welcome. But Bro really want to get something out of this, but they just will not be able to.
I mean, T1 has nothing left to take. It's like a Chemtech Soul Point. And there's no more turrets. Yeah, he almost dies. But there's no more turrets for them to grab. Like, besides a top inhibitor, which is basically dead. So T1 are like, well, can we end? We kill somebody, we end. We can't. I guess we'll take the Chemtech. As 2 inhibitors down is going to be full map control. This is a wild setup here because they want to get Youngjae into position to maybe get Morgan into Counter-Strike range. This ult missing for Owner is a bit of a concern as the Poppy ult is coming through. Unfortunately here, the bullet time is the real front line, and it looks like maybe they got Owner low, Carrier low. They could front to back this. Morgan goes on to Guma, but he's got the cleanse. And that's the end of the fight. Like, Fate's like, oh, can we clean this up? Envy's like holding his finger over the E key and wisely decides to E backwards as they end up losing the fight, losing their second inhibitor, and losing Soul Point.
It's just a very awkward fight. Like, you can see that Youngjae was holding on to the Poppy ult. He really wanted to verdict someone away, and then it just timed out. And he's like, oh. And then Morgan goes in. It's like, oh no, this just doesn't look good.
It's disjointed, and the bullet
just run
time
face first and do an MF.
Yeah, the bullet time just says, all right, that's fun and all, but like you're all dying now.
Well, the Bros gave it their all, and they're not done yet. They've got a TP behind T1.
I mean, Faker is trying to end the game. Meanwhile,
this is one way, I guess, to engage, as they are going to get Harriet out. That doesn't really do much. Here comes Faker. Is going to find the backline. Just assassinates Envy. That is how far ahead they are, as finally Morgan comes in, but even MF, Guma's just going to ult him in the face and just put an end to this game number 2, as Bros have suffered enough, and T1 are back on the horse. They get 2-0'd, but now they 2-0 Bro, and they're looking back in form as they will take this 2-0 tonight.
2-0. Game 1 a little rough around the edges. Game 2, a little bit more fun here from T1, but a much more dominant performance as Zeus locks in the Jace. for the matchup into the Jax. It was the one part of the draft we were like, you know, will it work with the comp? It turns out he was the comp. All of it.
Yeah.
All of the money, all of the damage.
We talked about it so much in Draft Wolf. It's like, you just got to win lane and win game.
Yeah.
And guess what they did?
He won lane in one game. He killed turrets.
He
took plates. And he had so much money that we didn't get to see the subtleties of what a T1 team fight could look like. But we'll move on from that. But, you know, the KR casters got to get ready for the desk as well. Or the KR spacers. But look, T1 bouncing back in a huge way here, going to be great for the confidence. Going up to 9 wins. Again, all but guarantees playoffs for them. It is a very bizarre scenario that has to occur for them to not make it, as well as their last 2 opponents definitely feel beatable in BNK and Kwangdong. And T1, I feel like finally giving the fans a sign of reassurance that this team could once again make that deep playoff run and challenge Shenji in the finals, as it always feels like we have prophesized here in the LCK. We're a ways away from it, but the road has kind of been paved here a little bit.
I mean, at least they, as you mentioned before, they get themselves a playoff spot. It's not 100%, but at this point, it would basically require very particular outcomes in a row for them to somehow be knocked out. They're ahead in game score. They're ahead in series score now. And, you know, this is a very interesting season. Maybe we don't get the Genji T1 final, but maybe we do. It really just depends on T1's form, I think. A lot of our top teams outside of Genji are looking a bit rickety, you know? It's not a solid foundation. So I am very curious to see how it's all going to pan out. And maybe it is just Genji T1.
Could be. I'm not ready to predict it until we see what T1 looks like in playoffs. And
could be a totally different look.
And obviously
this is still Bro. We need to we still need to have the nameplates on a bit.
We did also mention their easy strength of schedule a few weeks ago. We're like, oh, the last few matches will be pretty simple. But that was before BNK and Kwangdong kind of had their resurgence. We were saying that when Kwangdong was in the midseason collapse. We were saying that when BNK seemed very binary, very predictable. Now we're moving into those final weeks going, okay, well, they look stronger than T1 has looked in their last series against Nongshim. And then after this one, I'm not yet convinced that T1 are back in full form, but they look way better than they did at the start of this week.
Yeah. You see that Bro try to send it one final time, and that they did. Listening to the palms. Just calling out, you know, Morgan's behind them. Jax. Penta, but they're like, there's no Penta. So, yeah, still having a bit of fun at the end of the game, which is nice to see. Thank you, says Guma, I think.
I thought it was Karius saying that Zeus is so cool, and then he said thank you, but I'm not sure.
Maybe that is what it was.
It's hard with the mask on to tell who's talking.
I mean, to be honest, for me, Zeus was the cool guy in this one. Fate did actually an insane amount of damage.
Fate played super well. I feel like in an even game state, this was definitely a winnable game for Bro with the comp that they had. I did like their draft better. Lack of engage, though, really hurts you when you're massively behind. The Jace is doing a ton of poke. The Braum can't block everything, Valdez. T1, though, good sign here. I think for Bro, this was the expected outcome. You're not going to feel too bad about losing to T1, but I think all the Bro leavers had a little bit of hope that maybe they could follow suit with Nongshim.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to happen today, though.
They wanted to join Nongshim, but it wasn't meant to be. And it's fine, because they still had a great time, and they still got to play some League of Legends. That's all the Bros really care about. So we're done here, guys, on the cast. T1 with the 2-0 tonight. Let's send it over to the space to break it down.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day, as it is a 2-0 for T1, a much-needed victory for them. And unfortunately for the Bros, can end the season on a 2-game winning streak starting next week. Here to break it down is myself, but more importantly, Ox and Chronicler. Jace, very important, especially when it gets fed.
Yeah, and it feels like a bit of a return to form. You know, obviously Bro not the strongest opponent they're going to face, but it feels like T1 always look best when they are playing around one of the side lanes at the top of bot, being really strong. This time it was the Jace. I feel like the swap decision was likely around getting the Jace into a position of power in the lane. You know, they burnt the Jax's TP, which actually ended up being a pain point when the Jax got forced out of lane, had to walk back, and we just got this humongous lead for Zeus, and he just completely took over the game.
Yeah, enough more to add. I'm joking.
I'm like, all right, is it highlight time?
I think that T1 is obviously a team that's super, super volatile, and I think games like this are really important heading into playoffs.
Now it's highlight time. Let's take a look at the highlights here as, again, that Jace really got rolling with the early kills, and there was no looking back for Zeus.
It was a bit unfortunate. I think the lane swap, we still aren't 100% sure why T1 lane swapped. I guess it was just to keep Zeus in top and then get a TP advantage. Ended up being massive as a mega power farming owner just had ult, and that kill alone could have been somewhat surmountable, but then the moment you pick like 2 more kills up in a sequence like this, you know it's over.
You know, Jace is always a champion that when he's behind feels really unimpactful, but when he's ahead of the curve, not only is he able to just provide so much long-range poke, long-range damage, but also if he gets in a melee range, he just one-shots you.
Also like the fact to fake it back on the Yone to be like, no, I got this. Here at highlight number 2, down on the bottom side of the map. More fighting, and this time, and again, going T1's way, almost like everything did in this game.
It isn't often that we have highlight 2 14 minutes into the game. I think, Brian, they're making the right choice. You know, you got to try and get something going. You're obviously not winning this game if it goes later. And unfortunately for them, despite all their attempts, they're not actually able to get on top of this Jace. And they just end up taking a whole lot of damage.
Engage Braum strikes again. The flash Q into miss ult. And I'm not even going to blame Polo in this situation. Engaging on Braum's really difficult because that's not what the champ does.
Guess what he maxed?
He did actually max E first after putting 2
but Ox, I can't help but notice that it didn't win, so surely with the extra Q damage, he would have been able to kill. They got the kill there, right?
That was the problem. Yeah, I mean, it's T1 just punishing. You could see, I think the moment for me was when they were running around like the terrain, and they were kind of like struggling to get around the terrain, like pushing past each other, jostling, and then it's like, you guys, like, this is not going to, just back off, just give up.
This has probably been Zeus, his worst split since he joined the LCK, right? And I say that as a really big Zeus fan. I was calling for this guy way back in 2021, but this has definitely been, I think, his most inconsistent split. So it's really, really funny to me that he gets one Jace game for what feels like the first time in quite a while, and then it lines up very nicely with his own prestige skin coming out sometime soon. Which I thought was a cute little
one for the fans.
Yeah, fan game.
Definitely, because we know that.
Thanks, bro.
Figure doesn't use his skin, but you know, Zeus definitely using, I guess, having the opportunity to promote his with his gameplay today. Let's take a look at the POG here from game number 2. Wonder who it could be. All right.
Wow.
What?
Oh my god.
Huh? I am surprised.
VNcast, you better have voted top here. Come on now, guys.
Actually, Guma got a triple kill in on the game, so I'm pretty sure VNcast is...
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Right media.
Okay.
1 owner vote.
Okay. Right media.
I'm gonna call it now.
The owner?
I don't know. That makes
right media is not normally a jungle voter.
Okay, well then it's what would it be then? It actually is Guma.
Faker, why not?
Faker, yeah. We joke, but this game was over very, very quickly, and this is T1 at their best.
Oh, it wasn't right media.
Okay, we've been right a lot. I really think Zeus earned this one because I think the early kills were thanks to specifically owner showing, but then Zeus did kind of take the game on his back.
And you know, if you think about it, top, if you flip it, is bot. So VNcast, you know, just. I don't know where I'm going with this.
I don't know where you're going with this either. All right, let's go back here to T1 and the playoff picture. Now that the week is over, we got a little bit of time before we have the interviews with G-Sun. Just one question real quick. How do you feel like just this win mentally will help them after a losing streak and after a tough week?
I think mentally it's a good reset, but I feel like T1, more than any team in our league, has had their ups and downs. I think we've seen them lose so many big finals internationally, domestically, and bounce back. Like, that's the big story of how they won Worlds last year. So they're no stranger to difficult periods, and I do think this series is a nice one to sort of build up that confidence again. But I know that they'll be feeling better when we get to playoffs for sure.
And you never know how much of this is cope, but I feel like this goes for basically all teams that are guaranteed in playoffs. I think all of them have looked Gen G have dropped a series, right? All of them have looked just a lot more sloppy, and I imagine if you are a coach and your team is basically guaranteed or already guaranteed in case of the top 3, this is where you're like, guys, let's calm down. Like, records are cool, but when it comes down to it, all these teams just want to win LCK. They don't care about the regulars, but they just want to win the playoffs. So I think that's also why we've seen less creative stuff, less crazy. I said it as we got a Sadas top today, but relatively, I feel T1 are always kind of cooking. Taking it easy, hanging back, and knowing that in a week, the real struggle, the real battle is going to begin.
All right, well, this week has been the week of upsets, and now it's time to take a look at our Mushinsa stylish play of the week. And this week, it goes to Kingen for his play here against BNK, that great series we had earlier this week.
This was a legendary moment, honestly, having the triple buff Infernal Soul, Elder, and Baron, and BNK Fear being so close to the game end, but Kingen comes in clutch. This was a massive Gragas game from him.
If it wasn't for the fact that Zeus popped off as much as he did, I was actually going to call for the Gragas. I feel like Gragas, AP Gragas, currently is a pretty underrated pick that slots well into a bunch of matchups, and we saw it here, right? And I think Kingen is definitely our best one, particularly of the AP variety, but really cool to see him rise to the occasion, as we know this player can do.
Yeah, congrats to him. He'll receive the Mushinsa Sports Set for being the stylish play of the week. And now it's time for our best winners ceremony of the week. Let's take a look at that, because we had a couple of good ones throughout. And we had CV Max calling the plays here for Bulldog. Which dance are you going to do?
He's like, Bulldog, get the moves out. Yeah. Move your arms,
hands.
get to the side like this. There we go.
Yeah, this one was back when Kwangdong was still feeling in better spirits. Obviously took a kind of harrowing loss against Kwangdong, but Bulldog dancing is always going to make me happy. Good vibes there. As Kingen
on the gangplank. That was the GP.
And then today is like, oh god, we won. Oh man, that was very scary. As they obviously had a tough one
brutal
against Nongshim. As Pioshik, he's been pretty muted. I wish we'd seen more Pioshik, because he's just been great. Love him. And Fisher, crazy Yone game. Back when Nongshim was able to get the win against
I like the Fisher one, honestly. A lot of energy behind the the old
with the lean. I think it's because Pioshik went to NA. He saw some stuff. So I think he's holding back some of the pure joy. I think he's saving.
I think he's also maybe not at the best split, so that probably doesn't.
They beat Gen G and Honor Life Esports. How many teams can say that?
That's true. That's
There's
true.
no other team.
Let us know in the chat who you guys think is the winner for the best ceremony, as we should have that interview for you in just a second here with T1. I'm sure it is a big one because they have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, it really is. And as mentioned, more so than like what this means for the team in playoffs, I don't think we can really draw a conclusion from that yet. Unfortunately, we're all still very much subscribing to the idea that it's just going to be T1 Gen G.
Yep.
Again.
I think the more it seems like it's not going to be, the more it is.
Last summer, still happened.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. We've got the interview ready with G-Sun standing by for translations right now with T1.
2024 LCK Summer 80번째 매치.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Gumayusi and Zeus after their victory up against OK Savings Bank Brion, ending their losing streak. Congratulations on the win, guys.
네, 구마유시 선수 2대 0으로 승리를 하면서 연패를
Gumayusi, with this 2-0 win, T1 ended the losing streak. How do you feel?
경기 져가지고 많이 슬펐는데.
I was very sad after losing the previous match, but I think it's a good bounce back in terms of our performance, you know. A clean 2-0 win will be a huge boost for us. What about you, Zeus? Same, you know. Losing the previous match was definitely not easy, so I was not feeling, you know, my best, but it feels great to pick up a win here and also pick up a POG after a pretty long time. I think T1 must have had a lot of feedback and discussions after the losing streak. What did you focus on? A lot of things to discuss internally. But we're just trying to seek for the best direction for us, you know.
제우스 선수 1세트
and Zeus. We had Yone for Faker and Silas for you. These aren't typically favorite picks for T1, so what was the reason behind those two picks? First off, Yone recently got a lot of buffs, and Faker has been practicing Yone in scrims a lot. And Silas, just looking at the enemy's comp, as long as Silas can get through lane, he can pop up in the later phase. And then that Silas pick definitely worked very well. And Guma, you have been using Misfortune a lot recently. Why do you prefer Misfortune these days? MF also got a buff recently, and LPL. It's actually being very prioritized. Even some teams pick it in the first phase of the pick and ban, and we tried it in the practice games, and we thought it's pretty viable, so we wanted to give it a shot today. And here's a replay where MF was able to pick up early kills and scale very fast. What was the main focus in this game as MF? So I got to pick up multiple kills early on, so I knew that we have a lot of priority in the bottom lane. So we wanted to add more pressure up against the enemy's Ezreal in order to keep pushing the lane. Also, in the first game, we had lane swap happening on all three lanes, and as a Misfortune, you were just standing in the mid lane to support your teams. Were you expecting a POG there? Well, I am not on the POG leaderboard, so I was not expecting a POG win here today, but I figured that I was the POG, and I was pretty happy. And then, game 2, Zeus, you picked Jace up against Jax. And then T1 opted into a lane swap. So what kind of strategy did you guys kind of go for? Jace is a champion that has to win lane, he's not supposed to lose out in the laning phase, and also we were aware that Bro's early level comp is pretty strong, so we were pretty much ready for the reaction play, and I think we were able to kind of play out the laning phase really well in the end. And then I want to take a look at this replay where you were able to make a perfect cover to the bottom lane and pick up double kill. So it was a little bit risky in the beginning, but Faker already made a call that's going in for a TP to help the team, and then we were able to kind of absorb the aggro and then re-initiate the team fight. And Jace, you definitely is the skin owner of that champion, and recently we are seeing Jace here and there in the current meta. When is the perfect time for Jace to be picked? It depends on the champion matchup, Looking at the laning phase, you have to be aware if he can win the lane in order to win the side lanes and exert more pressure. And then later today, after the POG interview, you and Faker are scheduled to appear on the Lolly Night today. I'm also going to be joining as a special guest, so we're going to have some fun. Are you ready for it? Well, I'll do my best. Any words to the fans to make sure they tune in? Make sure to tune in to the Lolly Night after a little bit once the stream goes off. Kumayusi, you're going to stay tuned as well? Yeah, everyone, don't miss that. Haha. And with today's win, T1's playoff chances have risen to 98%, and your remaining regularly seasoned opponents are Kwangdong Freaks and BNK Fear X. This will be a very important matches for T1. What are your resolutions for the playoffs? I think our main focus is improving our performance, because playoffs is just around the corner. So I know our fans are pretty much worried about our form right now. So I want to focus on our performance in order to become stronger and come back stronger for playoffs. The remaining matches are up against our potential playoffs opponents, and it's our last week to kind of bounce back and improve and step up as a team. So I want to promise that we will come back stronger next week. And this will be the end of the interview from the T1 POGs and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun. As that's right, Lolly Night will be on live 30 minutes from now, so you can watch that over on the LCK Korea channel if you know Korean. No subtitles.
I can watch it as well, otherwise you just wouldn't understand anything.
Yeah. Spend time.
Just understand the vibes. That's all you need.
Yeah. You can get a vibe here. As good vibes for T1 as they get a victory here. 9-7, so still in the hunt with 2 games left against D+ to possibly get that 3rd place spot to pick their opponent in the playoffs, but still not out of the woods yet as Kwangdong Freaks still could catch them. Still all those spots still left on up.
Yeah, that's the big thing is that T1 is playing 2 of their playoff competitors next week. And obviously they also have to have some stuff go right for them. There is still a lot that comes into this. We'll have to see what's going to happen here. But a lot of the matches next week actually mega important. And which I always love it when a split actually goes up until the very end. Including DK versus KT. Because as mentioned, DK can still get overtaken. And I don't know what's going to happen in that series. I don't know if anyone does. And I do know it's going to be very funny.
Yeah, we also have DRX 2 chances to play the blue shell role against KT and Kwangdong Freaks. The pressure is really on BNK FearX because they don't have an easy matchup. You know, DRX and is expected to lose to Kwangdong Freaks and KT. BNK FearX have to go up against T1 and Honor Life Esports. And if they want to secure a playoff spot, I feel like they're going to need to beat one of those.
Yeah, and that last match of the split, Honor Life Esports and Gen G, that was one that we thought would be like very important, going to be a huge matchup. Might be one of those where we get to see some very fun picks because they might be hiding strats for something that will be going on later on in playoffs.
Yeah, as we also have the probably most hype match of the week in challenges next week, which is KT versus DK. Like, these 2 teams are miles ahead. You can catch that on the Linda & Co stream. Like, that is actually a mega hype match. I think out of those 10 players, like 5 are going to be in LCK hopefully next year. So we'll see how that's going to go.
Yeah, we'll have the co-stream for you for challengers tomorrow and the day afterwards. Now, thank you so much. It has been a heck of a week here in the LCK. Lots of upsets, and still one more week of action to go before who we decide is in playoffs. Until then, thank you so much for spending time with us, and we'll see you next week for the final week of the regular season of Summer.